Consortium. Build to last. The Wayland Consortium. Builder of nations.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're about to begin a journey, an entire weekend here. We have a lot of games of Netrunner to crown our, this is an invitational only tournament. We don't have so many of these every year. Just off the start, we're going to be dropping in real hot real soon. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. Thanks so much for tuning in. You're on the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel, and I am not alone. We're going to get a couple rounds here at the top. I'm joined by, the UK National Champion for last year, let alone the 2021 World Netrunner Champion. Rodham, how's it going?
I'm good, thanks. Really happy to be here, Andre.
I am stoked to share the microphone with you. We have quite a day. Real quick at the top, we are just setting up. So these, I believe, are the pairings you're seeing on screen. These might not be real pairings. I believe these might just be check-ins. So we'll be jumping into round one relatively soon. In short, just a couple things. Firstly, let us know if there's any issues with the audio. We're going to be flexible. We're running into this pretty hot here off the top, but we'll be about to dive in. Today, what do we got going for us, Patrick? We have 100 players showing up. This is the Circuit Breaker Invitational. So it's one of the only invitational tournaments that Null Signal Games puts on. There's only 2 every year. This is the bigger one. We have a lot more players in this. Can you describe CBI? I take it also you might have got your invite this year, but you're joining us on the mics. What's an invitational look like?
It's a huge tournament. It's sort of one of the biggest of the year, isn't it? And I would have loved to have played in it, but a little bit late at night. So I'm really looking forward to doing some comms and then probably enjoy a bit of a streaming party with some friends.
It's gonna be good fun, yeah. So these are players from all over the world. Right now, I know I'm in Montreal, so it's about 5 in the evening. We have players on the West Coast. I think that's probably the best time zone. Players who are playing in Europe or even in APAC as well. Their time zones are gonna get a bit dangerous here. So there's a lot of players playing into the wee hours of the morning, waking up early on a Monday potentially. So today we're gonna be playing single-sided Swiss. We have, I believe it's cleanly 100 players right now, and from those 100 players, we're gonna be going to a top 16 cut. It'll be 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss today. And then from that, it's going to be a pretty aggressive cut with top 16. For those who are not familiar, single-sided Swiss, every round is only about 40 minutes, and you're only going to be playing one side of the match. So it's not that classic sit down, play runner, then swap to play corp. It's only going to be one match. That means that there's going to be 8 games played today. You're not going to see a lot of intentional draws, a lot of 2-for-1s. A lot of these players are going to have to play at their matches. Real quickly, I'm hearing in the chat an echo out of the wazoo. Is the audio okay? I am not able to listen in right now. Is it super echoey or not? Let me know what we can do about that. So we had a big event just last weekend. There was a CO that Man of the Moon was running. There's about 64 players showing up. And I expected the meta that we saw last week to be pretty similar to the meta we saw today. And I'm just going to scroll through this list really quickly. On the right side, I'm focusing on the runner. We're seeing a lot of Anarch right now. I think we're seeing Hoshiko and we're seeing Glue. What do you think about that? I think that was kind of the expected meta going into this event.
Yeah, it's what we saw last weekend, isn't it? A lot of Hoshiko, a lot of Lu. And it's a bit of, say, a smattering, yeah, of Sable there as well. So pretty much as expected. A lot of precision design as well.
Yeah, Precision Design, Hoshiko, Lu, those were all some of the biggest decks that we saw last weekend. I know we were talking just a bit before the microphones, we turned them on, but on the left side there too, PD is expected, and we're seeing a lot of players actually pivot into Op, which is a deck that wasn't super well represented, I think, last weekend, if I'm not mistaken. But we were talking about how that's quite a good matchup. You know, Op decks can be pretty flexible, but one of the best things that these Op decks can play, which is really powerful into the meta right now, is you can play 3 copies of a Virus. That Virus Hate card, trashing itself at instant speed to get a 2-coster from your deck with the Op ability is a phenomenally powerful ability, let alone there are so many Virus decks running around right now.
Yeah, it's extremely good being able to play 3 of them straight up for value. You've got a lot of useful targets in typical ob decks. You
Yeah.
can get Tucana, you can get Skunk Works, you know. You can get obviously half run for your Stavka half run shenanigans. So there's a lot of strong value, I think, Regolith as well towards the start of a game just to get your money up. So you're never too sad to see Emma Virus. It's never a dead card, unlike other decks that perhaps play it a bit more reluctantly. So
Yeah.
I was expecting to see a fair bit of Ob here, which I believe is quite an effective deck against the sea of viruses we see from Lu and Hoshiko.
In terms of like the UK Nationals, which was a couple months ago, you were notable. You came in first place playing Precision Design, and if I'm not mistaken, Precision Design wasn't super popular at that event. I know that's a deck that you're comfortable on. Obviously, you played a very, very high caliber. That deck had a resurgence over the last couple of weeks. Why play PD? I think this is something a lot of players who are getting to the game and have tried it with System Gateway might have an understanding. But do you think that's a comfort pick? Do you think it's a straightforward pick at a longer tournament, or do you just think it has what you need, regardless of how consistent it is on its own?
I think all of those things, for me, it's definitely a comfort pick. I just feel very happy playing it. It lacks sort of mechanical complexity from things like Ob and maybe some other decks, like the bacterial programming. You just avoid all of that. If you're short of time, if you've got 10, 15 minutes to play your corp game, you can feasibly win with precision design. And with a lot of other decks, it might be quite hard to finish in time. So I think it's got a lot going for it. It has an okay matchup against Lu, although I think if you're really trying to squeeze out every edge against that runner, you will be playing some kind of ob. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see a lot of PD here. It's kind of like the old Panic Polana. I think it's a panic deck as well, right? Panic PD.
Comfort food is called that for a reason. It's really good, and it does feel good. It's not too bad. We've also seen over the last couple weeks too, a lot of the HB decks shifting a bit of their ice suite into some of the anarchs that they're expecting. Generally having slightly worse face checks. It's kind of nice. We're seeing more people play MIC. I think Braun is a 3-of is also pretty common right now, and that can be a struggle. We're also seeing people play things like Hagen, Gatekeeper, Magnets. Those are not too uncommon, but against that anarch matchup, those feel even better than they do in some of the other matchups for sure. Do you want to talk about those anarch lists?
Yeah,
Like
you.
the anarch
Yeah.
lists right now, I think are so fascinating because they're not just value engines. At least some of the board, I'm thinking the virus, the mulch versions, the loot, the aggro stuff like that. But we're like diving deep into the pool of viruses and playing something that's a bit more flexible, and the board states shift pretty aggressively. What's your take on these anarch lists? I don't think I've seen you jam them if I'm not mistaken, but they're a lot of fun.
No, yeah, I do have a bit of a leaning towards simpler decks for whatever reason. So they're very yeah, very mechanically complicated, lots of different options. They're quite toolboxy. They have a solution for every situation, whether it's botulus to get through annoying ice, or whether you want to start deresing lots of ice with tranquilizer, or just getting lots of money back with fermenter. It's a very toolboxy deck, not unlike Hive Mind Max of
Yes.
2021. I think one key difference, or one thing that makes me more afraid of it when I'm corping, is that you have access to an AI breaker that just gets you past a lot of annoying ice. Um, so it's a lot harder to rush it. When you played against Hive Mind Max, you had more rush game while you were trying to find her breakers. Against this, as soon as the they called, I've forgotten the name all of a sudden. Audrey. As soon as the Audrey
Yes.
comes out,
Excuse me.
they have a way of breaking any kind of ice. So that to me is what really brings it together. But there's a lot of different lists that can be played out of Lou. There's a slightly bigger deck being played out of Hotico that's been going around for a while. I'm not too familiar on what the niche is of playing it, what the advantages are of playing it in Hotico over Lou or vice versa. But yeah, there's a lot of different versions, isn't it? I think there's a lot of room to tailor it to your play style. You can play conduit and go really aggressive. You can try and control the corp with tranquilizer. There's a
Yeah.
lot of different ways you can go with it.
If I'm not mistaken, Janktivist last weekend took the event playing boomerangs. I think there might have been a tranquilizer in the
Yes.
list, if I'm not mistaken as well. But those, like, pretty flexible generals cards still go well no matter how complicated the suite around it works. We
Yeah,
haven't
he like.
mentioned criminal too much either. And I know at UK Nats, you're playing Sable. We saw Sable do fantastically at Worlds as well. And if you're expecting a lot of PD, if you're expecting a lot of HB, I don't mind to be on the criminal side of that matchup. What can you tell me about like runner or just generic good stuff criminal? Because we're seeing, just really good stuff criminal.
Yeah, I think good stuff. Crim is fine. I think you have a decent matchup into PD. Hermes is very very good against it, and again, it's sufficiently flexible that you can tweak it to what matchups you think you're going to face. You can play more or less Miss Bones. You can put in bankroll security testing if you think corps are going wide. Or you can leave those out if you think you're going to face more sort of Glacier or more PD, seems more likely. So I think it's fine. It has some problematic matchups. I think it's going to struggle against Wayland decks that are fast advancing very quickly.
Yeah.
So maybe some outfit, maybe some very fast advance Yob. I don't think we saw too much outfit when I was glancing down the list, but it's not good at interacting with that. But I found it to be quite serviceable if you feel a bit if you feel like the virus decks are a little bit
A
fiddly
bit
to pick
much.
up, then yeah, this is still a reasonable choice. Yeah.
Yeah, get your breakers, get up your multi-axis, put some pressure on, force some ice stresses. It feels really good. And it's the same similar deck that you might have seen if you're playing Downrunner even a decade ago, which is it's great that those fundamentals still ring true today. So we are, again, we're
Yeah.
just about at the beginning of round one. We have 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss. We're going to be here for a couple hours. I'm not even sure if there's a lunch break. I have to double check on that, but we're going to be running a pretty tight ship here for the next like 7 hours. Again, tomorrow we'll be back. If you're watching this, again, you are watching this on the twitch.tv/nullsignalnetrunner. We'll be back on tomorrow. We'll be starting about the same time. If you want to take a second and hit that notify button, you'll get that ping. You want to subscribe to the channel, get one of those Amazon Prime subs in here. NSG will definitely appreciate it. Apparently lunch break after round 3. That's really good to know. So after round 3, we'll be off a bit for a lunch break. It shouldn't be too long, mind you. We are only on 40-minute rounds, so today will be there'll be less dead air between rounds. We'll be going between round to round pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a half-hour lunch break between rounds 3 and 4. I
Are you?
imagine we'll have some.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what your thoughts are on single-sided Swiss. I know more and more tournaments now are trying this out as like, a competitive variation to double-sided Swiss. I'm a big single-sided Swiss fan. I like it a heck of a lot. More players playing more games. What would you prefer if you ran into an event?
I think probably leaning slightly towards that. For a long time, I didn't have much of a view. I hadn't actually played that much single-sided Swiss, but I do think just removing a lot of IDs and 2-for-1s is a good idea. So I'd be interested in playing in a few more single-sided Swiss tournaments myself. Uh,
Yeah, it's exciting to get
yeah,
the data
I,
in, but that's the big deal is a lot of
yeah,
players have to play more of their games. So we're going to see, sometimes it gets a bit more when you're in the last round. So you want to spectate top table and the top table players don't have a huge incentive to play. So this is going to be great. You're always going to get
yeah,
good stuff on stream as well.
absolutely.
We should be starting relatively soon here again. We're just scrolling up and down this list. We have over 100 players, it seems. More players are registering. I reckon that might be a bit of the delay here. But what's so exciting about this event is that we're having players from all over the world. Again, this is an invitation-only tournament. So for those who don't know, mind you, this year's invitations are starting to go out there, but basically organized play across the year at major events at Circuit Breaker Invitationals, or sorry, Circuit Openers, they're called. If you're the top player or the top two players if the event is of a sufficient size, you get your ticket. And this ticket you cash in January of the following year, and then you have an invite to this event. Already, if you get an invite to the event, there's some really nice participation prizes. So you're always already rewarded for just, getting their ticket in there. But again, these players are going to be playing a lot over the next 2 days. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the prize support allows a commissioned card art and maybe even a card design. But I really need to double check that before I say that
Ooh,
confidently on stream. But it's one of the best awards you
spicy.
can get in all of Netrunner to get your likeness up there. I believe the
We
participation
have
prize.
pairings, I think,
Oh,
by the way.
fantastic. Okay, let me refresh this.
Yeah, we've got them on ASOPs. Yeah.
I believe the participation prize, sorry, excuse me, the participation prize for this year is an end of the line with, I believe, MJP, who, if I'm not mistaken, won the Circuit Breaker just as of last year, and it is sick, and that'll be going out to all the players who qualified. I'm just getting notified it's not a card design, it is an art likeness. So you do work with the artist to get something that you're happy with, which is absolutely fantastic. So it looks like round one is up. Rodham,
Yeah.
do you want to take the opportunity to maybe say what table you'd like to see?
Wow. Should we start off with table 50?
Table 50. Yeah, you went down that list.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
That was just based on
Oh, perfect. Yeah,
little
let's do it.
conversation before. Yeah. Let's have a look at that.
All right, so I'm just going to scroll through these names here a bit while we're going to just set up the table. Would you be okay, Rodham, just to dive into the table and ask if they're okay to be streamed before we swap the camera in
Yeah.
there? Thank you.
Yeah. Do so. Let's have a look.
So again, this is going to be the first round of 8 Swiss rounds today. It is single-sided Swiss, so rounds will be 40 minutes. As you see here, this is Aesop's tables, which Sengren has put together to support the single-sided Swiss format. And each player will only be playing the side that you see written down underneath their name. They're not going to be swapping to play the other side. So the only results of any game are Corp win, Runner win, or tie. You'll see everyone on the left is playing Corp. Everyone on the right is currently playing Runner. And as we go through the event, the algorithm here is going to make sure that you play a balanced distribution of each side. So at the end of the event, every player should largely be playing 4 games of Runner, 4 games of Corp. So if you think there's any side imbalance, that should come out in the wash over a long enough period of time.
They are happy to be streamed.
Fantastic. Just give us a second. We'll dive right in. All right, I believe we should just be in. I'm going to swap the camera. And there you go. Welcome to round 1 of the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. On the top,
What a classic matchup.
Chat playing Glue again. The first time each turn you trash a card you're accessing, gain a credit and draw 1 card. A lot of the times these decks are just trying to open up with an imp. That virus comes down for 2 credits with 2 virus counters. That's 2 card trashes, and that continues to propel you forward. So no matter where you can get in, you just want to pry some accesses to push yourself forward. Precision design, though, 40-15, mind you, this is the system gateway special. You get an additional hand size, you get to take a card from archives, add it back to HQ when you score an agenda. Seamless launch is generally the one you're recurring a lot of the time. What else are you excited to recur with PD? There's some good assets you can get out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get a Rashida back, if especially if you can jam it that same turn. That can be a nice thing to get back, or perhaps an Anoetic Void, if that's going to help you score further. But yeah, as you say, Seamless Launch is by far the most popular choice.
And the game plan here is relatively straightforward. We have some of the best ice in the format. Some of the ice is relatively okay to face check on the first couple of turns. Once the board state builds a bit, that gets a bit more difficult. But we're largely going to be scoring out agendas efficiently in a remote server. We're going to try and score out 3 agendas on top of defensive upgrades. So we have things like Managarm Skunkworks. We're probably spending some influence maybe on something big like Anoetic Void and or Border Control, a very defensive barrier from the Wayland card pool. And there's otherwise not too many tricks. We're not seeing a lot of biotic labor. We're definitely not seeing big deal. This is just like really strong fundamentals. I enjoy the PD matchup a fair bit.
Yeah, I do as well. I think we did see what was it last weekend? A very sneaky what's it called? Scapenet to start
Yes.
removing cookbooks and things from the game.
The Uno reverse card, I'm not sure I love that one, but yeah, remove from game on a chip or a virtual subtype is incredibly relevant in this modern meta. Now, if we want to talk about Lu, right? Some of the virtuals that you're playing, there's some chips you're playing in that matchup. Things like simulchip are super common. Twinning for multi-axis, you're not going to see that much in this matchup. Generally, the multi-axis in Lu is just destroy things, come back, see more things. And then on top of that, eventually some of these decks can pivot to either a Wake Implant is sometimes common, but a Conduit is also not, you wouldn't be too surprised to see it on the power of Cookbook and Knob Korean getting more virus respect.
Yeah, I think it's often it's either Conduit or sometimes just no multi-access and just stop the court from doing anything.
Yeah. Now, I'm really excited to always see this matchup. One of the big things with Lu is some players play the Lu deck more like a combo deck. Again, you mentioned Hive Mind Max for those who've been plugged in for a while now, and that deck is really interesting. It sets up a bit, mills its own cards, and then it has a toolbox. A lot of the Lu decks I've seen are more just like play Imp, click 1, run Central Server, click 2, and you're just trying to force the opponent to be destabilized. You want them to res one ice too many, not afford to res their next ice, because if they can't res their ice, then the Hippos comes down, then the Audrey starts to spin forward. We're sometimes looking at 3 copies of Solidarity Badge. So almost at whatever cost, you want to get in and you want to start destroying things.
Yeah, I think one of the scariest starts the Lu deck can have against this is to get Audrey and Imp and just start charging it straight away. Because PD, obviously a deck that wants to go fast, it doesn't want to have to ice central servers really early, but if you start threatening that sort of thing, it will have to in order to keep the Audrey down. So you really you split the PD several ways rather than just allowing them to score out quickly. So I think, I think I was saying it earlier. I can't remember if it was before the mic or not, but this matchup I think is all about speed from PD's point of view. You cannot outlast this runner. You can only try and outspeed it. If you get to the late game, there will come a point where you won't be able to do anything anymore. The runner will just be able to check everything you put in the remote and just crash all of your seamless launches from hand.
There's like this abstract idea of a late game that Lu has access to with, some pretty good breakers. And then you have that buffer drive into Strike Fund combo, which is a very, very strong. It's like clickless 4 credits a turn or something like that. It's pretty nonsense. I don't know if we're going to see that in this matchup exactly. Generally, as you said, things go a bit faster than that. I'm also really interested in this Lu matchup. Pinhole threadings, they're not uncommon in the Lu deck. It just does work really well with the ability where you want to trash one thing a turn. So yeah, sometimes relying on those defensive upgrades can also be quite difficult. We were also talking again before the stream went on. Cards like Mavirus. I think we've seen some PD decks playing at least 1 at a minimum. I think 2 right now is probably the way you want to be. 3 is really difficult when it comes to the slots. But well, Veronica, I'm assuming she might have brought her Maviruses, and this is the sort of matchup where you're really happy to have even more than 1.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would expect we're going to see 1 or 2 in this deck. Probably depending on how much the deck leans on Anoetic Void. If you're playing 2 of those, then you may only have room for 1 Mavirus.
That's a pretty good card, right?
She can hear us. Yeah, not bad.
She might be listening before the stream starts. Good luck to both these players. They're both fantastic folks. Yeah, this is definitely a bit of an interesting and aggressive matchup. What's also really interesting to know, Jat, there is, I think, over deck sides, like over minimum deck sides. Of course, Veronica is going to be playing 18 points on 44 is the minimum, but it looks like Jat here, he wanted to play 42 is what the math came down to. So sometimes
42,
sometimes, it's less than 45. So you're still feeling good about that ID choice, but the difference between your best card and your worst card, you need to figure out what that delta is and kind of cut it down as much as you can.
Yeah, I can understand it. I think I took a 47 card stable to Euros or something. So I can
Yeah.
I can identify with the difficulty sometimes, and maybe you think you can just get through the deck fast enough that it doesn't matter. I think they're starting.
Yeah, it looks like time might just be started. We don't have an exact timer here, but mind you, we have judges, of course. Huge shout out to all the folks who are organizing this event. A lot of effort goes into this. I've been mostly talking with Radiant, with Sam, you might know, who's been doing a lot to run this event. So give shout outs in chat for Sam. He has a lot of work still to do this whole weekend, but so far things have been absolutely fantastic. Huge shout out, of course, as well to everyone who participated in this event. That's 100 plus people to come together to play across a whole weekend, which is absolutely fantastic to put a show on. And then, of course, folks like the tournament organizers, the judges. There's so much work that goes on behind the scenes, and we're gonna have a good weekend. That is for sure. And we're off. Veronica kept Jatcat. You love to see that. Both players happy with what they have, so we're gonna see a good, clean game of Netrunner. Give me 1 second. That audio might be a bit too loud. Chat, let me know if that audio is too loud. How loud is JNet on the stream? It seems absurdly loud. Give me 1 second.
Oh, you got the sounds on or something?
Oh yeah, I got the sounds way too on, I think.
This is very much a start that's taking Audrey Imp into account, really locking down those central servers. And there's the Imp straight away, just face checking.
Straight in, no res imp. That's all you got. Okay, it's still way too loud. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I need to jump out of here and go into the settings and bring down the volume and save this. Give me a second.
Sure.
I'm just gonna swap out. Okay, that might be rectified. I think it's louder now. Okay, wait, it might be better now. Looks like we should be back in it. Okay, so sorry. That opening we saw off the top an ablative barrier getting imped. Now we're charging the remote. Sorry, HQ Vovo getting res into the drafter.
Vovo drafter.
You love to see that. After you trash something from R&D. Again, drafter turn 1. Generally not that bad if there's nothing in archives, but now that ablative going back to hand, you're feeling okay. We get to build a remote server, and now Vovo probably is going to go down. Loose got the once per turn, finding him a virus too.
There we are. On virus at least confirmed in the deck.
I can't honestly tell which side that was a better opening for. Veronica down to 3 credits, though. R&D ice still might be hard to res. Losing a Vovo, losing him a virus.
Yeah, so it depends a lot what Veronica can find to put in this remote. Rashida would obviously be amazing. Tranquility Grid, not bad either to get the economy started off. This looks like it might be one of those things. He did keep the hand, so that could well have been for one of those 2 strong cards available.
Yeah. We'll see how Jad comes back here again. The econ a lot of times on these Lu decks or on some of these Virus Anarch decks is not very robust. We're getting their remote server. Spin Doctor, you're not going to be allowed to trash that, so that's going to deny Lu. But a lot of these Anarch decks, like specifically, aren't running Dirty Laundry. They're not running Sure Gamble. They're not even running Daily Cast, right? Like some of these neutral staplers are challenged because this deck wants to be running more Fermenter, get Virus Pressure, get the Knob Korea up with the price really cheaply. It's a very different economy. So if Jad can't get his teeth in, his wolf's teeth, like he it's sometimes tricky to spiral forward.
Yeah, I think that's in a small way one of the things that stops me playing a deck like this is I just really struggle to not put dirty laundry in a runner and Sure Gamble and things like that. I suppose that's me just being someone who's played for 10 years and being set in their ways. But
no, I know how you feel. Actually, very notably, that Spin Doctor was trash. Veronica let that go down. It was basically a credit for a card draw, build your own Hoshiko. But that's going to be a moshing, finding a finality, a mad dash, and a strike fund. So that's actually going to be a 5 credit play. You're 3 cards deeper into your deck, but that mad dash is a card that's sneaking into more of these imp-based lists. Get that agenda into archives and then
Very
mad
nice.
dash it. Thrown out a tranquilizer too. That's a big amount of influence there, and a double remote server push, 2 ice, and a card in it. At this point here, Jot wants to get a Knob Curry down. Jot wants to get the Audrey. Jot wants to get the oh, there you go. We can now run archives. It technically does not charge. The Mavirus is still in there.
That's true. Yeah, that early Mavirus in the bin is nice against this sort of list. You know, means you don't have to put like a drafter or something on there to slow them down.
Yeah. Now we'll see how aggressive he is. If he just wants to send it in R&D, I think Drafter's probably the worst case. That ice was not rezzed on turn 1 when Veronica, she didn't have a lot of money. In terms of the bad accesses here, Gatekeeper is probably not the worst to get that res out of the way. Hagen will eat your imp. That's kind of ugly, as much as that is a lot of money. We're just going to price here, finding a Paladin Strike Fund. and an imp and another price. So you have some good options here, and you can get paid for the 2 credits off the strike fund regardless. What do you go for here? It's generally the one of Paladin in the list. I don't know if you need a second imp with Knob Kree down. I think that kind of solves it for you.
Yeah, I think you can take the Paladin, can't you? Yeah, it's nice and early. One strike fund. Yeah,
Yeah.
getting good value from these strike funds. I think it's Paladin because the imp is a little bit. It allows you to track 2 things in a turn, but I think I'd be content with just having 1 imp for now because we don't even have breakers yet. Yeah, and he does go for
Yeah.
the Paladin.
Ja taking his time there. That's one of the beauties of single-sided Swiss. This game was definitely not going to take 40 minutes, so you might as well. Veronica, Rashida going off 3
There we
cards
are.
and 3 credits. She's in a good spot here. 1 defensive upgrade, an agenda, seamless launch. She's kind of off to the races, but Spin Doctor and Server 2, even
Spin
more
Doctor.
options here.
Hedge fund and remote. Yep.
Hedge fund remote,
Very nice.
15 credits. Here, the only play that really gets you is like you need a breaker and a hippo. I love the hippo in these loot decks, the way to be, suddenly you thought HQ was safe. Now you do have to ice that up again, and that will slow Veronica down. But Jad here needs to gain purchase, needs to get the Knob Kree, get that loot working for him. Archives is not a good target here. The Spin Doctor, you can run it. It will be forced to pop. So not the greatest pop here.
You want like maybe a botulus or a boomerang or something that's going to let you get in somewhere. Yeah, the Spin Doctor would definitely be used. So this looks quite good for Veronica, especially if this is a 4-2 agenda that's about to be scored. You really want to get on the scoreboard.
Now the 4-2
What
agendas
agenda's being played.
We're
I
seeing
think
some
we were going to say
interesting, agendas in HB right now. I think it's is the name Accelerated Diagnostics? No, wait, no, excuse me. Architect Deployment Test. That's it, right?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
So that card.
Well, I rate it a lot.
Yes.
But some people like Vitruvius, don't they?
That card's so interesting, right? It's the natural counterplay to things like Hermes, but even in this matchup where you just need to keep the Lu out is inherently a bit of an aggro deck. If you can stop them from getting accesses, basically none of their board does anything. So scoring at a 4-2 and searching for a piece of ice, let alone getting the next agenda their mode server sometimes is correct. Now, Audrey, you do need to get an access here. That access now is going to be a Knob Kree, going to charge up that imp. That imp will trash a card, charging the Audrey, just moving that virus counter around the board. And now with the Simul chip and the heap, we have access to no botuls, but pinhole threading.
Ooh,
you cannot trash it if it's an agenda with the imp, but if it is anything else, you can get something here. We're going to cycle the imp. Do you need to cycle the imp here? You can't trash an agenda, can you?
I think the idea was to put it. Was to put the
charge the Audrey,
the token on Audrey. Yeah,
this is so
bit of a risk though. If it was an agenda, then you would have been a little bit sad to see that. But good read.
Now Tranquility Homegrid trashing that for free again. The Knob Kree charge the Audrey. The imp hits the Audrey. You get the card and the credit. That's a really nice way to make that archives run, not access them a virus. You pinhole threading in it. Maybe you're happy no matter what it is to some extent. But Veronica here now, 3 ice deep. That Audrey does use virus counters to break subroutines, so you can go kind of deeper than this deck you think you can go even without any money.
This is, I mean, this is the kind of start I'm scared of as the court, because now the Audrey is going and you kind of have to put 3 ice here. And even then you may not be safe. You know, the runner might go R&D and then you have to res that, and then suddenly there are 4 tokens on the Audrey or 3 tokens on the Audrey and your remote's not safe. So
and this is where the snowball starts rolling. Mind you, the price finding a cleaver, a clot, a simul chip probably the most flexible here. We haven't seen a botulus yet, but it does get the other 2 programs. But the big thing here now is you can run HQ for a card and a virus counter. You immediately get that virus counter back and 1 when the Knob Kree imp trashes and pushes you forward. This is what you're going to see, and it's so hard to keep this deck out unless you double ice everything. So not only are you throwing out a steel skin, scarring and drawing 2 cards, you're going to get in here and trash hopefully a seamless launch. MIC. Big ice, that's coming down. That's a card and a credit. Audrey getting its counter. We're 3 Audrey counters. You could arguably consider charging their mode server here.
You could. I think he probably should. There's no, I mean, there's no ability to steal Ikawa, but I really doubt this is an Ikawa this early.
You could like simul chip imp shuffle if you really thought it. But yeah, this being an Ikawa early would be pretty rough for Veronica either way.
Yeah, it would. Looks like he's drawing, so maybe considering not doing it this turn.
Shot here again. This is what we talked about the deck not playing dirty laundry, not playing sure gamble. The amount of what it can do on just
Let
one
this
credit
one
is
go.
still really high. Seamless launch.
There's the
Veronica
seamless.
not getting challenge off for the office for 7 credits.
Nice.
PD gonna return a card to hand here. We see a couple options, mind you. Spin Doctor having access to the Mavirus is what she's picking. She has that now in her hand. So that card in server 1, you have to respect it's the Mavirus. This is where it's a bit tricky. If Jot wants to be really safe here, he kind of wants a cookbook, because when he encounters the drafter, you can purge the Mavirus. He can still respond to it. You technically have to res the Mavirus during the approach, which is a bit tricky. A lot of players kind of mess that up, but you can still simulchip to trash your Audrey to reinstall your Audrey, which if you have a cookbook, that does save you on the face check.
Yes, you come in on 1 token, don't you, if you have a cookbook? So
Yeah, just
that's
good enough.
probably what's being looked for. Yeah. Even just getting a botulus in the bin.
Yeah.
Or a botulus available, that goes a long way towards protecting against those blowouts.
Now you'd love it
Probably
here
looking
if
for-
if Veronica threatened the Mavirus and jammed another agenda here. I think that would the play I'd be most excited about, because I think the threat of the Mavirus
Absolutely.
might honestly slow Jot enough down that you could believe you have a window here.
Could be a luminal. I mean, the seamless launch remained in the bin,
Yeah.
but we could be pushing a luminal. That would be incredible.
There's
solidarity badge.
It is a
Yeah,
chip.
that's
It
another
can't
key piece.
it can't be removed from the game. We're gonna
Oh,
pin
here
all
we go
threading.
again.
We're hunting for the Mavirus. Let's see if it's an agenda or not. Mind you, you can't trash it if it is. But charging, it's another Tranquility Home Grid.
Oh.
She kept it in hand.
Nice.
So this Solidarity badge,
Yes.
sometimes it is a 3 of in this list. The first time each turn you trash a corp card, you get a power counter, and that's just going to be free card draw. Tags aren't going to be relevant, but this deck, all it needs largely to function is virus counters and cards in hand. So it's exactly what you want. Double draw.
You know,
Kind of frightening here.
Yeah.
Veronica's gone through half of her deck. We've only seen 1 agenda, no shuffles.
well, speaking of that, I mean, the runner, I've just realized, only has 10 cards left in his stack. it's
It's a lot of
6
drawing.
turns. Yeah.
Washing, Price,
That's
mind
cool.
you, is a 5-card play, right? Like you go through a lot, or a 4-card play, excuse me.
You really do. So is this Mavirus or is this an agenda? I think you probably put them a virus and then prepare to push an agenda afterwards, sort of off the back of it, because it's going to be really hard for Ziat to get through re-ice if there's a purge somewhere in the run.
Yeah, it's tricky. Cookbook, mind you, sometimes there's only a 2 of in some of these Lou decks. Sometimes even a 1 of. Sometimes there's only 2 resources. Again, I love the cookbook here. We'll see with those extra 2 cards that Jot crammed into the list. It doesn't seem to matter that much when he has, again, as you said, like 9 cards left at this junction. So here in the remote server, 4 virus counters on Audrey. I think Veronica could probably res all of the ice. If you have something interesting, an MIC, I think Wraparound is pretty good right now, as much as you could. Simulchip for a Cleaver is probably not the thing you're most excited about, but Revolver coming down for 3
Revolver.
influence. We're going to just shoot that drafter. It's only 2 credits. We don't have the money here.
You can't break this, yeah.
So Veronica,
unless there's a strike fund in hand, maybe. Is that what we're doing?
does Veronica have a
No.
Mavirus
No.
here? Apparently no Mavirus. So we're going to go through.
Breaking with Audrey. Oh, there's the Mavirus. All right.
There's an agenda in the remote server. That's a Mavirus. Yeah, that's the second one, or
Yeah.
sorry, the first one, the second time. That purges out everything besides the Audrey, which gets its counter from trashing that. Lou's going to fire. Solidarity badge is going to fire. We'll see here. I think this might be an agenda in the remote server. That's the 3rd Tranquility.
Oh, no. Real dedication to
Yeah,
picking the grid.
where are the agendas?
This surely there's one here, along with the defensive upgrade and icing HQ.
Yeah, you really need that. You're 1 Hippo away, and Hippo does not. It's not uncommon in some of these loot decks, but you don't see it everywhere. But yeah, if that drafter goes down, then open HQ is something you kind of have to address. So it's nice to get ahead of that problem here. There's the cookbook.
A lot of key pieces down now.
Virtual. So now the simulchip will get you a botulus with 2 counters. That breaks just about every ice besides Brawn. And Audrey with 1 counter means you can't get purged out. But drafter here, that's pretty reasonable.
Okay. Yeah.
2 credits.
Break 1 with Audrey, 1 with the revolver.
Yeah. Some bullets and some credits. Audrey is going to be its virus counters. Throw out that 2nd badge. This drafter in again. Breaking drafter for 2 is kind of the best you can ask in the format. Doesn't feel bad at all. This axis here, there has to be agendas there. Finding a magnet, though.
Yeah, I'll get rid of that.
What's going on in HQ? Has Jad only been missing agendas?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm inclined to think. Yeah, I feel like there isn't one in HQ now. I mean,
The
I think
math
it would
makes
have
no
been got
sense
to as
here. That's
well.
already is like
No, yeah,
half agendas, right? There's what is it, 8 in the deck?
8 in the
In the
deck,
game, I
so
mean, yeah.
maybe one in the remote, so possibly 6 in the deck.
So see if Jad senses that. Again, an Audrey with 1 counter and Simulchip. There's some ice you can't deal with. Whether a Gatekeeper fires here, whether you're upset about that, I think you're happy to get the Gatekeeper to 0 relatively quickly. What
Maybe
else?
the corp only has 1 card in hand though, so giving
3 card
Veronica
draw.
potentially 3 cards is not what you're looking for. But we're going to see what this is, presumably. I wonder if it's an expensive ice because it wasn't res turn 1. No, just a magnet. So that's another one that made sense to not res
So this is just
turn
going to
1.
be a card draw and a virus counter. Steel Skin, mind you, getting thrown out. You can do that at any paid ability window. Why not while breaking? Draw 2 cards. This axis here. If you want to shuffle the imp, you can start trashing stuff. Otherwise, this is just going to be a genuine axis. And Zat here doesn't have the click and 2 credits needed to steal the Ikuas. You always want to try and keep that in mind if you can, but we might see a Simulchip. It looks like we're just going for the axis.
Yep, just a run and another simul chip.
So Veronica here probably
Now,
scoring out. Now, that has to be the
yep,
Luminal. That is the
that's it.
Luminal.
That's big.
Veronica's on
That is
game
big.
point. Seamless launch to hand. Drawing up makes
Really
me
big.
think she might not have it, but if she advances this once, that is threatening game point. Jat will either have to challenge the remote server or trash the seamless launch in hand. This advance here has a huge impact on the game. It looks like might not be
No,
the last
no advance.
5-3.
No.
It's really hard playing seamless until Lu, right? Because you think you're going to hold on to it, but then if you lose it, it obviously buys them a whole turn. So sometimes you don't want to count on it, but it's nice that you have it. But at this point, I don't think Jat thinks he's going to lose next turn. But still, with just the Magnet R&D, he can put on a lot of damage. We're going to cycle the Audrey. Get down a Fermenter.
Oh.
Looks like he needs some amount of money here.
Yeah. Gets you so much money so quickly if you need it. Just starting on effectively 3 tokens.
Yeah, this is being done, mind you, on Veronica's turn. So now the Fermenter will hit the start of Jat's turn. So it'll be a click for a 6 credit button, which is pretty sick. Now you did have to trash the Audrey, which again, a big thing with these virus decks is you do want to be flexible with your board state. Nothing's permanent. So click for 6 for the Simulchip seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, now Audrey comes back in with a counter.
We're charging a remote server. Now
challenge the remote.
Looking at the bin, there's the Gatekeeper. We have a Botulus Axis and a Tranquilizer. Botulus here is probably the cleanest way. You get both. You break both subroutines if you want to.
Yeah, I guess you have a problem if the next ice is just some gear check, though. Either way, you have that problem, don't you? If it's not a sentry, you can't break it.
You're kind of stuck here, and you've seen 2 drafters. You're not expecting that many more sentries in the deck. So we saw ablatives, mind you. I think there easily could be an ablative on server 1. I think that's one of the ice we saw early, return to hand.
Oh, yeah. And that would be very strong, actually. Like,
yeah,
you could reinstall a virus, although you can't put it in the same server.
There's ablative.
There it is. Yeah.
So yeah, different server getting rezzed. It looks like it's going to be a Spin Doctor again. Veronica has been doing a good job keeping cards in the bin. Like there was a Spin Doctor she hasn't shuffled away. This is for this sort of ability. And that is going to end the run here. Jat now use all 3 Simulchips. So at this point, we're looking for a labor rights because he's going to run out of pressure relatively soon. We haven't seen a single labor rights. We haven't seen any recursion beside the Simulchips.
Most of them play a couple, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now, this Spin Doctor is going to be forced out. You can't let the successful run. You can't let them trash this. There's a lot of value there. So let's see what Veronica puts back here. Looks like it's going to be an MIC and a hedge fund.
Okay. Makes sense.
So now Jad here did not get his Knob Curry this turn. Did not get his Lu or Solidarity Badge this turn. 8 credits. We're like 1 buzzsaw away of trivializing R&D seamless launch. Do we have a double seamless? No.
No. Ooh.
Off-world.
Off-world.
Veronica, 6 points. Jat, no points yet. Seamless launch being returned to hand. This is the ugly score 4 agendas. Again, you'd love for that to be the Ikua. But Veronica's probably not on any 2-1. She's going to have to make the game about the remote server. That Gatekeeper is now going to be 0 strength for the rest of the game. That ablative barrier gets broken for a credit. The question is whether Jat can get his breakers together and can reset his deck with the Simulchips because Cleaver's in the bin. There's only 1 in the list usually. There's a virus in server 1. You're in a really hard spot if you want to contest the table. I think you need to break open R&D with probably with a buzzsaw.
Buzzsaw. Yeah, you could use a buzzsaw right now just to get your engine going again.
Running HQ, mind you, finishes mostly off the revolver, costs 4 credits. It does give you an Audrey counter that is worth a fair bit, let alone the imp and the badge. So we might see some pressure here. There was a lot of card draw in the last couple turns, and still, we're 24 cards in. We've seen 3 agendas, no agenda shuffle backs. That is lower than you'd expect. We're going for a late
There's
game.
the buffer drive.
Labor rates following again. Mind you, buffer drive you can actually use as a recursion piece in Panic if you need to, but we're going to shuffle back with labor rates. We added a cookbook to the bottom of the stack, and now we're going to add 3 more cards with labor rates. It's usually simulchip, 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 assuming the labor rates is still in hand.
Yeah.
Or sorry, strike fund, simulchip. Yeah.
Strike fund and 2 simul chips, yeah. So strike fund to turn on the sort of combo with buffer drive.
For the uninitiated Audreys, you know, this trash a card from your get +3 strength. That's a paid ability. You can do it at any paid ability window. So you can just do it whenever you want. And so if you do that on, say, the corpse turn, that would be the once per turn that a card has been trashed from your grip or stack, so you can put it on the bottom of your stack. And this means that you can technically do that, clicklessly draw it with Solidarity Badge, and do it on your turn and the opponent's turn. And you're getting this really, really ridiculous clickless credit engine. And this is the frightening thing, where now if Jot can transfer to, if he can start getting down fixed strength breakers, maybe, actually can just play a non-Audrey based, well, as important as Audrey is, kind of a reg build.
Yeah, leaning more into those reg breakers. It's also worth noting, although it doesn't matter in this matchup, you can even use it as a sneaky way to get clocked into play if it's in your hand against certain matchups. Well, there's a seamless launch, so
that's
yeah, we'll be very happy about that.
Could easily be the one recurred, could be another, but we're trashing that. That does give you Audrey. Now Veronica putting something on top of the Tranquility, 2nd upgrade as well. 3rd upgrade, mind you.
Yeah, this is challenging if this is an agenda.
Jot has a lot to do here. In terms of the agendas, we haven't seen what the off 3-2 or 4-2 is, whether it's a Vitruvius or an ADT. But here you're worrying about Managarm. You're worrying about Anoetic. We've seen 2 pinholes. So if you want to bring those back and make those relevant against defensive upgrades, it's going to require some recursion. Simulchip, again, we should know most of what the hand is. It should be Labor Rate, Simulchip, Strike Fund. The other 2 cards I think are unknown. A Buzzsaw's probably one of them.
Buzzsaw, yeah, probably.
So contesting server 1 is very difficult to be able to deal with Managarm, let alone Managarm and Anoetic. So this is actually tricky. There's a lot that Jot has to do here. Being on 0 points, it's hard to close the game out in a single turn, as much as R&D might still be ripe.
Yeah, it probably is, but your finality is in the bin. I don't imagine the deck would be playing 2 of them.
Yeah, this is where like you can panic and do a buffer drive thing where you put the card on top of your deck and then draw it with Lou. And so like you don't waste clicks. It's still, you know, it's probably very slow, and you still have to steal likely an Iqua this turn to have a chance. But contesting the remote server right now, that Gatekeeper is free. Ablative requires the Simulchip. The 3rd ice
you
in.
Use 1 token on the Gatekeeper, then you use the Simul chip up on the Ablative, but then, yeah, you still have to worry about whatever the other ice is.
So we're going HQ again. Drafter. We're going to shoot that. Nope. We're going to actually use the Audrey there. So that's the Strike Fund on the bottom of the deck. It is the entirety of the deck. 2nd drafter.
So what about this 2nd drafter?
Oh, I didn't realize he's out of bullets here. Yeah, the Simulchip's going to be used. Jot needs to do a lot in a single turn. Cycling the revolver. If Veronica has in the remote server, unless she needs a seamless launch in hand, that's an on-sell. Big sentry. Not that common. You see this. That's getting imped.
Yeah. I think he's just decided if that's the win, then it's the win, which is fair enough.
So here he has a chance, like, okay, so now he's used his Lou draw. There's always a chance that you buffer drive for like a Mad Dash or a Finality, but now he has to click to draw, which puts him off of stealing Iqwas if this is the game the remote server. It might not be, but we haven't seen a lot of agendas. It could easily be.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gambling on. I think sort of came to the same conclusion as us, that it would be too difficult to get into this remote this turn. So what does he do now?
Credit, just hoping for another turn. If Veronica, she has it here, whether she needs the seamless or not. Spin Doctor, we have more game. Ooh.
So just looking for that agenda now.
Shot betting for another turn. Looks like he's going to have it. And he's in a pretty good spot here. Here, if he wants, he can throw out that strike fund and redraw with the solidarity badge. So not even shuffling back with the spin doctor, just throwing in the bin. Advance. Looks like an Ikawa. We'll see if Jat
Yeah,
responds
that's
to this.
interesting to not shuffle, isn't it?
Yeah,
You would think if it's all about Hail Marrying on R&D, you would
just
put
get
a
that.
couple of extra cards
Exactly, yeah.
padding in there. You're not going to get the spin doctor back unless you score, at which point you win anyway. So
Jat now, game point in the remote server. This looks like an Ikawa. It might not be. Some players make it look like an Ikawa, so the opponent realizes I can't get it there. But, you know, the game is about bluffing. But this remote server currently does not look super defensive. Veronica only needs 3 credits to be able to score out, even less if Seamless is in contention. But Gatekeeper gets broken relatively cheaply with Audrey. A Blade Up, again, relatively cheaply. We know that there's a Simul chip in hand. The 3rd ice innermost and 2 upgrades. That's the hard spot here. And we saw Jot did the sort of like trash the strike fund, draw the strike fund with solidarity badge. So that's a lot of money clickless. That's clickless 4 credits potentially.
yeah, still a lot of work here, isn't it? It feels like the buzzsaw has been kind of missed here for a little while, just allowing you to not have to use Audrey on like Gatekeeper and Magnet, and he's going for HQ.
Yeah, there's always the play too where like you throw out the buzzsaw to Audrey just so you can install it cheaper with Simul chip if you need the money, which is it's good fun. But yeah, we're going through here. Revolver, $2, 2 ammo. The second drafter. Here again, you could Audrey this. I think the Audrey counters are so valuable this turn. I think you might just want to get the Audrey counters and then charge server 1.
Yeah, I think so. You get up to 2 after you complete this run, and then maybe you install a Simul chip and then run click 3 on the remote. That gives you, I think, enough juice to break 3 ice. But then the upgrades are still a concern because if it's Mavirus, you can't get in. If it's Skunk Void, you can't get in.
And if you don't have the imp counter, like you can't steal Ikawa, it's still really hard.
Yeah.
So seeing using border control, not trashing it very importantly.
Oh, he didn't. He doesn't have an imp counter. He used Audrey to break the second drafter.
I just assumed that he would like knob create the imp, but then trash with the imp to put it on Audrey.
Yeah.
But it looks like he wants to save the imp for later this turn, potentially. There's a labor rights.
No labor rights. But yeah, this time though, you can't gamble on this not being an agenda. So
yeah, definitely not. Steelskin finality. So there's a chance here. Well, you're definitely going to be drawing the finality. It looks like he missed it.
Yeah.
So this is it. He has a click and the 2 credits left here. He needs to steal all the points in a single run. Now, if there's 2 Ikawas, that is totally safe. It looks like there might be 1 in server 1, but this is a big run here. Core damage. Not sure what we hit there.
Yeah.
But we're going to see 4 cards.
Not a bad shot. Not a bad shot.
Vitruvius is a start.
Vitruvius.
Crashing Rashida. It's going to get you an Audrey counter again. Offer Loftus. He has 1 more run here, but he needs to find the last Ikawa.
Can't steal Ikawa. Yeah. Can't steal it without a click.
Now he saw 4, stole 2, trashed 1. So the top of R&D is entirely safe. We talked about how Veronica did not shuffle back in with that spin doctor again. Just getting non-agendas in R&D is super important here. But unless Jat can get the mad dash here, which would require him to like buffer drive to get the mad dash on top of his stack and then clicklessly draw it with Audrey Steelskin, and then he could send it HQ. Like there are lines here that he can actually pull this off.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Do we have any Steelskin or are they all in the bin? They're all in the bin, unfortunately.
Yeah, he just lost 1 to the core damage. Oh man, so he has to be able to clicklessly draw here and he can't. He lost all Steelskins.
No. I wonder if that was the plan. That's pretty incredible if there was a plan to Steelskin into Mad Dash and then just hit HQ.
Yeah, it's so wild.
Nice.
So here it's about the click card draw. Mind you, buffer drive, you can remove it from the game to add a card at the top of your stack, but then if you click to draw it, right, then your turn's over. So Jad has to figure out a way to clicklessly draw here, which is usually an Audrey thing, but we lost to Steelskin. So now there's no way to steal 7 points this turn. You have to just keep Veronica off of it, which is not very possible when she's on 13 cards. You got 1 click left.
You hope she's running in Geo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if she's on Geo, you got another turn. So Jat's thinking here again. If this is your last click, you definitely want to take your time. But this looks really, really difficult. You can just hope. You have no way to trash cards from hand, so even if Seamless Launch was required, and it's clearly not here, you can't stop that angle.
Yeah. Not sure.
The remote server, mind you, is unpassable, so Shot's just going to go in for the axes and hope that there's another turn after this. Last 2 bullets off the revolver. You can still throw it. Throwing out a botchless. Gonna break that Audrey. We're
Okay.
empty on all counters. Managarm from HQ. Veronica just has any dang agenda in the remote server. Paladin Puema's going to show it out. Does Veronica get game 1? Ikoi in the remote server, scoring to 9. What a game! Well played to both players. That was exciting.
That was good stuff. Yeah.
That's really good fun. Yeah, there's some wild sequencing there. The damage might have really mattered. Whether the spin doctor shuffle back mattered too. I want to know what that innermost ice is, but we saw border controls. I'm assuming there might still be anoetics in there. If I'm not mistaken, Veronica hit top 8 at European Continentals this last year, playing a very similar PD list. So this is definitely a wheelhouse that she is very comfortable in. Well played to both players.
Yeah, really good game. I sort of went back and forth a few times in that game, deciding who seemed to be in the lead, but Veronica did a good job of closing out the accesses, limiting how much the Lou could get in.
Yeah. Very tight. All right, fantastic. That is a great way to start this game. We have, I'm not sure how much time is left in the round. I don't know where the timer is. We might be able to jump into another match really quickly. Give us 1 second to sort it out. I think we have enough time. Table 6 looks interesting. It's Izzy versus Jai.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Ooh, it looks like we have a very similar kind of matchup. We're joining in the middle, so this is the board state that's going to be a bit difficult to parse. You have PD again, as he's been playing PD now for a while. We have a Tranquility, Managarm, Anoetic remote server. Probably not that different than what was in the last game. It looks like we might just be here for the winning play. Seamless launch.
Might just be winning, yeah. Oh yeah,
Vitruvius for seamless launch. Yeah. Short stream says Jai.
Well done, Izzy.
All right, well played. Izzy just getting out there, and looks like Jai is on still a mulch list. We're seeing the buff for drives. We're seeing all those cookbooks and virus stuff, but Izzy also figuring it out behind that big brand and that big remote server. All right, it looks like we probably don't have that much time in the round. What I reckon we're going to do, again, thanks so much for those joining in. This is just round 1 of 8. If things are going to go like that last round did, we're in for an absolute treat today. We're going to throw to a little break. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with the next round. So don't go anywhere. Again, this is the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. There's over 100 players from all over the world joining today in an invitational to figure out who's going to be on the top 16 tomorrow. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by former world champion, current UK national champion, Rodham. How's it going, Rodham? You staying for next round, right?
I am, yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. So we'll be back with that round in just a bit. See you in a second.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
to round 2 at the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. We just finished our first round again. Thank you for your patience. Second round is just about to begin. We have our standings coming up right now, or sorry, our pairings right now. Firstly, my name is Andre. I hail from the Metropolitan Grid. Super excited to be here on the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel. I'm joined by a former world champion, a current UK national champion, Rotom Appliance from across the pond. How's it going, Rotom?
Good, thank you. Hello, everyone, again.
So we just had a really exciting round 1. We're off to round 2. Mind you, we have 8 rounds of Swiss, single-sided Swiss specifically today. I also did misspeak. It's not a top 16 tomorrow. It's only a top 8 cut. So we're going from over 100 players down to just 8 players, which is such an aggressive cut. I think we talked that you need to go, I think X and 2 is probably, I think a bunch of X and 2s won't even make the cut, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I'm not an expert, but
Yeah,
it
me
wouldn't
neither.
surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me, which is pretty hard.
So we don't exactly have breakdowns in terms of IDs, but what we've been looking at, Op has been super powerful, popular. Asmari, mind you, is the most popular NBN right now. Maybe a bit of a surprise. On the runner side, of course, a lot of Hoshiko, a fair bit of Hoshiko, some Sable, and a fair bit of Lu, and then some smattering of a bit of Shaper there, some other criminals as well. In terms of the next round, Rotom, is there any single table specifically you want to shout out?
I was eyeing up that table 8 for something a little bit different. If you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm totally down. Do you want to just go and ask real quickly? Mind you, table 8 is Sokka. That's William, our 2-time world champion, versus Rip Netrunner on Essa. We don't know what Sokka's on, but Sokka has a tendency to play Glacier if he can play Glacier. So Biovaults, border controls, as Tech can run a real mean agenda suite. 44 cards is only 18 agenda points. That's only 6 3-pointers if you want. So we'll see if Rip Netrunner can get that Sabotage to connect, get some pressure off, and slow that corp down. And slowing that corp down actually is pretty interesting, potentially, with only 6 agendas to juggle. We'll see how hard that Sabotage hits.
They're both happy to be streamed.
Fantastic. Give us 1 second, and we'll be right in. It's table 8, right?
It is.
Thank you. All right, so once that is up, we'll jump into that. Otherwise, in terms of the standings, there's not too much to talk about. Again, half the players have a win, half the players have not a win so far, but there's still a lot. Mind you, throughout today, we're playing, this is one of the most international events outside of Worlds, so we're having players playing from every single time zone. We're going to see how that kicks in here. I know Sokka is from the West Coast, which is a preferable time zone for this tournament. I'm not sure where Rip Netrunner plays from. But we'll see again as the night grows longer for both you and I, Patrick Gossel. We'll see how that kicks in. We're seeing a lot of Op right now in the top half already. I think that's a really fun, interesting matchup. Mind you, we do see some Jemison and some Built Glass as other Wayland options here, but we talked about how that matchup is pretty favorable into some of those virus-based decks with a lot of a virus in there. A lot of flexibility also, whether you want to play full fast advance. We've seen some asset kill decks. I'm really excited. We'll see some Op on stream, I think, sooner than later.
Yeah, I think so. I think might be some 9 agenda sort of rushy scoring decks with a bit less fast advance, but I'm excited to see what people have come up with. It's one of those IDs where there's always new things to try.
We haven't spoken too much about Shaper 2. I don't know, Rotom, how much Shaper you play, but we're looking at like Lat, Kit, Samarasana. Not, again, too many surprises here. Shaper performed. We saw some Shapers in the top cuts when you played at UK Nets, just it feels like a couple, maybe a month ago. Those decks are really interesting. We've seen deep dive variants. It's the sort of deck too where the more solid generally the corp meta is. It's in some ways easier to capitalize as a Shaper deck where you have a lot of card slots they can use as tech cards they can pull out pretty consistently. What do you think that Shaper's got going on for it right now?
Yeah, I was a Shaper expert back in 2017. I used to play Kate a lot, but it's my least played faction since then.
Yeah.
I think like Arisana is cool, but one of the problems in my mind is you have a difficult PD matchup. You're not that great against asset decks if corps are going wide, so you need the right sort of meta, I think, to bring an Arisana, and Lat is usually a bit more of a generalist type of deck. But again, I think you have quite a difficult matchup into PD most of the time. The kit is obviously really cool, and I did try that out myself.
Yeah, that mind you,
a
we
little
did see
bit.
it at the top of UK Nats. That was Dan was on that,
Cable
right?
Carnage.
Or Cable Carnage? Yeah,
World
excuse me.
runner-up
Yep.
2023. Yeah.
So all the players who just played
yeah.
runner last round are now going to be playing the corp side. This is how single-sided Swiss works. So make sure that you play the other side as consistently as possible And it looks like we are into game 2. So we're just going to jump over. Mind you, on the bottom, that is Sokka 234, the reigning 2-time world champion. A master netrunner player for sure, but also I think he's definitely in his wheelhouse when it comes to things like Glacier, going slow. He cares about ice positioning. He cares about telling you what the game's going to look like in 2 to 3 turns. Asmari, mind you, not the most interesting or dynamic ID. You just name a card type, and then the first time of turn that the runner plays a card of that type, you get the 2 credits. Do you think that Sokka is going to budge off that event call?
I assume it would be event pretty consistently against
Yeah.
Essa, unless Sokka knows something we don't.
Sokka is
Ooh.
going to push out there. We're
he
going
did
to ice up
keep us.
HQ, mind you. There is some respect, some pressure immediately with things like Chestushka. It's really important that you do ice up HQ. That's going to be the event's call. Mind you, Ripnet Runner is playing Essa. Essa, a relatively new Anarch in the card pool, the newest technically so far. The first time each turn you separate core damage, you may draw a card and sabotage too. You almost always are going to do that when it's an option. And we're looking at some just overall sabotage pressure throughout the game. And then on top of it, we have some power cards, things like Finality, things like Chestushka. Those are things that you definitely need to be respecting. Mind you, Ghost Tongue and Marrow in the same turn. A lot of times you want to stack your sabotages. So that is 2 overlapping, which doesn't give you the Essa twice over. Dirty Laundry off the centrals, and there, a Rashida in the remote server Sokka. We really want to pay attention where those sabotages came from. Those were 2 from HQ. Going from the top of the deck, you can't look at those cards before you decide where they come from. So you have to say, I'm doing 2 from the top of the deck. You're committing to that. So HQ generally means there's not going to be agendas in there unless Sokka is using that to somehow spin doctor them back into his will if there is a doctor on the table. How do you like we saw a lot of Essa at Worlds this year. Kind of a bit of a surprise to me. Again, a lot of the European players really enjoyed playing Essa. How do you find Essa? Is it the aggression? I think also just the value of getting the free card draw and pushing yourself forward kind of feels good enough in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, Essa is tricky. I was playing PD at Worlds, and it's difficult to keep much control over things. It feels like, well, at least when I was playing it, you often end up leaving centrals open and just rushing out behind 2 ice.
Yeah.
Something like that. You just feel like you're so much on the clock. Your deck gets so thin. So yeah, I found it. I did win quite a few games against Essa, but almost all of them I felt like I'd got lucky, or it was at least like 50-50, you know, whether the accesses would have beaten me or not. So I think if you're trying to beat PD, you can do a lot worse than playing Essa. Don't know how it matches up into this. We don't exactly know what Sokka is doing yet in Asmari.
Yeah. There are, for what it's worth, a couple other Asmari variants modernly. I don't know if we're expecting to see 4 2 agendas. Mind you, that 44 deck minimum means you can just play 6 3-pointers, and that's quite a deck. I think this daily quest kind of suggests we're going to play for the long haul, so double ice on the remote just to deal with that Banhar pressure. I was going to say there are other Asmaris. We've seen re-education decks, whether they're Neurospike or Jupe Stads, but this looks like Sokka's wheelhouse again, which is going to be Biovaults or border controls, and then big ice. Things like Hydra are really hard to deal with. Toll boots are huge. Sometimes we see those cheeky rhymes in there just to make Benhar pretty frustrated. But Essa can deal with some bigger ice. There's sometimes Nooms in there. Sometimes the Begamuts get big. I'm not expecting huge barriers. We're running HQ here. There's the Hydra.
Yeah, so yeah, I've played a fair bit of this sort of archetype myself. I played it in Euros, so that does looks like what it is. And I think it's kind of good and bad. The bad thing is the game's going to go on for a while, so you're racking up more sabotage.
Yes.
But the good thing is you can maybe keep out the power events, right? Like the Finality, the Chestushka. You've got the ice, you've got the border control to sort of shut those out and just limit it to maybe small bits of sabotage that you can control from the hand. So I think this could be a decent matchup for Sokka. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, Essa's really interesting. It's one of the only runners that can generate that sort of value, generate accesses without actually requiring successful runs. And there are some like really late stage boards where there's too much ice, there's too many Hydras res that you're not breaking, where you actually will just, you know, use the unique rule, install a second Ghost Tongue, install a second Marrow, and just try and do as much damage to the corporation. Sokka is going to be very mindful that he can't be too slow, that he is going to have to push out to points. We also have to mention that 7th point in the deck. I reckon when you played that list back at Euros, that's going to be on what's it called? Echo Chamber as the 7th point?
Echo Chamber, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So mind
I
you,
think-
that's a relatively expensive asset. It costs 4 to res. It's only 1 to trash. And then you have to spend 3 clicks your whole turn to convert it to an agenda point. So the idea here is that as Mari deck is only running 6 3-pointers, and if the runner wants to win the game, barring things like Mad Dash, which sometimes do see play in Essa decks, they're going to have to steal half of the agendas in the deck while you get away with just scoring 2 and then getting that Echo Chamber to get you up to 7.
Yeah, it's worth noting Essa decks almost never enjoy breaking ice and tends to be avoided as much as possible. So things like toll booths, things like hydras,
Yeah.
we're not going to want to interact with those, even if the deck is playing like Lamb and possibly Behemoth. Like you just can't afford to run through ice with any regularity. So, and we see that here from the runner, just not trying to interact with this daily quest or face check anything at all, which makes sense.
Stall advance and server 2 on ice. That is looking like an NGO front for sure. That's the build to last special there, but we're just going to get that. That's 2 clicks for about 5 or 4 credits. Finality coming down too with the Banhar.
Oh, wow.
We are going to lose
Here we
that
go.
Lamb to hand, but we're just going for the accesses. Again, you want to make sure that you have always 5 credits to steal Bolognas. If you have a toll booth res tier, it's pretty expensive, and that will protect half the agendas in the deck, but we'll see if Sokka wants to res, mind you. That Buzzsaw is not going to expect to break ice here, but it's more so you don't want to lose it to the Banhar damage. No res.
Endless Eula for the kill.
Yeah,
But
so
no.
that'd be sick. Spin Doctor getting trashed, dropping you to sub 5. That's actually, as your first axis, that's a definitely sometimes a risky choice. Seeing 3 more cards
Yeah.
after it. No steal, no trash, just 1 Spin Doctor down. A card you're excited to trash when it comes to recursion, but Rip Netrunner not getting anything too meaningful there on that axis.
So could have been a Bologna scene at any
Yeah.
point after that and wasn't able to steal.
And what's really interesting sometimes after the finality is Sokka knows the next 3 cards on his deck are probably not agendas. Again, the Bologna makes that a bit more interesting. So if sabotage happens, you can just rip off the top of the deck. There's probably not another Spin Doctor there. Rip Netrunner, again, event is the call. We got an event, I think most turns so far, just playing Strike Fund for 3 credits.
Yeah. I think if you're Soccer here, you're mainly just looking for ice. You want to get double ice everywhere as quickly as possible to make Bankar less effective. More than happy with this quest just sat in the remote. So I think for now his plan is relatively simple, although obviously I had to think about the ice placement.
And Sokka when playing Glacier, he's pretty comfortable not to be drawing. Just setting up again. It's not built to last. You can't just advance your ice, push your board state forward. But we're going to see a bit more drawing here, I reckon, just because he does need to close the game out before the sabotage can get worse and worse over time. Banhar going to be targeting HQ. 1 card I love in Essa decks is Legwork. And right now, with the amount of draw we've seen, I do think you're expecting there to be maybe multiple agendas in HQ. The density in this deck is like 1.74 agendas per cards. So we'll see here if a big part of this game is to get that good multi-axis on HQ before Sokka can find a Spin Doctor or before he can find an attitude adjustment.
Yeah, so there could be like 2 in HQ, maybe between 2 and 3, something like that. The money is a bit of an issue at the moment for affording legwork. You just kind of need to find a bunch of events and play them.
Running hot, mind you, this is free. I think I might have missed that on the last play, but all the events here are 1 credit cheaper because of the Ghost Tongue. So that is just gonna be some card draw, some sabotage. Looks like sabotage
so 2
was
cards from hand.
2 from hand. Yeah, very
Soccer. So
simple.
no agendas.
And we see there in the bin, we do see that Echo Chamber. So we're definitely in Glacier Town here. That's the third, the next 2 copies of Daily Quest. And we see some big money cards, government subsidy, non-equivalent. But Sokka here, he might have a window to push in a remote server if he wants to overinstall that Daily Quest. The question is, does he need to? How slow can he play this?
Yeah, does he want to? Does he need to? He may want a 3rd ice first.
Yeah, just
he
to
could
be
just
safe.
advance this, presumably this NGO in server 2 just for a bit more money. Interesting. So is that just a Spin Doctor, presumably?
Yeah, you'd assume so. Uniced here. You're not going to get any real punishes for leaving uniced servers. Now, it's also worth noting if he is on Biovault, some of the Essa decks are playing Light the Fire. That's always very interesting. It's a bit of a hard game of cat and mouse, but the ice should relatively do enough. We haven't seen a Sentry Breaker. Some of these lists are only on Lamb and then the Buzzsaws they need. Charging the NGO front, just trying to keep William there honest. Server 3, though, that's a Spin Doctor. definitely not going to let that go down. So we're going to see 2 shovel back here. The Spin Doctor is the first choice for sure. Not sure what else you want to get back in here, whether it's more money. The Echo Chamber is part of the win condition, so that is going to go back. 23 cards left in
Yeah,
RD.
I
We've
wonder
gone
if he's.
halfway through the deck, running hot. Losing a Mad Dash, that's such an important card in this matchup.
Oh,
Now, this will probably come back to things like labor rights. You do see those in the list, but that's so important for this matchup where it stops you from stealing a whole entire 3-point agenda if you can get that in archives.
yeah. I wonder if he's playing border controls, because that seems like a really good card against this.
Yeah.
You see, like some slightly, like not bad, but slightly random influence in government subsidy. So maybe just had 1 or 2, to think. But presumably he's playing either BioVault or Borders.
Sakamanji Sabotage 2 from HQ. This is going to be a bit of a cold war. Just players, trying to, at least Essa, a Rip Netrunner is throwing in a bit of that sabotage every couple turns. We might not see that much running, unfortunately. We're also down to 3 hand size. I'm not sure whether, a lethal is going to show up at any point, but there is a limit to how much sabotage can be taken, and we've actually done a fair bit of it. We're not going to see a lot of hand size gaming cards in these decks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he doesn't actually have. So he's got what, 4 more ESSA triggers before
Yeah.
literally flatlining himself. But more realistically, it's probably going to be 3. And if you can't supplement that with anything else like Kachuska, then I don't think you're going to get enough sabotage. Like Sokka's just been discarding from hand every time. He's not bled any agendas. So I'm curious what the plan is. I mean, some of these decks, I think they play Time Bomb, which is another way to get sabotaged without reducing your hand size.
Yeah, you'd like that.
Yeah, because I think, otherwise I'm not sure.
33 credits.
Ooh.
Looks like we're going to save 1 on the
Yeah.
overinstall. 34 credits now. So just
Very
getting,
precise.
getting enough ice on their remote server. Banhar, the outermost, is always interesting. How we're going to break a Hydra. Lamb, very importantly, can break every piece of ice in the game. You're going to have to paint it, and then you're going to have to boost. I think you're breaking a Hydra for, 7 credits. That's still
7, is it?
a pretty
Yeah.
penny.
I think it's 7 for anything pretty much, or
Yeah.
like a maximum of 7.
So we'll see here. I think,
It's not-
Pharaohs is the best case scenario, but 7 for anything. There's ice on HQ. That's one of the pressure cards we haven't seen so far. There's 3 Chistushkas usually in these decks. We've seen 1 hit the bin. Some lists are on 2 finalities. Sometimes it's just 1. You generally don't see 3, but those are more pressure cards. Nuka going to show herself out, replace her with 3 card draw. Sokka clearly posturing for remote server. Begamot coming down. That's another core damage. So we're going to see where the sabotage comes from. Sokka's been refilling his hand, sabotaging from hand. I think his hand has 2 agendas in it, no problem.
Oh, R&D.
Oh, top
Does
of
take them
RD.
from R&D. So we got fresh accesses if we want to take them on archives, but doesn't do so yet.
Steel's going to Strike Fund. Rip Neverner throwing out 4 cards here, including, I thought it's a Time Bomb, but no, it's a Marrow, Ghost Tongue, a Banhar, and on second copy of Lamb. A third copy, in fact. That's a lot of influence on Lambs. We're looking at 6 Lamb influence. Sokka's just still drawing.
Wow. Not going for it yet. That Spin Doctor, presumably, and another ice. Yeah, so.
And whatever that
Gotta be
sabotage,
soon, hasn't it?
like on the top of the deck sabotage,
Yeah,
maybe you need that Spin Doctor here, but 17 cards left. When Sokka's going to try to score out, I think he's going to try and win the game in like whatever you need, 3 or 4 turns, like just jam, push, jam, push.
Yeah, he's getting enough money for the whole game with this, and then he's just going to go for it. I just realized Tollbooth is 10 credits for Lamb if he's playing that.
Yeah, is it cheaper to Buzzsaw? It's about the same, right?
Oh, it's
a bit cheaper.
Yeah,
even.
it's the same actually.
Yeah, 10 with the tax. Yeah. Sure gamble, mind you. We're getting a lot of money up Ismari. As uninteresting as the idea is, that's been printing. I would imagine whatever turn we are times 2. Daily quest now we're up to 40 credits here. Sokka gonna go push. Advance. Sometimes Sokka, again, it depends on how fast he thinks he needs to play, but it's not uncommon for Sokka here to push a Biovault. Now, if he did, he could do it on top of the daily quest. That obviously gives a read here, but I think you'd be happy to have both. So we'll see here, Sokka. If he doesn't advance here, I'm not sure what you're worried about in the remote server. Whether you do Echo Chamber as your first agenda, that doesn't seem necessary. When send a message is probably, the agenda you want to score here. Oh yeah, legwork, right? Any amount of HQ pressure here would be sick. As much as like 12 credits on a single Banhar with only 2 cards in hand is kind of difficult to get accesses on HQ.
Yeah, it's the cost, isn't it? Like you're expecting at least one big ice to be there. Maybe there's border controls involved.
Yeah. Yeah. In terms of the ice suite too, high strength code gates, Mess and Cheswo, that is a Sokka special. Maybe more either built to last, but Buzzsaw doesn't love that. Veganot, mind you, like fourth ice.
Whoa,
Okay, we're going big. I don't honestly
we're going
think
tall.
there's any barriers in which Begamot's going to be relevant in the NBN card pool. Most people don't play Endless Eula. That would be the disaster for the corporation here. But big barriers, we really haven't seen them in a long time since, I guess, Data Ward was the last one that left.
Yeah, not yeah. I mean, Endless Eula's bad because of Cleaver being so popular, and apart from that, you only really you might see border control, but no kind of big barriers. You're not going to see brands and things like that.
Rip Neverner just drawing up again, 14 cards up in the stack. 2 hand size means you're not allowed to hold a lot of tricks. So generally, if you draw, your sabotage card, you're running hot, you're just gonna have to play it, which puts you lower. There's the legwork. 11 credits on
Oh,
3
there it
cards, though.
is.
There's no way this connects.
I was going to say I'd be amazed if this actually got in still more with 5 credits to be able to steal a Bologna. I mean, this is 4 credits straight away.
Now you can break the
Oh
subroutines
no,
for
sorry, it's
4, or
Bankar.
just
It's
lose your most of your
bank
hand.
cards.
Was it
Yeah.
Chistushka? And a labor
Ooh,
rights.
and labor rights.
We're going deeper here again. 20 credits, second F2P. That's 4 more credits if you want to go through. Mind you, you could technically let the subroutines on this fire. It will mean you lose your breaker, which you probably are going to
You
need.
could float a tag.
Yeah.
You could float a tag maybe, but decides to break both. Now Tithe.
Wait,
I
HQ is
like
not
it.
as strong as it looks.
I had Tithe in my Euros deck. It's usually better on the outside to annoy Bankar, but
Wait,
yeah, I like.
do you think there's any chance that there's a second Tithe here? Because that's a flatline.
No, you can break it, can't you? You still have the.
Oh,
lamb.
you'd have to lam it. Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. But this
I mean,
this
that
toll
would be
booth,
yeah.
that's enough to keep Rip out here, right? Oh, Lamb Begamot, but of course, Bologna and HQ, no money,
Oh.
non-equivalent. Send a message as a steal.
Okay, all right, we got something.
Neverner getting points. Mind you, yes, Lamb can make anything a barrier. That's how we're going to break the big sentries there. Begamot at 8 strength is still going to get you through Surveyors, but we know there's points in there. There's a Hydra. You can break Hydra for 3 credits.
Yeah, you can do it once.
Now, Rip Neverner understands. They have a lot of work to do. The Bolognas are relatively safe. What's in server 1? It wasn't advanced. Are we going to see Rashida here to draw 4 more cards on mandatory? Then Mad Dash in the bin, labor rights and that back in is probably the only way you can really close the game out in the time that you want it to be.
I assume it's just an agenda because he iced, didn't he, HQ and the remote the turn that he installed it.
Yeah.
So I assume we were just like prepping. Yeah,
Safer
prepping
there
an
than anywhere
agenda.
else. Yeah. Turn 10,
And
triple advance in the remote server. Not a scoring pattern you see pretty often, but this means that you can advance, score, jam. The next agenda is it safer there behind Hydra and probably a second Hydra, maybe. For Rip Netrunner now, 2 hand size, 1 credit. Not a lot going for them. Besides some pressure.
need money.
Creative is nice.
That's
Click
money.
revive. That's money.
Yeah, I think you just need to draw events, build up money, and then you're just going for a big, like a finality or some sort of big play.
Now, Sokka is so careful about ice positioning. I have no doubt this remote server is going to have 2 taxing sentries in a row. Hydra into Hydra is the thing that Lamb Begamot can't deal with. HQ was surprisingly soft, right? Like, I did not think Rip was going to get in there, but the toll booth at the end was the real treat. But that is relatively doable. You can just send it through there. Oh, well, actually, the toll booth you need to break, so F2P is kind of relevant.
Yeah, it's. I don't know about completely soft, but
yeah,
you could go there probably once in the game if you
really
had a
need
good
to.
feeling about the win being there. Yeah, so presumably now the Bologna we saw is going to go in here, or maybe an echo chamber if there's one available.
Send a message. Sokka's going to be able to res any piece of ice. It gives you up to 10 credits of value, but it also does betray information. That's obviously quite important in this game. But you definitely will take a big res on the remote server, keep everything safe there. 17 credits can go relatively quickly, mind you. 10 credits on R&D.
Hydra, yeah.
Now, if Rip Neverender can throw out a finality while respecting Bologna credits, right? Like, you do break Hydra once a turn for 3 credits with Begamot Lamb.
Yeah, I think that's the line. That's before Sokka can score, you've got to be trying to build up for something like that. How many events are there still in this deck? Then we've got one short gamble left. We've got, I assume, 2 laundries.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's one of
got
them,
yeah,
mind
there's
you.
one of them. Yeah,
We're
got
checking
no strike
archives.
funds left.
We see some face downs there. Recently discarded a magnet. An echo chamber found its way back into the bin as well. So short gamble up to
That's very
15 credits.
nice.
Not too bad whatsoever. Triple advance. We've seen
Yeah.
this pattern before. I'd imagine there has to be border control in the remote server. We've seen next to no influence outside of Mavirus and Magnet.
Probably, and I assume this triple advance is planning to put an echo chamber.
Yep.
In their next turn.
Sokka can have it in 2 turns here. Advance, score, jam, echo chamber. Rip Netrunner still has to steal a lot of points. Again, if you can't mad dash, you have to steal 2 more agendas, of which there's only 3 left in the game if Sokka scores out what's in the remote.
He's looking for finality, presumably.
Yeah, I think you can land a finality here pretty easily, unless that's a border control in the outermost.
Yeah, that would be the stopper. There's only 1 finality in the bin, so probably 1 remains.
Yeah, we did also lose, mind you, 1 labor 8s, 1 buffer drive, so those are some recursion pieces. Those are both gone. There's usually more than 1 labor 8s here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So we're at the point where we can start counting influence, right? 6 on Lamb. We have legwork for 7-8. Nuka, we're up to 9-10, and creative, we're at 12 if I'm not mistaken. So there's not too much to work with.
Buffer
drive, right? 13. So
13.
No, we're just drawing
So
4 clicks. Take that,
might
Magic
be
the Gathering.
another creative.
Yeah.
Creative on Nuka, perhaps, as the last.
No, even a pinhole threading, like that's a really good target. Sometimes they'll sneak their way into acid decks. It's sometimes hard to keep that card in your hand if you're, risking core damage. But if this play here is advance, jam, you don't expect tomorrow's headline. Again, it's only 3-pointers, but if you can pinhole down that echo chamber, that puts a lot more work on Sokka.
Ooh, so now it's just the 3 Bellonas left to steal, which makes it a lot harder if you're trying to pick 2 of them. Also Hydra resed.
Now we know that Anju Marrow, trash a card from HQ, we know that easily could be the Bellona we saw in hand. That won't be scored out next turn. But that being said, if that is, again, the echo chamber, there's usually 2 in the list. We see 1 in the bin. Sokka just needs a whole turn and 4 credits to bring himself up to 7.
So the problem is, if you finality here, at most there's 2 Bellonas in the deck, and you need to hit
both of them. That's so hard. That's so hard. The Genesui in this deck is an absolute nightmare. Yeah, so the question is whether you think that's, again, you need to win this turn. Can you get pressure on HQ? Can you steal? Maybe there's a Bellona in hand if there's Echo Chamber in the remote server. Maybe there's 2 Bellonas in hand. Mind you, there's only 12 cards left in R&D, but you still need to get through all this ice and have the requisite 10 credits. Now, if you have access to Mad Dash, you can Mad Dash HQ, just find the single Bellona, which I honestly don't know if the Bellona's in server 1. I think Sokka threw out the Echo Chamber. I think that was his choice, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah.
I might be missed it. It's hard to follow sometimes that, but I'm not sure if that was sabotage from the top of the deck. I think Sokka's been just discarding from hand.
Yeah, it would be reasonable if you think the Bellona is safer in the remote, then you just take it out of HQ. You don't risk these sort of desperate mad dash plays. You just put it in here behind 2 Hydras and who knows what else.
Now, mind you, Hydra, you actually have to break the subroutines. The first gives you a tag, the second ends the run. So you have to break at least 1 subroutine, which we haven't seen a killer so far. Lamb Begamot will deal with 1 of them. We also haven't seen a lot of influence. They're expecting border controls probably on the remote server sooner than anything else, which means that server is nearly, I don't think you could run it this turn.
I don't think so. His deck actually looks quite a lot like the one I was playing. Yeah. I didn't have government subsidy for influence, but the Ice Suite is consistent.
So see here, Rip now 4 clicks, understands that this can be the last turn of this game, potentially. Pinhole threading, we only have 3 cards left in the stack, so if you spend all your turn drawing, you're going to get every single card. So you have access to everything. We're going to start with the Labor Rates, trashing the rest of the deck. That was Creative, Finality, and Steel Skin.
Steel Skin, interesting.
Now we're shuffling back Finality, Chastushka. Really hard to make that matter on the final turn here. We don't have a Pinhole threading, but if you want to go Finality R&D, just like you said, you have to steal 2 Bellonas back to back. We're drawing up, so he did not get the Finality there. Or they did not, excuse me. Finality. We're sending it. Sabotage 2 here. There's 1 click left. Sabotage came 2 from HQ. That's a toll booth. Fire all. Benhar's going
So
to go through
that-
for 3 credits. That leaves you enough to steal Bologna, but not 2.
No, it leaves you too poor to steal 2. Yeah.
Now, you could find an echo chamber here on the top of the deck. That'd be nice, but you're just 2 credits shy here. Again, you need to have a chance of accessing with 10 credits. No mad dash C4. Nothing.
Oof. Nothing seen. I guess you try archives, but
Now, Sokka has 1 card in hand. If that's the Bologna, that's not going anywhere. We're checking archives, but these were all from hand. It's a non-equivalent of hedge fund.
Yeah.
Does Sokka here have the flip? Echo chamber and their most server. It was a Bologna in hand. Good
Bologna
game.
in hand.
Wow, well
Nicely
played to both
played.
players. 25 minutes, not too long of a match there. Yeah, I think there's like some wild lines there where you like mad dash HQ, but it's really, really difficult. You need to get that back in. But yeah, it's hard line to figure out whether Bologna's in their remote server or in hand. It looks like the echo chamber was the push out there. Well played to both players. Sick. That wasn't too long. Turn 14. That'll do. You got to play Glacier within single-sided Swiss. You can figure it out.
Yeah, Sokka knows what he's doing.
So I've heard. You
Uh,
want to jump into another table? We got some time in the round for sure.
Yeah, we can do. Yeah, anything that takes your fancy.
Let me see. I think table 14 might be a good spot. We have Wiki versus Abraham, Man in the Moon.
Want me to go and ask?
Kindly, thank you.
Okay.
All right, you're just tuning in. Mind you, we're about a bit more than halfway through round 2 here at the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We got 8 rounds of
yes.
single-sided Swiss. We got a yes. All right, we're in.
This is a rig.
This is a rig, that is for sure. So here on the top, 4 clicks, 2 points. This is a wiki. This is the North American Continental Champion from last year. I forget exactly what the title was, but it was the big event that happened right before the new rotation. And an absolute grinder from, I think, the Pennsylvania area. She kicked ass in that event. We're running HQ. It's a Winchester. We got leeches and echelons. Still relatively expensive to get through this. And Abraham, Man in the Moon there on op. We're halfway through the deck. Second Winchester there. East Coast Nats. Thank you. That's the title.
So this is a different sort of ob deck. I see 3 urban renewals in the bin.
Oh, yeah, cool. So some amount of acid damage. We're going to go play what's happening? Twinning, see border control. No twinning use, border control, going to maw a different card. So there's a lot of value here on the HQ run. We also see anvils, which are not super, super common, but a really hard thing. At least you have such a built-up board state to deal with that. But Benhart deals with it relatively well. This forces you to trash your board. Man of the Moon is definitely trying to... This is the sort of like facet op deck, right? Where it's a mixture of fast advance and damage with like urban renewals, and then you play like Rokokos and Ozief for damage
yeah,
and reach.
Yeah, I think I know from Worlds. Was it Tuno?
I think so. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I saw its decks.
Like there's a plan of resolving an urban and audacitying
Exactly.
Azef and just winning. Yeah, so that looks to be looking a bit hard pressed here though. Just on 1 credit against a fully set up runner and a purge.
Yeah, we're gonna go get for purge. We talked about this viruses being so keen up, and we have 2 in the bin right now. Again, 3 urban renewals out means that the win condition here is pretty difficult with only 1 credit. Wiki, I don't know. She really needs to do much on this board state. You really want to run once a turn. We have that twinning building up. Miss Bones for assets. Banhar. We'll see where we put that. Hoshiko only 4 cards left, and eventually Hoshiko's text only becomes a downside if you're not like labor rights cards back in. We look at her bin too. She lost 2 boomerangs. Might have been to damage, maybe to some border controls. But just value based good stuff.
Yeah.
Hoshiko for sure.
Yeah, Diesel in there. Just a very reg looking deck.
Dirty laundry into the bin. Those leeches are now going to be long living with their counters, but we see Magnet, a border control, and Tithe. So just some ice here, but both players still need to get 5 points more onto the table.
Was there a rhyme in that deck originally then?
Okay, I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
Rhyme has been sneaking in as like Banhart tech, right? And a whole bunch of decks. Now this
yeah,
anvil,
it's sort of an ob target, I guess, as well, isn't it?
yeah, it says 0
Like
on it.
you didn't. There's no 0. Yeah, there's no 0 ice really, apart from rhyme and pop up window. So
This is gonna be
yes, maybe.
relatively expensive run. Now you need to make sure you're not running into anvil too late in the turn. Abraham's going to use it. Man, the Moon's going to use it to trash another anvil in their mode server to get a magnet on the outermost. That's only broken for 1, but this is going to be 2 cards. Now the sandstone will be 5 strength, so if we're going to cleave through it, it's going to be, what is it, 5 credits? It's a bit. Now we're going to see definitely 3 cards here with the twinning. We're going to real get some good accesses here. Mob will fire on one of these most definitely, but this could be it. Again, R&D is always so nothing. I was going to say R&D is always like
Wow.
so juicy when it comes to op because you're pulling these non-agendas out of your deck, right? So we now know for the next like
Absolutely.
3-4 turns, Wiki doesn't have to do much here. The top of the deck is totally safe.
Yeah, absolutely. You could check HQ to make sure the last card isn't and get a Steve trigger, but
Yeah.
it does feel like there's very little pressure on the runner to do much at the moment. How does the deck? So if you've got all your urbans in the bin, what is the scoring plan with this deck? Because I don't know it in a lot of detail. I guess you've got Audacity,
You have
but that's
Audacity.
also quite hard.
Yeah. Some of them also have Slash and Burn as well, which is, again, also hard. When it comes to 3-pointers, I think some of them are on SDS. Eventually, if you can trash one of these programs, I think we're pretty short from like Trojan Horse, which I don't think was in those lists. It's going to be
Sure.
difficult for sure. Man in the Moon has a lot of work cut out for him. Now, Wiki only has 5 cards left. We have Leech on HQ. It's still a pretty expensive run. For 6, you're getting good value from it. You're getting your Fenris, you're getting your Maw. What's going to be really interesting here, though, is if Wiki has another companion. I think Trickster Talk is the one you want here, because eventually you're going to actually run out of ways to charge the twinning for the rest of the game. Paladin only has so many installables. Mystics, there's only so many events to play.
Yeah, normally you'd use Boomerang to keep on using Paladin.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't imagine there's a third one in the deck.
So both companions getting their credit
I
here.
guess you could get Boomerang back on Steve if you want. And
Oh,
just
that's
keep
sick, yeah.
reinstalling it.
That's a not unreasonable way to deal with Winchester too. You get through most of it, of course. You could, yeah, it's doable. You definitely want to keep your console around, but if you trash it, technically it gets a fair bit cheaper. But that Maw is doing a lot of damage. Now, one of the cards in HQ is known. The other one, I think, is probably unknown. We're going to raindrops here. Let's see if some of these
Okay,
subroutines
yeah.
will fire. You don't want to let them fire. You have Link, but these are good subroutines.
Yeah, you can just leech and break
Yeah.
for 3. Not too bad.
Winchester hard to deal with. List doesn't look like it's on Hippos, so they're going to stand for the whole game. Going to pay 3 a pop. Going to get 2 leeches back. Let's see if we go for the 2 boomerangs here. Yeah, I think that's a really smart play when you're trying to deal with Puemo. Looks like we're going to go for 2 sure gambles.
Great value.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 gambles.
Just money.
Also makes sense. And also another twinning counter if you wait for your Mystic to gain a credit next
I think,
turn.
yeah, she got it off the raindrops.
Yeah, you still have a lot of juice left. So
Yeah.
the plan is just going to be to lock R&D.
Yeah, locking already is totally doable. Like the Anvil, Man in the Moon can't. It's annoying, admittedly, for sure, but you can get rid of some of the extra companions at the end of the game, miss bones as well. Would you mind if I changed my
Yeah,
Steve
you've
choice? That's interesting, because
You've
like
got a ton.
technically the opponent made a decision, but obviously it's not a decision. It's 2 sure gambles. So
Yeah,
we'll see here again. No new info. That's the
no
call.
new info.
Loves to see it. Seems fine. Yeah, we're gonna roll that back again. We haven't had the access yet, so we're just gonna have to rerun that. But the agendas, where are the agendas? Like
Where
only
are
one
they?
spin doctor's been
Yeah.
used so far. Where are the agendas? And like this is just an op thing, right? Like we tuned in halfway through the game. We don't know how much op has fired, but the more op fires, the more cards that come out of the deck that are not agendas. So there's a chance one twinning run is going to get you 6 points, no problem. We just
Yeah,
know the
I
next
assume
2
they're just
cards on R&D, if I'm not
buried.
mistaken.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I assumed just plain bad luck last time, but if you keep hitting R&D like that, it's
Yeah.
not going to be long, I imagine.
There
Unless
you go.
Boomerang does come back. Yeah,
Wiki pivoted for the double boomerang, accessing an Audacity. Seems better. Yeah.
seems better. Fair enough.
Now, what's very important for the uninitiated, whenever you access a card and don't steal or trash it, not in archives, Maw will go off. And this card actually requires you to do some sort of random stuff. If Wiki rolled the Audacity that she was currently accessing, she would know that she trashed it. So now we know for sure. Oh, no, it's in the bin. The chat log just doesn't tell you,
It's
apparently.
in the bin. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the chat
Yeah,
log
it
used to tell you
doesn't.
that.
I don't think so, but I always just look at the bin
Yeah.
and yeah, we can see.
So we know that is technically a win condition that now Man of the Moon has lost from hand. We're going to install that Boomerang on the Paladin. That gets you through Sandstone, saves you a couple credits. We'll see if the Anvil Heal is relevant. You don't really want to be running this last click. Second to last is probably okay. Very interesting too is if Man of the Moon uses the Anvil and uses the Op ability, that forces a shuffle, which means that the top 2 cards in R&D are now fresh, which is something I don't think he can afford to do into that twinning.
That's true. Yeah.
Is this run
I
good?
mean, it's also. I think, yeah, it's easy enough just to ditch your spare. Like, you can probably get rid of the daily cast, or Ankar's not going to have too many more uses. So I think you've got enough spare stuff you can pitch before the game ends, you know.
So if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken, those
nothing.
twinning counters were used to see 3 cards, but I think we knew the top 2, so that was only 1 new card.
Was it exactly the top 2 that we knew? It might
I
have been.
think so, right?
Oh.
So that's like relatively expensive. Now, Man of the Moon is just going to sit, tight and just purge out. Again, the server that's easiest to run is HQ. I do think you can run RD for 1 credit if you get the Boomerang on the Sandstone every turn, but there's not much you have to do here besides click for credits, maybe charge the 20 and wait. Because the top 3 of R&D are totally safe here. You're not going to lose money to Hoshiko. You can just hit credits. You want to charge the 20 once a turn if you can.
Credits. I think, yeah, I might have drawn for the Boomerang and just installed it on the Sandstone to get my twinning and then take credits, perhaps.
Yeah, there might be
But
some respect that's not like
unlikely,
extracted or trashed, so you lose it. But yeah, it's definitely an option. It's just to charge the twinning, of course.
Yeah.
So Man of the Moon here now holding the second card that's known. That went into remote server, so I believe that Wiki should know what this card is. She chose not to trash it. If I'm not mistaken, this could be 1 card in HQ that she just missed on a couple accesses in a row. But now it's 16 credits, something in the remote server now. That remote server looks relatively easy to run. You're not going to get leech counters, but technically if you run that server and don't steal or trash, that is a very easy server to maw.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see a check of this remote server. You just don't need to take any chances.
Now we'll see if the Boomerang comes down. If you commit the Boomerang to that innermost ice and then Man of the Moon does not res, you basically lost that Boomerang, which is something you kind of want to avoid at this point in the game, especially where Hoshiko will draw you that Boomerang every turn if you have no deck left. It's a really nice as type situation. But we'll see if the check is here. Man of the Moon can res just about any ice in the deck. We're going to draw up 16 credits, mind you. Whole rest of the deck with the 5 cards in hand. Paladin's hungry, Mystic's hungry, Raindrops are checking their mode server. Rhyme will fire, so actually doesn't really matter. You have no cards to draw.
Yeah. No, it's just 2 credit play or yeah.
There can't be a lot of time left in the round here. Fire all, mind you, Rhyme does increase the strength of ice, but just lose a credit, doesn't really matter. Can't break it actually. You don't have a breaker that breaks this. Innermost here, I think if Man of the Moon spends any credits, you're pretty happy.
Oh. Here is Sam. Maybe to give a 5-minute warning. I don't know.
Do we have to respect here like Stavka half run? Is there a chance we see a blowout here? Because there is a 3-cost res. If this is a Stavka, there's a chance that Wiki loses her rig.
Possibly. I can't remember if that was in the deck, but yeah.
Envelopment though, 6 strength. That's going to be quite expensive. Oh, Cleaver's also 6 strength, mind you. Wait. No, she just paid. Yeah. That's very expensive. It's a Drudge Work. So we're going to trash it with Miss Bones. Now, Drudge Work, mind you, if there's no agendas in hand, it doesn't do anything. It is something that you can trash to Anvil if you want to look for a 1-coster, but Boomerang, this is a really interesting run because this is last click, which means that you can actually use Anvil to trash something to get something guaranteed on the table. If there was like a 1-cost ice here, this means a free Spin Doctor or a free Rashida would probably be even better. But we'll see if we can use this. I don't think we're going to like trash a 4-coster to get a Bast Chiraboga. We just don't have the money to do that.
Yeah, there's no trash that would give you a Rashida or a Spin Doctor, fortunately.
Yeah.
So that may be. I think this is 2 fresh cards now, is it?
Yeah, that sounds. It could be up to 3. Because I think on the Purge turn, she took off.
Yeah.
Anvil broken for 1. Timing around is called here. Unfortunately, that's a Wiki's last click. Now Man of the Moon can just do anything to Audacity out here. So we're going to trash a 4-coster. I don't know what relevant 3-coster here. It's a border control.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
so this is going to be a tie, is it?
It might just be a tie unless Man of the Moon top decks now and has an Audacity in hand because those are fresh cards on top of R&D here. There was just a shuffle.
Possible, yeah. That is really unfortunate for.
Yeah, Man of the Moon holding on here. Now, time is called. The active player finishes their turn, and then their opponent gets one more turn. So, Man in the Moon here just needs to have Audacity in a 3/2 or Slash and Burn. But most of those cards, there's only one
Oh,
unknown card in hand.
yeah, you can't actually Audacity, can you, from 3 cards in
Oh,
hand?
yeah,
So
right.
it would have to be Slash and Burn, Roaring.
Or Hostile, but that's too
No,
late now. Hostile Audacity. That's going to be a tie. 2-2.
wow. Okay.
14 cards left in RD, one Spin Doctor out, and only 2 agendas. What is going on?
Yeah, Abram apologizing. Just very unlucky for
Yeah.
Father. Complete control of the game, but just nothing on R&D.
Yeah. No, that can happen for sure. Yeah. Sometimes R&D just doesn't give you the agendas, and that's definitely going to be one of them for both players. But good game to both. Again, taking a tie there, that's definitely better than a loss. I believe it's 1 point in the structure, if I'm not mistaken. So not a win, but it could be worse for sure. So both those players definitely still have a chance to make it till tomorrow. Both very strong players. Well,
Might be the point that gets you into the cut
yeah.
if you have 6 wins at the end.
Yeah, you're like 6-1-1 it's better than 6-2, that's for
Yeah.
sure. That is the end of
Sure.
round 2. Again, we have another round coming up. I believe the break is after that. This is only round 2 of 8 rounds tonight at the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. Rodham, is this your last round, or are you in for one more?
No, this is my last scheduled
okay.
one, so I assume someone else is joining. I'll be back for the first round tomorrow.
Awesome. First, congratulations to you, a stellar player. You've had a great competitive season as UK national champion this just a couple of months ago. But Patrick, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. So I'll be excited to share a microphone with you tomorrow as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Been a real pleasure doing comms with you, Andre. And
Cheers.
I'll enjoy watching the stream for as long as I can stay awake tonight.
Ace. Well, glad to have you. And on that note, we'll be back in just about 5 minutes with the beginning of round 3. We're going to throw it to a break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 3 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2024, a massive invitational tournament here on Null Signal Games Network on our Twitch channel. Over 100 players from around the globe have been competing to get their invitational, and this is the reason. We're going to be down to only 8 players tomorrow, but we have a lot more of single-sided Swiss today. My name is Andre from the Metchball Grid. I've been mixing the stream together. I'm going to take a bit of a backseat on the microphone in the next couple rounds, but we're joined by fantastic guests. Firstly, Cord Gang. How's it going? Welcome to the mic.
Pretty good. Thank you for having me.
Really excited again. We're going to jump into the round real soon. Also, Vale from all the way down under. Vale, how's it going?
Fantastic. How's everyone doing?
We're doing good. I know y'all may have been watching the first couple rounds. We've had some really exciting stuff. We've been talking about how the meta is like, it's not too surprising. We're not seeing the spiciest of decks so far, but we're seeing such a high quality caliber of play, it's an absolute treat. Now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of purple seemingly rising to the top, which I think for a long tournament like this, you want to take something that's kind of like fairly comfy and consistent as well against like a wide variety of decks, which like just the speed you can go at in PD and also in Asa here I'm seeing is just it's just really cozy. It's nice. And then to nobody's surprise, quite a lot of Anarch as well.
Yeah, I think we don't have the distributions yet because we don't have this up on the Cobra or tournaments at Null Signal, but you kind of can just look at it. Right now, what's also really interesting is so far we have maybe a quarter of the field that are undefeated. And looking at those top, again, this comes down mostly to the strength of the schedule. We're seeing a lot of op and a lot of criminals right now at the top. They have a good HB matchup and a good op matchup. It's, it's all over the place sometimes, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Sometimes without like the centrals do end up just getting like a little too vulnerable and you can really lose there if you try and rush out too fast or not. Yeah, 3 Sables in the top 5 is fascinating. I'm really curious to see if that lasts.
There's a lot of work still to do for sure. So I think we're saying to make it to the day 2, you can still lose 2 games, which means at this point in time, technically everyone's largely within contention if they're gunning for day 2. Again, a lot of people come here just to participate, just get involved in organized play. Participation prizes are also pretty sick, but it's still anyone's game. On that note, I know the pairings are up. Do y'all have a game that you want to dive into? We have the rounds up here. There's still a lot of tables.
I had my eye on I believe it was table 3, Chris Drevis's game. Just I know we've seen some Lou already, but I am very curious about this Asa deck. I've seen some of the stuff Chris Drevis can do out of Asa before, and they are very adept with it. The other one I was looking at was table 7, Ag Infusion versus Lat. But Vale, if you have any thoughts, I'm happy to go with those too.
Either of those sound like fantastic games. I'm sure the Ag Infusion game might go long, so possibly we can start on the other one and
that sounds
jump
perfect.
over.
Yes. Shall I hop in?
Would you be so kind to ask if they're good to go, and then we'll move
Yes,
the camera
yes,
over there.
absolutely.
Thank you. Cute. Yeah, this is where things get really, exciting. Getting onto your 3rd round, of course, your opponents are also going to be undefeated here at the top tables. There's a lot of stress attached to that, but you're definitely in a comfortable spot for the rest of the for the next couple rounds for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Augustus might be the only Ag Infusion at the whole event. Now, there's a couple actually, but he's been playing that sort of, generally, never mind. There's like a handful, but playing that sort of, kill bacterial programming. I'm assuming punitive Counter-Strike list it's very unique to everything else you're going to see at this event.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot you can do out of that ID.
Sorry, so you had to go ahead?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We have to go ahead for table 3, yes.
Awesome. Okay, we'll throw over there. I'm going to mute my microphone. The two of y'all have some fun. Welcome to round 3 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational.
So, Asa versus Lou. I'm unsure who was favored here. Asa obviously can go extremely fast, just like setting up remotes like nobody's business. Lou, once you get Cookbook down, you're pretty zippy too. I haven't seen this exact Asa deck, but I know a lot of Asa decks are running ganked right now, which is a very nasty little upgrade that can really ruin your day as the runner.
There's a lot you can do out of the ID and a lot of different influence spreads this could be. So until we see an indication of what's actually going on here, anything could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lou generally is working out of the malt shell, which has been kind of in development across a lot of different kind of like contingents of the Netrunner community since Worlds at this point. Everyone is still iterating and innovating on that. Like generally, the win con in those decks is a conduit dig. We saw game one on stream earlier on was seemingly finality mad dash. So like, there's so much space to switch it up here.
Yeah, the list
And we're underway.
from the Man in the Moon CO, I think, was prepping the no multi-access plan, or the no wake. It'd be interesting to see whether this is on the sort of one of the conduit or the wake type multi-access with influence, or like we were seeing in previous rounds.
Oh, so we've got a face check here. I guess against HB, you probably want to get the magnets out of the way very early, and it's a virus. So this is
Wow,
very
that's
good
huge.
for Lou, getting one of those viruses off the board early.
And just free
Cookbook
Lou
and
trigger on
Fermenter.
first turn of the game.
That was a strong turn one from Cold Lava here.
Definitely looking fairly ideal.
This is a spin. This is a new remote here. Very interesting.
Now that's interesting. Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay. We talked about counting influence. That's certainly 3 influence accounted for right here. Okay.
Very interesting.
The Vamp's gonna fire, and that's gonna be a nice little bit of acceleration for the co-op here. And the Rashida gets trashed, which will be another Lou trigger. Okay.
Yeah, another cheap Lou trigger. What a
I'm so
fascinating
glad I
game
don't
state.
pay attention to the deck list people are posting in QTM, because what a lovely moment to be caught by surprise like that with a Vampira NASA.
I suppose potentially supports the idea of a ganked, but it's not the juiciest ganked hit. So maybe
No, I
uh,
guess with Ganked you generally want to be like trashing cards, or I guess occasionally doing core damage if you built around that. I imagine this is not core damage, but all bets are off at this point. Who could say?
you really want your gank to win you the game with either infinite ganks off of the Drafter or Ansel, or just hitting something like a Sycentan. I don't know about you. It'll be interesting to see what the plan is to make use of this Vampire Nasa.
So they dropped fire here. That's going to get them a virus back, I assume. Yep. And if they want to be really nasty, they can res it for the net damage, but I don't think that's the wisest at 4 credits.
At 4 credits,
Alright, we got a
probably
spin.
not what you're aiming to do. Nice bit of back and forth so far in this game.
Absolutely, yeah. We had what seemed like the sort of platonic ideal of a loose start, and then some very interesting counterplay from the corp here.
Interesting to see if we have another Ashida behind the Vampire Nasa or something of that ilk.
It does not look like it. So yet another remote really juicing those fully operationals here. 1, 2, and then there
It
it
doesn't get
is.
too much juicier than that one.
It's 11 credits from what seemed like a pretty rough start. Chris Juvas did also mulligan. And so it seemed like perhaps it wouldn't have the juice to be able to kind of like get that Acer engine going, but like we're really seeing some interesting stuff here.
Yeah,
And
life
they are
finds a
all of a
way.
sudden in pretty strong position. I mean, only 5 credits, Cold Lava, and we don't have the Knob Curie, we don't have Audrey down, and okay, we have another Imp, which is something.
Yeah, we could expect to see some Wedge Workers action fairly soon, I would expect, but that'll eat an Imp nicely if given the chance.
Another spin.
Not given the chance.
Denying loot triggers always feels great.
It'd be interesting to see if the Populous on an unresed ice ends up with an ice trash or not. Just to chew through more of those Simulchip activations.
Yeah,
is
we've
the
already seen
ganked.
one Simulchip popped.
Wow,
Okay.
this is the infinite, right? There's no break on the ganked.
That is correct.
Not the most impactful in this situation, but
You're gonna get some installs, you're gonna get fully operational back, I assume. Sorry, misclick. Yes, this makes sense. You want to be reinstalling the ganked to force the re-encounter. Yeah, this is, I would say, fairly impactful.
it's definitely good. You'd rather have it than not, and you can
We love
get that
we love
final
to see an
installation
instant
to
loot.
move the ganked over to the Vampire and Asa server if you like.
That age-old battle of Lou versus loops right now. Also, we got a Mavirus installed, so we're not going infinite here. We're saving the ganked.
Yeah, makes sense. You get a final trigger to put something where you want it. Makes sense to use that for the Mavericks.
Absolutely, and losing the imp counters yet again here is pretty impactful.
Definitely. So it'll be interesting to see what Cold Lover's plan to navigate out of this and through into the mid game will be.
Yeah, this is a very rough kind of act one of this game for Cold Lava. Are we having some connection issues here, perhaps? Nope. We continue, and Cold Lava's going to access that virus. At least he gets the loot trigger off that.
You're coming out of it with at least some sort of tempo.
A
So
little
it'll be interesting to
souvenir,
see
yes.
if Chris pushes some sort of agenda with the ganked behind the drafter, get something going in terms of gas.
Another fully operational.
Very nice,
We're
fully
going
operational.
for just money.
Just refill the tank.
It really doesn't look like the server can be contested right now.
The momentum's definitely starting to swing in the favor of the Corp.
For sure. I mean, I think ganked is such a strong
interesting, a
meta call
spec work.
right now because spec work. I'm gonna have to read this one. Oh, I see.
It's something
Just
to do
some
with empty
nice
imps.
acceleration.
I haven't seen a spec work since the Harbinger days. But I suppose
what
it
a
makes sense
game.
in this kind
What
of
a
shell
game.
where you end up with stranded programs.
Yeah. Just a regolith, so we're getting even more money here. So we
Okay,
had click,
and
click,
advance,
and then a
possibly
single advance.
just haven't found the wage workers yet to score out the 4-2s, or possibly looking at some sort of seamless 5-3 situation.
Yeah, you'd always have to respect the Ikawa here. Okay, so Cold Lava has stabilized a bit, and we see a pinhole. That's going to be huge to take out the ganked here, I assume. Or is it? Oh, it's a skunk. Pinhole interact with ganked.
Love to take those out as well.
I'm going to.
There's going to be an off-world office potentially. Looks like it.
Never mind. Pinhole would not take out ganked. I apologize for my lack of netrunner knowledge, everyone. As in, it would fire when you access, even if it's not a run on that server. All right, but now we have Audrey down. Now we're in business.
The wheels are starting to turn on the Lou deck. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of advantage we. Ooh, next activation command.
Oh, we have a
Handy little
lockdown.
card we saw a lot of during 2022.
I was not playing in 2022, so could you remind me and perhaps some other viewers of the benefits of next activation command in this game?
Back in 2022, the relevant text on next activation command was the runner cannot use non-icebreaker cards to break subroutines, which was extremely impactful during the endurance boat days when people were mostly breaking ice, or at least hoping to mostly break ice using their console. In this board state, it could represent a bit of a threat if the runner ends up in a situation where they are relying on botulus to break ice, notably program virus Trojan, not icebreaker.
So we're targeting
The
Botulus
boot,
and
2
Boomerang
extra
here.
strength makes.
Oh,
Yeah.
and we have the Impower here. So that's in archives. We have already seen one game where Lou was running Mad Dash earlier today. A Mad Dash into archives with the Iqua could be sickening right now. And there's 5 points already for Chris Rivas. This is.
Yeah, the score on the Iqua. This game is
They
accelerating
are
rapidly.
so very good at playing Asa. An ablative res, and there's many juicy
Is
targets for
ablative
ablative
with
barrier
threat.
here.
So the install on the Mavericks from archives makes sense. Ice from HQ. See the boomerang to break the ablative.
Impa Hedge Fund. Already burned through 2 simul chips here. 6 Audrey counters does let you threaten a lot, but we have the Mavirus installed now.
Yeah, the Mavirus in play makes this a very dangerous situation for the runner. If anything gets installed in that remote next turn, it could be the end of the game or threaten the end of the match. And getting in when there's a Mavirus already threatening to take down your massive Audrey is a scary situation to be in.
Absolutely, this is looking very comfortable for the Corp right now. Just gotta find that final agenda. Sometimes in Netrunner, you don't. Sometimes you dig, and it gives the runner time to stabilize, but we'll see what happens here. We'll see if we have a jam of some kind.
Spin Doctor in this situation wouldn't be too bad either, just to protect you from that threat that you mentioned of the Mad Dash on Iqua project. It looks like we aren't seeing either of those things. It comes down
Yeah, but
Cleaver,
even
make the breaker
then,
situation a little easier.
at 0 points, even after Mad Dashing and Iqua, I assume this is only running 2 Iquas in this deck. So you'd then still have to find 2 more 2-point agendas.
It doesn't change your clock too much in this situation, presuming you're only on 1 Mad Dash. Getting into HQ with that Imp counter activated. There's the next
Absolutely
activation
going to win
command.
next
in
activation,
archives.
yes.
Next activation has so much utility with that +2 strength on each of your ice against these fixed strength and Audrey type rigs, where suddenly your ice becomes quite a bit to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Rhyme all over the place recently, so yeah, anything that's messing with ice strength right now seems pretty powerful.
Very much in the driver's seat. The particular path they choose to take to win or try and push through the last 2 points could be one of a number of things. But 2 installs in server 3.
The 7 Botulus counters are not going to count for a lot once the Mavirus has popped here. You can threaten with a Simul chip, however, but 2 Simul chips have already been banned. There's one left, presumably, in Cold Lover's hand right now, or in the 17 cards left in stack. What are we seeing here? Ganked?
Interesting. No res, no
Fascinating.
Mavericks.
And
Ganked and
Trieste model
Trieste.
Bioroids.
Very interesting. So we've
Juicy.
seen Trieste model Bioroids in the past, most notably in Ag Infusion, in a Loki Ag Infusion deck from Worlds 2022. Though that synergy weighed quite heavily on the ID Acer. So instead, this is more likely to be blanking Ansel to try and force through a ganked loop, I would imagine, to prevent the runner from being able to just click through.
Ah, yes, beautiful. You want to be setting up that infinite loop because loops are good. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got the Ice Trash, sticking at 16 credits, and clicking regoliths. So this
This is looking
seems to
like a
be
push.
threatening the win. Yeah.
You would definitely
10
have
laundry
to be happy
counters,
with
but
your
that's
position
really
as the
not going to
corp.
count for a lot.
Yeah, until that Mavericks is off the table, these Audrey counters may as well not be there. But as the runner, you've got to force that corp to spend them. Here we go. There's the Mavericks.
We've got a draft install, and that's going to presumably get us the Mavericks right back immediately afterwards.
Yeah, with no simul chip in play,
Or
there's not
perhaps...
much counterplay available to the runner here.
Oh, we're installing the Ikoa. Oh! Crashing
Very
whatever was in
interesting.
server 1. Fascinating.
I did not expect that.
And the Ikoa install is presumably going to jam that Mavericks right back in server 1.
To trash an off-world
Love
office.
to see it.
Very interesting. So it seems unlikely for the corp to be threatening to score out next turn now that there's an Ikoa project in server 1. We've got 2 points now in archives available via that off-world office, giving Cold Lover a lot to think about.
So now we can go back in with the Audrey counter here. And this is a new imp also, so we can do another imp trash. I think you've got to save
We're
the
looking at
virus
the
here and just
virus.
hope R&D doesn't betray you, I think.
I would imagine so.
Just to respond to a message in the chat, the Ikoa was reinstalled, and so I think
Yeah,
it's only the
so
off-world
the
office in the
virus
bin. We
back
do
to
have...
HQ, the Ikoa into server 1, and then the Acer trigger. I can't see in the chat log. Yeah, installed in server 1. So potentially looking at the same virus reinstalled into server 1 via the Draftifier.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was anything but that. I was just responding to Centshillings. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, which I almost certainly am. Message in the chat saying all the points being in the bin makes me nervous. That draft to reinstall was clutch there, I think.
Yeah, these 2 points are a liability, but they're not being 5 points in archives definitely is a big help here. So yeah, now the game will end next turn if the corp gets another turn and has 3 credits available. That much is known. So the onus is now on the runner to prevent the corp from getting that turn, or getting into server 1 and clearing that out. Looking like quite a challenge with the virus still in play.
Absolutely, yes. I'm trying to think what I would do here if I were the runner. I mean,
Very difficult
14 cards left in
to.
stack is not ideal. You generally want to be self-milling pretty quickly as these kinds of decks, but just the speed with which the corp's set up after a bumpy start does not necessarily give you all the time you need to be able to do that.
Yeah,
Haven't
and
seen that
finality is the
lovely kind
sort
of buff drive strike funds.
Botulus helps, but again, we know about the Movirus, and the Movirus drafter interaction really prevents. At the moment, we have a no res on a Movirus, so possibly. Okay, imp on hedge fund off R&D. So no agenda to breathe life back into the runner's plan.
I think really to threaten
Unlikely
anything
for
right
there to be
now,
a
we need to
finality
find that
involved
third
here.
Stimmel chip.
Yeah, it's looking less and less likely that the runner's going to be able to find a way out of all of this.
We're just going back in now. And there's the Movirus pop. With one click left, it seems very unlikely that, nigh impossible, that this Ichor is going to be able to be challenged. So I think we're going to see a
Installing
small
Managon,
plugs on
yeah.
R&D. Yep. Brutal. A double install on R&D.
And with no click to steal the Ikua, there's going to be not much Cold Love is able to do about server 1 from here.
That. So we're going in for what's going to be a consolation points here, maybe
Can we get on the
hoping there
board?
yeah.
And looks like Chris is going to take it.
What a fun game this has been.
Very interesting. The Vampire and us are certainly an unexpected spend of influence, but Ganked
Yeah,
Ace are
very
going the
spicy.
distance.
I think the exciting thing as well is that there's a lot of influence that we still haven't seen in this deck. I'm only counting 5, I believe. I assume there are more gangs,
I
but
think it was, yeah,
still a lot of space for
mostly
spice.
HB cards getting it done.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, such a powerful
think-
core of cards to deal with.
I love myself a gank loop. There's always a lot of flexibility there. Well played to both players. We got some more time in the
loops
round.
are good.
Do you want to jump to another table?
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
was
can check out the
talking
Ag
about table
Infusion
7
game.
before. We could scope that out.
Table 7. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think we're seeing why HB looks so strong right now into these decks. Okay, I'm going to hop into table 7 if it is still up. It may not be. Okay.
Yeah, I can't seem to find it
Anything
either.
catching your eye, Phil?
It doesn't look like it. Let's have a look and see which ones are still going. We watched soccer in a previous round. Let's have a squiz. There's a kit on table 18. Is that still going? And I think that one's, let's have a look. Table 18. It's still going. So possibly table 18 if you like the look of some kit against
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
BTL.
Always curious to see what Kit's up to at the moment. And
Yeah,
we
one of
see
those
him
IDs
more.
that you occasionally do see.
All right, yes, we have to go ahead from the table to stream.
Perfect. Thank
Perfect.
you. I'm going to throw myself on mute. Y'all have fun.
An interesting
Alrighty.
position we find
And
ourselves in.
Yeah, we've been dropped into one hell of a board state. So we see the Aeneas Informants going for the Aeneas Informant Conduit finish, I would imagine, which makes sense given Kit only has 10 influence to play with, not leaving you a lot for other out-of-faction multi-access options.
Yeah.
The overclock on HQ, we have Messner Chester, so this is looking quite akin to the BTL that we saw Soccer win Worlds with the Biovolts and Messner Chesters.
Yeah, it's looking like it. It's looking like a very kind of regular BTL deck. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around this runner rig right now. So we have two Aeneas here, which is
There's a
implying we're
lot
gonna
of
have
moving
conduit
parts.
decks, but
You've got a lot of moving pieces, and Inversificator, the former All-Star, really playing havoc with the Corpse Ice placement, given Kit makes the first time each turn you encounter a piece of ice, it gains Code Gate, and Inversificator allowing you to swap the first piece of ice it breaks with another piece of ice on the table as a decoder, letting you sort of just put the Corpse Ice, if you can break it, which is not as straightforward as it sounds, with these 10 strength Phyros on the table.
yeah, there's nasties. We have a propeller here as well, which is doing a lot of work getting through this Pharos here. So we're at a point where the next agenda wins either for either side here, but Lachlan is at 1 credit point. Obviously, you can get the
And not
econ
much.
boost from advancing your board state in BTL, which is very nice, but I don't know, this game is very hard to read off the bat. There's so much going on right now.
Yeah, and all these, the Corpse having a hell of a time digging themselves out of this financial hole, but it certainly is not looking like a clearinghouse finish game at this point in time. But these agendas are fairly scarce out of this BTL deck.
Yeah, Soccer's BTL was a okay, so we've got the spin pop there and one unseen card, so that could have been the win there if not for the spin. I remember Soccer's World's BTL deck was 49 cards because of wanting to include, I believe it was a single asset, but otherwise you'd just be on what, 7, 8 agendas?
Yeah, interesting that we see above the law in the Corpse
Above,
score area.
sorry, above the law, I think it was, not Azef in Soccer's deck. But we've got to push for something here. Could just be an NGO, of course.
Yeah, we see one NGO in archives. So one would imagine most likely to be an NGO. But the magic of the BTL, especially with the clearinghouses, is if you don't go in there and have a look yourself, it can be tricky to be confident in what any particular install advanced card might be.
And it looks to me like there are no border controls accounted for at this point as well, which is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be intriguing to see what both players' plans to navigate the rest of this match are.
So Turbine Inversificator against, let's see. Turbine Inversificator against Pharos, that's still a fair amount of money to break, but probably cheaper than many other ice breaking options against Pharos. That 10 strength when triple
Very
advance is
true.
just such a beast. Such a beast. I'm just wondering
Yeah,
if
Faros got such
we can.
We do have the overclock on the remote. Rhyme eating up our kit here. Fairly massive.
Let's see.
But thankfully,
Yeah, being able to
Inversificator will
protect.
allow.
Being able to protect your Aket there and stop it from being painted is big. Obviously, you can burn a propeller counter on that, but yeah, we're gonna start surfing here. Investigator is such a strange card. I'll be very sad to see it gone.
One of the more iconic former restricted unicorn cards. The propeller getting us through the arcade, although we will see an advance from the unbroken subroutine. On Messner Chesto in position 1, makes sense. This rhyme, not going to do much to protect this card. We see Clearinghouse.
That's a big trash.
Two from Overclock, one from
So it
Purusha,
looks
so
like
not spending any of those 11 credits on clearing it out.
looks like Lackland is in a fairly rough position here. We have a stone ship down, which can protect against potential kill by drawing on the corpse turn, or can charge a propeller here as well, which is very nice.
Yeah, definitely a
I
nice
was
little niche
going to be
interaction.
pivoting to R&D quite soon.
The runner does appear to be in a fairly good position. Corp just having a think about how they're going to navigate their way out of this board position. How much it actually costs the runner to make one of these runs is a little bit influenced by the presence of Investigator.
Absolutely, there are just so many variables at play here. And just looking for money is the
Just clicking
corpse,
up,
which
not
may
the
give
place
the
you want to
runner a
be.
window.
These Faroses are doing a good job of holding down these central servers. Faros getting a fairly impressive glow up with the printing of Treeline.
So I think we're just hoping the win is in the bin here from a more trigger, and it doesn't look like it. Okay. I'm just looking for
Asking you
credits.
nothing to
There's
check
a
and keeping those subliminals in archives makes a lot of sense. There's the government subsidy. Get that credit total back up. A fresh outermost ice here, potentially playing with the kit paint.
Yeah, let's see. So it's still just setting up. And I think again, R&D is just looking more and more right for the taking. So we're going into archives again here.
With the Pharos being the outermost and R&D, the runner does only have to potentially break it once and then can swap it with something like the Rhyme on the table to give themselves much cheaper subsequent accesses on R&D.
Absolutely, and
But
it's
with the
16
install double
credits.
advance in the remote, really threatening play. As much as we were saying before with the BTL, there's plenty of cards in the BTL deck that can be advanced that aren't agendas, but any double advance card threatens the win when the corpse on 5 points like this. And there we see the border control, as you mentioned before, had not yet been shown. But with Inversificator, it can be safely moved onto a different server if the corp gives them a chance to do so.
I do wonder if we can get in twice here with this much money. The thing we can charge
It's kind of
Repeller with the
tricky.
Stone Ship Chart Room. But of course, like, this could just be a Biovault. This could even be a... Oh, there's only one NGO in the bin currently. There's so much this could be, but, like, with the corporate 5 points, you absolutely have to check this.
Certainly do. If the border control is allowed to be swapped onto a different server, the runner should be able to pretty comfortably get in.
Yeah,
I
Investigator is
imagine
very, very nice border control tech in this regard. Not forcing the runner to go through all of your quite taxing ice and just to then be locked out.
I'm not crisp enough on my rules knowledge to know if the border control is popped here. I believe if the if the border control is popped, the runner never passed it, so the Inversificator hasn't been used, so they'll be able to use it on the Mesnachesvo. Here we see no pop, so we'll see that moved off safely, and the runner
Very
should be able to
interesting.
check.
So we're assuming this must just be an NGO or a Biovault here.
You would imagine so. Anything
Perhaps,
else does spell the end of the game, but
perhaps another
potentially
clearinghouse, but there are 2 in archives
could
already.
be. We shall
We're
see.
using into the server.
Is it an advanceable asset or upgrade, or is it the end of the game?
And it's Biovault.
There it is. Interesting to see the Biovault used. I
I
suppose Parisha only works on assets, notably. So if the runner wanted to trash it, they would have had to pay 2 actual credits. Is there a successful run? I suppose potentially they wanted to avoid the more trigger.
Perhaps, but I think you trash Biovault on site.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Another fresh
Another
install.
install here.
Unlikely to be threatening the end of the game. And the runner agrees, just clicking out for credits. There we see the water wall res.
And it's a wall-to-wall.
Those subliminals do come back to HQ. If the runner has... Well, there's the double events.
Ooh.
So potentially seeing another run on the remote server. That or a commitment to R&D multi-access. One of the two, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think
Only 3
remote
credits
is
with this rig.
pretty on lock now. You can scavenge one of those propellers with Simulchip as well if you need to be able to break barriers. You can see. I think there's very little that can
Definitely
keep the runner
seem like
out
the
at this
plan, I
point.
would
I think you
imagine.
just have to keep hammering server 2.
The number of times you can freely run the remote is not it is finite with the resources we see on the table, and once you run out of those propellers, that arcade is going to start posing a problem. But for now, you certainly, with that simul chip on the table, you should be able to get into the server 2 if you want to. And I imagine
No res.
we shall see. No res on the Adamus.
So again, this can't be the win unless Lachlan is just admitting defeat here. So we're looking at maths. We have 12 points accounted for, and this is a 40 deck size minimum, which would mean there would be 2 agendas left, I believe.
That would sound right. Or if they're playing 49, there should be 3 SDS, 3 send a message, 1 above the law. So, but seeing the NGO front,
9 cards left
the
here.
Inversificator getting past the Arquette without needing to use the symbol chip, with the old swap it with the one you're currently encountering and move further down the chain routine.
We can't have long left on this round, so the onus is really on the Corp to try and do something here, because we're at 6-5 currently.
Yeah, the ball is certainly in the runner's court, although the Corp has gotten back up to 28 credits from the 2 credits we saw before.
And that is time.
And there we see time in the round is called.
So that's a win for Beeblem, I believe, unless I don't
Feeling
think there's
very
anything that
confident.
Corp can do here.
Yeah, you have to imagine.
I guess I should do something, they say.
Going to try and win the game rather than just not lose it.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
don't think there's a lot
we're
that
going
can
for some sort of
tell you
access
on your.
here. Rigging up. Crashing the Cuban for MU.
Fascinating.
Rigging up a fresh propeller. There's another propeller in. Oh, there's the conduit. Makes sense.
There it is.
Presumably seeing the Inversificator swapping Phyros with the Rhyme on server 2.
Do we have a way
Fairly
of dealing
comfortable
with this?
position.
How are we dealing with this Winchester here?
It's a good question. The Corp, of course, the only resource they have in spades is credits, making the traces fairly nasty.
We're letting this fire, which is very interesting.
Essentially just planning to pay in to protect the programs.
We have such a credit
Although with the
differential
symbol
here
chip
with
on the
8 to
table.
28.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused. So time was called on Beeblem's round. Is that on Beeblem's turn? Is that correct?
Yeah. And Bebom immediately clicked 4 credits, knowing that the chances
Yeah.
of them losing this game are extremely slim. But then deciding it's possibly just better to actually go for a win.
I mean, there is no end to run on R&D right now. So we can't. Oh, and
Access and non-agenda access. So will we see an attempt at another access, or just clicking for 2 credits?
we're going back in.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
I would assume the conduit gets trashed by Winchester here, but
One would think so. B-bomb can just pay. The trace was not boosted. And the B-bomb does pay.
I don't think this matters, but we are at 2 cards in hand. I think it's very unlikely for there to
It
be a
would
snare.
be
But
probably the
this is why
funniest snare I've ever seen.
you
Yeah,
click for
very
4
true.
credits when time is called. I guess there's always the threat of an Audacity, for example.
Possibly.
But I think it's very unlikely looking at this. This looks like a very familiar list.
Yeah. But I suppose potentially you play it at that 0.5% out. So it'll be interesting to see what
Well, we're
Lachlan
about to see.
does here, if there's anything Lachlan can do. There's no Ronin dedication ceremony shenanigans. It's all advance.
And that's that.
And that's all. Kit
Interesting.
takes
What a fascinating little runner deck. I would hope we get to check in with that later down the line because I can't wait to see that in action again.
Diversificator
So
making
that is,
short work of some very expensive servers.
yeah, so that's the end of round 3, I believe. 2 really, really interesting games, though.
That is the end
And
of
we're
round
seeing, like,
Fascinating.
3. Excuse me. Yeah, that was exciting. I was so anxious whether you have to click for credits or not. I thought there was an Audacity at the end, install advance, right? Like it could be.
Would have been a hell of a
yeah,
close to an interesting game.
yeah.
That's round 3. That was really exciting. We got a couple more rounds coming up. We have a fair few rounds coming up. Now, what's really important is to understand that we have a break coming up right now. I'm saying this with only as much confidence as I have on the issue, which is like 60%. So I'm just going to stall for a bit to make sure that someone from the TO side can say whether that's correct or not. The break shouldn't be that long. I think it's only going to be about 45 minutes. But if that's the case, we're going to leave the stream up. We're going to have some music. We're going to have some nice art. So you can kind of just look at that and vibe for a bit. But we should be back. It's a half-hour break. Ooh, not very long at all. So get some food in if you can. Oh, I got a confirmation somewhere. Give me 1 second. 30-minute. Thank you. Okay, cool. Core Gang Vale, are you back at the next round? I believe you are, right?
I believe so.
Heck
I believe
yeah.
so, yeah.
All right. Well, for those who are
Looking
watching,
forward to it.
we're only 3 rounds in. Again, I think we still have a bunch of players here undefeated. They're vying again. Only 8 players from over 100 that will be back here tomorrow. It's a pretty aggressive cut, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just half an hour for round 4. We're not even halfway through. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre. I'm your host today for the evening, normally from the Metropole Grid. Very excited to be here on the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel. Again, if you're new here, if you want to hit that notify button, you want to drop a subscribe, I have no doubts appreciated. We'll be back live tomorrow. Again, we have 8 more players returning tomorrow, but we have a lot still today. Again, I'm joined by 2 lovely folks. Firstly, Cord Gang, how's it going?
Hi, pretty good. We are approaching 2 a.m., but I'm still awake so far.
The time zones on this event are wild. We have folks from all over playing in, in the UK. We have a lot of UK players, and I know it's getting quite late for y'all out there. From, again, the other side of the entire world, it's Sunday. Vale, how's it going? Thanks for joining us.
It's going great. It's almost 1 p.m. It's nice to be on the good end of a Netrunner time slot for once.
It's a rare treat. I'm glad it works out for y'all so well. Maybe you can play on a Monday afternoon. We'll see how it goes for those who can make it. So we have some standings here, mind you. We'll be diving into round 4 in just a second. Currently, if you look at the standings again, it is 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss. So the most points you can get in the day is 24. He said very confidently. Currently, there's 13 players, a baker's dozen, that are still undefeated. So that is the top 13 players here. I believe Hams has only played 2 games, but he's still in there. He's still competitive, and these players can still lose a couple games and make it in. I think the math comes out to you can lose probably 2 matches and still make the top cut if you have good strength of schedule. So a lot of people are still in it.
I think with this many players, I think most people on 6-2 are likely to bubble out. I think it really needs to be 7-1 or 6-1-1 to be able to guarantee this, but
Yeah,
we'll see.
it's hard.
I think Swiss always works out in unexpected ways. Like, I'm not saying anyone on 2 losses should give up, of course.
No,
But I'm just like, every game matters so much. Every game is so high stakes in this, which is pretty fun to see.
Yeah, we have this bubble of players that already have 1 draw so far. So a lot of these players have, of course, played each other at this point. I think that's quite likely. And having that 7th point, sometimes that is the difference, right? Like that 6-1-1 could be all you need to just make sure you're over that strength of schedule bubble, which is really, really exciting. I'm just going to check. I think our players are sitting down for round 4. I think we want to see on camera. We're considering to see some Criminal. We haven't seen some Criminal so far. Right now, table 2, that's Solemn Storm versus Chromatically. Very happy to say one of the Canadian national champions from this year, an absolute stellar player, playing some Sable, mind you. I think Sable is by a mile the most prevalent Criminal at this event. I think we are seeing, again, some Zaya, probably the second prevalent. Are either of y'all big Criminal enjoyers? Do you like running your mark a lot?
I am a huge Criminal enjoyer, but I have kind of been, I guess, brainwashed by the QTM hive mind into just taking like very spiky Hoshiko decks for the last like 8 events I've played in. But like ostensibly, Criminal is my favorite faction. I just don't play it so much anymore because people keep telling me Hoshiko is better, and I believe them because they're good at Netrunner. No, it's so good to see Sable do well. I do adore Sable.
Speaking of Sable as well, it looks like the game's actually underway. We're just going to dive in. That is table 2. So I'm going to point the cameras over there and we can dive right into the game. I'll just give you all a second to settle. In the meantime, while we get there, let me reduce that audio of that game audio. Excuse me, that might be a bit better now. But we have Solemn Storm on an HB Precision Design System Gateway Special 4015. Get a card back. And of course, Sable. You're going to see the mark. It's going to be written on the card itself on JNet. So just pay attention to that text underneath the word Sable there. That will let you know where Chromatically wants to run. That's all, y'all. I'm gonna throw myself on mute.
Have we already asked for permission to stream from them?
We should be clear, yeah.
Alrighty. Running on the remote with the safety of the boomerang. Seeing the drafter breaking it with said boomerang to get a look at what's in the remote. Seeing the Managam.
Ooh. Now this is
No
tough
agenda, no
because
Rashida.
you're losing the boomerang here. So you could pay 5 credits for the privilege of being able to shuffle the boomerang back into your stack and nothing else really, but Chromatically opting to not do that and instead save some cash.
Not a bad turn of events for Solemn. YDL to get back some of that money. But notably, with Sable, an open R&D, and this total, this server's not as safe as it might otherwise be.
No. Fascinating little clown carver remote here. But yeah, we have 2 open sets is what you want to see at this point of Sable.
If one of these installed cards in server 1 is a virus, we might see the same shenanigans we saw in a previous match, with drafters reinstalling viruses after the purge forces the subs to fire.
Quite possibly. So I think chromatically just taking some time to think about this turn. 9 cards in hand from that class act install at the end of last turn. So that's many options.
Be hoping for some dirty laundries or something here to make some money while also getting counters off this open R&D.
Carpe's DM, perhaps.
Wouldn't go astray here, that's for sure. Plenty of options with 9 in the group, but constrained by credits at this stage. So what's going to be the best way to navigate as much value as possible out of these cards?
Yeah, and we're taking some time to think about this, which I assume means there's no maybe obvious line of econ. Oh, we have data laundry into R&D, not into our mark here. Well, this lets become an info bounty. There's an info bounty, yes.
There we go.
And then naturally we get to so much better than having to click up after the info bounty install.
Have we got a gamble or a
And then we have
cast?
2 clicks left still with that Sable ability, which is just so strong. Just so strong if you don't adequately protect your centrals in the early game. Sable can really, really steamroll against a lot of decks.
Yeah, if you get to be a 5-click runner, it's a hell of a advantage to leverage. In the mutual favor.
Flip switch down. Flip switch perhaps not as essential to this. Oh, we have
the
a luminal
luminal
sword.
off the table.
Flip switch maybe not as essential to this matchup as, say, playing into Ob, where you have to protect against the Stavka Hafrun combo, or against Jinteki, where anything could be an Anansi. This is HP tends to run slightly less punishing ice, especially with the ability to click through it. But as you were saying, you don't want to get stuck in a ganked loop.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. So I'm thinking about how this turn's going to play out. Adding Rashida back to HQ and then installing a card in server 1.
We have 5 cards in server 1, protected by a single piece of ice. That is a chunky server right there.
And Miss Burns would not go astray on the runner side right about now.
Not one bit.
Financial situation, not great for the runner right now, and the mark being HQ is not what they were hoping to see, I would imagine. But
Carpe
they have the credits for the
DM
Carpe
giving the money
run.
up front to make the run is very nice, though. And just a magnet access, okay. Saving the virus for if there is a virus in server 1 for perhaps a do for a run in server 1 here.
Yeah, potentially an
One of these is
indication.
okay.
There
So
isn't one.
assuming this is like the exact kind of vanilla middle of the road PD, which is not to disparage Solemn Storm at all. I play a vanilla middle of the road PD. Uh, we're thinking about Tranquility Home Grid, Madagum Skunkworks. Other installables could be, Rashida, Spin Doctor, etc. Anaerotic Void is the other big one, and then there's the Rashida, and then Mavirus is really the only other installable, unless there's a big one that's kind of missing my mind. Agendas, of course, but just on the upgrade
Yeah, the
side.
Rashida, a good indication. I would imagine you're probably right. I think run of the mill PD. I love some run of the mill PD.
It's just fun.
You would be looking at that kind of upgrade lineup, one would imagine.
It's fun to go really fast and install agendas and win.
Greasing the
We have
palm,
the
some
greasing
very
of palm.
tempo forward plays.
Greasing the palm is such a strong card, especially when you can combine it with that value of tranquility. It's just for doing one install, you're getting so much value. It's like harkening back to the days of engineering the future back in early Netrunner, plus some on top of that.
Yeah, certainly very
The
nice.
double advance here.
Very intriguing play. Is this protected by Anoetic Void with the Managarm Skunkworks? Is it going to be picked apart with a Pinhole Threading? Or is it a bluff? All thoughts, I'm sure, are going through Chromatically's mind. But with 9 cards in HQ, in the grip, the options available must be significant. Once again, the mark is on the iced server, so possibly seeing some sort of action here rather than just free runs on R&D. But there was no res last turn. Will we see the same situation this turn, given there's something double advanced in the remote and you maybe want all your credits to protect that?
So I assume this is a thinking about whether to pop him a virus here and a res. Oh, well, perhaps it could just be thinking about res. Considering that Chromatically is running on 2 credits, that's a little dangerous, but we do have flip switch there. So forcing the corp to be proactive and knowing what you're up against, so you can then set up for, say, a diversion of funds later down the line is pretty useful here. It's an MIC on HQ. So that's a big chunk, and we have the
MIC
virus
and the
pop.
virus. So this is a very intensive use of credits that can be flip switched out of, and we do see the flip switch.
Very interesting. So now we don't have the money to contest server 1 because the Managam Skunkworks there, and there aren't the clicks left to do it either. I'm hoping for Solemn Storm's sake that this is an off-world office in here and not, say, an Ikawa, because that's going to put the corp in a slightly rough position. Although you still have that server that you can build back up in. Tranquility is going to help you bounce back really quickly if that doesn't get trashed or pinholed. So we'll see. We're just a nuker coming
Definitely.
down here to draw for next turn, and I guess we'll find out what was in server 1 shortly.
You'd be feeling fairly vulnerable if you have to spend your turn triple advancing and scoring an Ikawa.
Let's see. Some deliberation here.
Whatever
Could
it
be
is,
just
we aren't
perhaps
seeing. Oh, go ahead.
greasing. Could this be a Biovault?
It's been a very upgrade heavy draw if it's the usual PD list, that's for sure. But I suppose if you feel your Ikawa, if it is an Ikawa and you feel it's not under threat, you're under no obligation to put yourself in a bad situation in order to score off the table. It is the hardest thing for the table to steal.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're, I guess the fear is Hermes coming down and having a random agenda pull off of R&D, but it's going to be hard to farm on Makua counters. I was just going to say that I think when you're learning, there is the Hermes. When you're learning Netrunner or when you're teaching Netrunner, you always think about there is a way that you score agendas, which is if it's a 4-2, you will install advance and then triple advance next turn. Sometimes the board state means you have to break that rule a little. Okay, we're resing the Anoetic to prevent a Hermes bounce
Yeah,
here,
we're seeing the score.
and we are scoring the Ikawa.
Good read on the Hermes install, and we'll see what. I imagine it's probably the R&D ice, but we'll see what happens with the Hermes trigger.
And I think we know which server or its HQ. That's unfortunate for Chromatically here. Now, all of a sudden, the corp is
Yeah,
on
would
game point.
have been an exciting R&D.
Any of the many 3-2s in this deck could be jammed, perhaps with one more piece of ice, and threaten the win now.
Yeah, certainly. The 22-pointer threatens the win. PD, we always see the inclusion of Seamless Launch, which threatens any installed server and any installed card in server 1 could be the end of the match. Now there's another icebreaker installed, so Echelon can break that drafter for 2 credits, but the Anoetic Void Managarm Skunkworks servers are so painful to run that without something like a pinhole threading, we might not be able to see we might see just an installed agenda in that server making it through to the corpse next turn.
This will be a very pivotal turn, I think. If Solemn Storm has one of those winning agendas in hand, that really could be curtains for the runner. I'm trying to think if there's any way that we could potentially be setting up the diversion of funds with Unity down on the board.
Yeah, possibly. One way they might be able to navigate their way out of this is exactly as you say, just keep the corpse credit total so low that you can manage to pick up those points before they can get back into the game. But yeah, it's not looking like a bad situation for the corp at this stage.
But now we are bravadoing into HQ, which with Chesva makes this a little more palatable now. So you
It's
really don't
certainly a
mind the single
fantastic
access
run
here.
to get.
Now, this seems like a really unwise yeah. So all of a sudden, Chromatically has next to a full rig setup and some cash. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how Solemn Storm tries to close this game out.
There's the
I was a
twinning, so there's the multi-axis
I
plan.
I had the question, now is this twinning Sable or deep dive Sable on the edge of my lips? And that question has now been answered. Thank you, Chromatically.
Okay,
I
the
think
spin
twinning
doctor
is being
install.
I think just digging
Go
for
ahead.
I'd assume an agenda. I was just gonna say before, I think since Worlds especially, twinning has seemed much more of a popular multi-access in Sable than deep dive because the consistency of twinning I think is better than just the swing of looking at 8 cards. Also, it's 5 influence and draw in criminal is not fantastic all of the time. So I think just again going for that consistency wins games. I adore deep dive. I have some very fond
Definitely the more
memories of
consistent.
last gasp deep dives to win me games that I'd otherwise lost in tournaments. But
For sure. And Worlds
regardless,
gave us
we just have a
the deep dive Sable with 3 Amakua, 3 Tunnel Vision, which hasn't made
yes,
so much of a splash, but God, I'm glad we were all there
yes.
along for the ride.
Love the dogs. Yeah,
Only 2 ice on the table, not the most comfortable position for Solemn, but being on 5 points in this board state is not too bad a place to be in, especially with this uncontested, so far, uncontested Managam Anoetic Void in the remote. In the install advance.
ooh, behind a single piece of ice. That is, as they say, bold.
Yeah, so either we haven't found one of the seamless launches yet, which does happen, or potentially looking at a single seamless launch Ikawa score behind the Anoetic Void, keeping the Managam Anoetic Void, keeping your server quite safe if the runner can only get in on exact clicks.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this truly has been the tale of the little drafter that could so far. But I really wonder whether this is testing the waters a little too much. I mean, a single pinhole
Potentially.
here, taking out the voids, just changes everything, I feel. You have Echelon at three strength now. There's and pinholing archives, I believe, would also not trigger Info Bounty, apologies, but would trigger Sable. I always
Yeah,
forget that Info
the
Bounty is on Breach.
pinhole would be disastrous for Solemn's plan here. Solemn is credit and card perfect for 2 Anoetic Void activations and still keeping seamless launch in hand if it's a seamless score Ikawa plan. So this could be a pinhole or bus situation, or
Very
just
well
steal a bunch of
calculated.
agendas off the open R&D. Who's to say?
And
There's
there
the
is the pinhole
pinhole.
threading. Huge. It's gargantuan.
situations we're
Use the
having to
Chesva
res
credit
the
to trash the void.
the value.
And if we click through, we still have
Is it-
the click and the 2 credits. It's an off-off. Okay.
Umi spends the upgrade,
Makes sense.
and this is quite a good situation for the runner.
Yeah, this game's really swung all of a sudden. I can only assume that Solemn Storm has just not been able to find ice.
Yeah, we know there's been at least one more piece of ice in rotation from the Hermes bounce, I believe. But this is not the typical precision design board states when you're on game point and it's turn 9. This twinning is
Yeah, I mean, the ideal
going
precision
to start threatening. Sorry, go ahead.
the ideal precision design board state at turn 9 is 7 points in your score area.
Certainly is.
Just bouncing off that MIC, the lose credits, the lose clicks, subroutine's obviously doing nothing as it's the final click of the game, so we can just get some cash.
Yeah, click
Cephalopod
drawing when you're
Wizard in
already
the
on
chat
7 cards
saying,
in hand.
this is the future light the fire was supposed to prevent.
But turns out Pinhole will do the job in a pinch. One of those
Yeah.
unfortunate situations where the Hermes install forced the pre-res on the Anoetic Void before it had ever been used, so there was no 50-50. YDL to get some of those credits back.
I mean, Hermes is just such a disruptive card to so many. I mean, having to change your scoring patterns so that scoring an agenda doesn't mean immediately getting your funds diverted is just, it's nasty. It really gives the runner a little more time to set up, which is very nice when you have a late game that involves, for example, Chesva and the twinning just giving you some like real value on these central runs here.
Yeah, for sure. Sable doing everything she can to avoid rolling Mark on the open R&D.
And I think we're going to be clearing out this remote now.
Miss Bones doing what she does best.
Bones are her money. All right.
Spin back Void and Rashida.
And are we trashing the tranquility here? Why not?
This situation's getting trickier and trickier for Solemn, while still being on game point, meaning any unchecked install could spell the end of the game. But the runner's in such a good position to check those installs now, especially, and every use of credits off that Chesva ticks up that twinning further, and eventually this multi-access is just going to find these agendas.
I think the Bran here could be very problematic for chromatically. We don't have the Kurapira down yet, and only 1 card left in hand. But
It certainly could be.
HQ is a known quantity. There's a chance with this little ice installed that HQ is fairly dense with agendas.
Totally. And if there's a copy of Hagen in this list, this could be a situation where it's boomerang or bust on getting through a Hagen, protecting an agenda. But these agendas do have to be somewhere. If we aren't seeing ice, and we aren't seeing, well, if we're not seeing ice, we have to be seeing something. And we've been seeing a lot of upgrades. The agendas must be around, certainly.
So I think chromatically
Once
knows
again,
this is going to
rolling Mark
be
and not
a
getting
very
R&D.
pivotal turn. I think it's okay to check HQ here. You have Chesva, you have a very nicely boostable Unity, and you're going to be getting that value back. But also you have these twinning counters, and I think this may be a very good time to sweep HQ. Oh no, we're going for an R&D dig. And
3, pausing,
Rashida
trashing
trash,
Rashida.
which will fuel the twinning again, which is very nice.
The MIC makes stealing an Ikawa for game out of HQ potentially quite tricky, but once that bankroll gets popped, the runner will have all the credits they need to just pay through all of the runner loses click subroutines on that MIC, possibly forcing Solemn to trash it just to get one more turn with the Ikawa.
So I guess the question here that Chromatically is asking himself is, do I dare check server 1 here? As you said, Hagen would be very problematic, but I think what's probably more likely is a Bran here. I mean, Gatekeeper would
Bran
be
could definitely
annoying, but
be.
would not in any way be a lockout. We have the 7 credits on Bankroll, and Unity has such a nice little boost paid ability now, and we are popping the Bankroll, installing Kurapira, the 1 card in hand, and it is a Bran.
There's the Bran.
Now, that's what, 8 to break? Kurapira is just 1/1.
So
1 to
Managam
boost, 1 to break.
Agenda keeps it safe.
Yes. So Chromatically, if Chromatically breaks everything, he will be at 1 credit. So I think he has to let the add a card back to hand fire here in case this is an Ikawa going for a double seamless. No, we're breaking both. I
Both,
imagine
what
we'll
do
have
we see?
yeah,
There's
we'll
the
have a
Managam.
skunk res here.
Is it Rashida? Is it Agenda?
Is the game
Rashida's in
over?
archives.
The suspense.
Not firing off straight away. Makes me think it's probably not an agenda.
Unless Solemn Storm is toying
Ooh.
with us all and we have an advance.
Is it the Ikawa but not double seamless? Must be.
Advance
Very
credit
interesting.
credit. Now that was a rough turn for Chromatically. We trashed the Rashida on that 3D twinning dig. And so there is only 1 new card left in R&D. And unless I suppose you can use Chesva during that run to say boost the strength of Kurapira to get another twinning counter there. So I think you just have to hope for an Ikawa in those 2 cards in R&D here. HQ has suddenly become quite impregnable. Obviously, Chesva helps. There is no way you're getting back into server 1.
Yeah, it's looking difficult to contest that server from this position, for sure.
You can get 2 free credits off of Info Bounty, and we're drawing first. I suppose if we draw a run event that's gonna make that archives run a little bit more lucrative, then we very welcome. We'll be getting a click back
Once
as
again,
well,
not
so there
rolling
should
the
be.
open R&D. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it'll be coming. With archives mark here, hitting archives first. I think the only hope is getting twinning to 2, seeing 2 new cards because of the Rashida trash from R&D, and hoping 1 is an Ikawa, or that there are 2 2-point agendas. But I think there's definitely some stuff in hand, and I'd be surprised if this wasn't the other Ikawa in server 1, sadly. We have a seamless launch in hand. Yes, I believe a seamless launch was added back to HQ earlier on. There's the archives run.
I don't think we do have a seamless launch. I think the 2 PD triggers have been on a Rashida and a Greasing the Palm.
Oh, thank you.
So this could just be a normal... Oh, we have the diversion of funds coming in to try and disrupt
There's a diversion of
financial
funds.
plan.
Fascinating.
Very interesting. Doesn't insulate against drawing a seamless launch. Would leave the runner.
No, but
would leave the corp on 2 credits.
grammatically has seen the top card of R&D, however. This is huge. Just when this game looked to be over, we see the diversion of funds, and this is... God, I love Criminal. I adore Criminal, and it's so nice to see that Criminal is viable right now. It has some quite swingy matchups, but Crim PD is just incredibly dynamic.
Only a tool for every situation. Thinking long and hard about the
That's
trash,
pop.
using the trash.
So we need double seamless if
Have we
this
got the
was...
seamless launch?
Credit.
Credit.
Now
Oh
both
dear.
centrals are wide open. Oh, what a game this has been. R&D mark.
Yeah, it's
Now it's just
definitely
a
not
question
looking
of...
good for.
Mm,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, now it's just a question of where to spend these twin encounters. Where do we think the win is? And from my perspective, there has to be some agendas in HQ here.
Definitely. And I'm feeling confident as a runner here to run HQ because you don't actually have to win the game. You can just bounce with Hermes, the agenda in server 1. So any agenda steal surely wins the game from this position. Even if it only takes them up to 6 points. Looking good for at least 5 cards this turn though.
So, of course, the most devastating thing would be to draw the second diversion of funds.
Be a beautiful thing. But yeah, definitely the runners in the has the monopoly
The
on the game
ascendancy,
action
yes.
economy in this position.
This is not what you want to see against Sable. All 3 centrals uniced. Immediately taking a long hard thing.
We'd have an interesting deep
Draw
dive
quick
game
line.
if we had deep diving in this situation. But Twinning's going to get the job done regardless, I would imagine.
Winning's a very good card,
On
but
draw.
Deep Dive is special. Deep Dive is my friend. Alright. 3 clicks left, but of course we'll be gaining a click back almost certainly with that Sable run on R&D.
Clear deciding whether it's better to look at 3 from HQ or 3 from R&D.
Or 2 from either.
Very true. Another
Then again,
draw. Interesting. Used to do laundry.
now will we see... And yeah, boosting Kurapira with Chesva just to get another twin encounter, and then I assume we're going to be spending 2 here. And
Yep. Seeing 3 cards, no
nothing!
agendas.
So as I was saying, I think HQ is probably rather dense at this point.
You'd imagine so. I would have been, yeah. But interesting to see what comes out of these accesses from Chromatically.
Chromatically obviously has a little more information than we do at this point, because he knows if, say, there's a seamless launch on top of R&D, which is going to change the nature of this game quite considerably.
Certainly would.
Yeah.
2 2 clicks left after getting the click back from
HQ, yeah.
Sable, so we'll see a sweep on HQ here.
Trying and draft it.
Operation Ice.
Let's do it.
And that's it.
And that's it.
A
Oh,
difficult situation there.
what a fantastic game of Netrunner. Wow.
Yeah, with no agenda to steal, there's no Hermes trigger to bounce the agenda out of the remote, and there's nothing to stop the Corp from just
You-
scoring it out.
There were times in that game where I really thought the Corp was down and out, and then times where I thought the runner was down and out. Wow. What a
Just
game that
vanilla
was.
PD goes the distance.
Yeah, we have 6 minutes left on the round, I believe. The 40-minute rounds.
I believe so. I think that actually might have been one of the last rounds. I think we have reports for everything now at the end of round 4.
Oh wow, there are a lot of tables
Everyone's
are still
speedrunning
up,
today.
but yeah, if that's the final one, then what a game it was.
That
Oh,
was
Yeah, it
absolutely
looks like
incredible
it.
game.
Everyone's,
Sorry, go ahead, Vale.
I was going to say everyone's sticking around for post-match banter, I guess. All the lobbies are still up. Everyone's talking about their games. But yeah, wow, what a match.
Well, I think looking at the results here, I think we're seeing some draws at the top already, which is very interesting. Either we've had a lot of games that have ended in very strange scenarios
No,
that result in a non-timed draw,
So
or
something here's wrong.
we're having some IDs.
Because so like Solomon chromatically is reported as a 1-1. So I think there are more games going on, and then
Oh,
just
yes.
something's been reported incorrectly. So probably we actually can dive into another game. It looks like everything's reported, but this is
Oh, okay.
probably not right.
Yeah, this seems perhaps bugged to me.
Yeah. All right.
Should we check in on should we check in on table 6? Have we seen Man in the Moon? Man in the Moon versus Quetzal. Sounds interesting.
That sounds like. Do you want to
Is
just
that
pop in real quick
around?
and ask if that's all right?
I will do so.
Thank you. Yeah, OP is telling us that it's potentially an ASOP's results bug, so it's all right. They're going to be fixed on their side. But yeah, those are not the results, as we should know.
I see.
This
Oh, I
means
think
more
we're in the
Netrunner.
middle of I think we're in the middle of a judge call right now.
Okay. Do you want to point out somewhere else then?
So
Probably best.
yeah, let's just. I think it might be. I think we're resolved now.
Oh, sick. Okay, perfect. Just give us 1 second.
So
I'll
we've
open your
had
game real
we've
soon.
had confirmation.
Awesome. That's table 6,
We've
right?
had confirmation from both.
Alrighty.
Yep.
All right. We are in. It's all y'all.
Coming back into one hell of a board state again. Aeneas Conduit online.
We love to see it. We love to start in media res like this. And now I'm seeing a card that's making me very happy, which is Patchwork. Perhaps my favorite console in Netrunner. It just feels really good to play Sure Gamble for 1 credit. I really enjoy it.
Judges love it.
On the other side, we have an Urban
Interesting.
Renewal ticking down.
It's turn 15. There's only 2 points in the game. So the Ob game plan is not it's not working. Seeing genotyping in archives.
Now, we do have a Sandstone res here. Of course, I have no idea what's going on here. I just got here. But there is a mystery card in between that Tide and that Sandstone that could be a Stavka. And if it is, that could be problematic. We're about to find out. It's an envelopment. Okay. So taxing, but not rig destroying.
Yeah, crisis averted in that front. Still plenty of cards in the stack for the runner, so we're quite a ways away from the Lago Buffer Drive Strike Fund board state.
God, it's so easy to commentate games against Ob. You just have to go, oh, this could be a Stavka. This could be a Stavka. And you sound so knowledgeable. Now we're checking this. Well, we're trying to trash this Urban Renewal. 13 credits. There's a lot of nasty ice this could be. For example, Stavka. But
Certainly
Yeah, we'll
could,
see.
especially
Well,
go ahead.
apologies, my unprofessional broadcasting. um,
Thinking on this border control, with the ob trigger still live, the world is your oyster anytime you have the option to pop a border control, or if any of those unres dice behind something with a trash involved. We see
the
the Rhyme.
rhyme. Hi, rhyme.
See what the last line of defense is for this urban renewal. Will it go down? Anvil.
Anvil.
Will we see the trash? One would imagine so. Potentially turning Tithe into Spin Doctor. Time in the round.
Oh, and time has been called on the round.
That's disastrous for the runner. Down on
Well,
points
if
and with one
nothing
click left.
else, I'm glad we got to take a look at this board state, perhaps to whet our appetite for things to come, because I assume we'll be seeing some more of these players. With a single click left, does Gerard have any way here forcing the tie?
Yeah, just the drudge work in archives potentially indicating that there was some agendas shuffled back into R&D before we came on the stream. But
Yeah,
even with
Drudge
Quetzal
work,
for
a
Sandstone,
very,
the
very powerful card in Arm.
players discussing the time situation in the chat. A lot of cards in R&D and the stack for the round having gone to time. Potentially not not the most rapid game on the previous turns, as often you can find yourself in those situations playing with or against Ob, where there's just so many decisions and actions crammed into every single turn of the game that you just don't get that. You don't get as many as you do in a game against something like PD.
Absolutely. I mean, seeing the zero conduit counters as well implies that we've mostly been seeing setup so far. And this doesn't exactly look like a kind deck on Man in the Moon's part, so I assume we've not been seeing much of a plan to actively score. But at the same time, just the existence of Quetzal, which I don't think anyone ever preps for, it's a very off-meta runner ID, does just change your game plan considerably as Ob. I took a slightly nicer than this rush Ob to the latest CO and then paired against my QTM teammate Code Marvelous, who was playing Quetzal, and it really ruined a lot of my early gear check plans. So we have the Urban Renewal trashed here. And just collection.
Yeah, definitely a complex board state.
Indeed.
Which is, I'm sure, is what anyone playing an Anvil Ob deck is hoping to create.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where in the world Gerard's is, but it's past 2 a.m. here. If I was anywhere in Europe, I would not want to be staring down at this currently at this time. So yeah, both players still trying to figure out whether there is a time extension or how long that will be, because that will obviously change Man in the Moon's actions quite considerably, being at 2 agenda points and knowing whether he has to play more Netrunner after this, or just wins by default. 6-minute
Yeah,
extension.
definitely.
Stream,
6-minute extension.
streamer's delight.
Always tricky when there's a judge call right before the end of the round. But we have the extension. There will be more Netrunner, and possibly need to redo this run for a different line on the anvil.
You'll love to see it. More Netrunner. And for
More
those
Netrunner
of you
forever.
watching on Twitch, you should be delighted to hear there are 4 more rounds of Netrunner coming up after this.
Keeping through the border
broken
controls,
again.
keeping the cats alive.
Well, this is just a redo of the last clip,
Rerun
so
of
we
the
have
previous
everything
run.
has to be done the same, of course.
So this is the anvil, and interesting to see if we do a different trash or if it's still trash the urban renewal, because it's going to go down regardless. When the runner's only on 7 credits, making them spend 3 of them to trash your urban renewal is a fairly valuable, could be a fairly valuable and appealing option.
Absolutely. But I don't know how much of a priority trash an urban renewal with 3 counters on it is. I think obviously there's the threat that the corp then ices up and protects it more. But if it's going to be this disruptive to your game plan to spend this much to go in and trash it, trash your own install cards, etc., you can also just take the meat damage. You can just draw up and prevent it. Obviously, this is not the case if, say, a reconstruction contract comes into play, because that can be used to score an ASF, to score a clearinghouse, to pile up a clearinghouse and do all sorts of combo nonsense. Orb is great for combo nonsense. But at the same time,
And there is.
this is not high priority trash. We're getting 2 Aeneas credits. Okay.
So trashing 1 Aeneas to the subroutine and then leaving it to get 2 credits off the previous, or of the remaining 2. So it'll be interesting to see if the game gets to the point where this urban renewal fires, which is certainly what Man of the Moon is going to try and make happen. The audacity has already been spent, but we do see genotyping in archives. So one can imagine there is more recursion potentially, or multiple copies of Audacity. Whether having seen the list, it'd be difficult to be confident if you could let an urban renewal fire and be safe. But of course, all 3 steel skins are gone, so there won't be any steel skin safety without something like a labor rights.
It's an upgrade in HQ. Fascinating. So are we seeing a
Logo on Strike Fund, you love to see it.
Oh, sorry, it's just looking through the log. We had a search, but no install from ARP here with that extract. Or was that the Mavirus?
Oh, it was
Oh no, I
Mavericks on
think
HQ,
that was
yeah.
extracting for the Mavirus. I apologize. Yes, I see. It's because of the nested Largo Strike Fund buffer drive triggers that I read those as separate clicks. That makes much more sense.
There is. Patrick trashing 0 for a cheaper draw gamble and an ice carver.
Sorry, Rhyme. Ice has been carved.
Double Winchester, both boosted, given the additional subroutine from the HQ. But this ice carver is going to make short work of those off echelon.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect time to install that ice carver. Very curious to
will
see
be
whether
potentially.
we get a.
Sorry, go ahead.
Very curious to see whether we get a 2-cost card installed, or if Man in the Moon is just going to be mean and deal 1 net damage from a virus here. And that is time.
Aeneas Informants will potentially... Okay, we do trash rather than get the Aeneas credits off Mavericks. Makes a lot of sense against Ob.
And back in for a single access to potentially tie or even win the game if there's, say, an SDS in hand. This is the final access of the game.
Roll. Azif Protocol.
Oh! It's going to be a draw
Make it a draw.
unless we can say
Unless we get
fast advance
Audacity
out
Azif.
another SF. Yeah.
Damage or any agenda points. If this is a hostile deck, you don't often see hostile in Drudge Work decks, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, Angelique is threat 3, I believe, so not online. Perhaps threat 4. Install. Oh, the tension. Oh, the tension.
The suspense. Oh, there's a Lago trigger. Advance. Audacity! And there we go. So there was 2
Audacity for
agendas
win.
and an Audacity just chilling in HQ. Doesn't
What
get much
a
tighter than that.
wild final turn. This has been
Man in the
exhilarating.
Moon must have been sweating those HQ accesses.
Very much so. Yeah. A wild little end to a otherwise unknown Netrunner game right here. I think we came into the business end and saw some juicy stuff. Orb is just a real repository
Well,
of
didn't
juicy stuff.
disappoint.
But the last ditch HQ access seemingly rescuing a draw only for that to be snatched away has got to be a little bit gutting for Zeratz, but really, really well played to Man in the Moon there.
Yeah, the second Audacity
Well,
really
okay.
paying off.
Well played to both players. This is, I don't know what Man of the Moon's deck is. This is the second game we've come into, and it's been like 40 minutes in. There's been 4 points, like 2 points in the score here since last turn. Like clearly there's something going on here that we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, I'll have cracked it by the end of the night.
I hope we all have.
I'm not gonna.
I don't know what's going on.
That's the end of my shift commentating, so I can just spend some time studying what Man in the Moon's doing now.
Well, hey, that is it for round 4. Also, Chord Gang, Vale, thanks so much for joining us for the stream and taking the time to join on the mic. I know it's sometimes hard time zones for all y'all, but I appreciate so much that you could take the time to join us all here.
Oh, good. Thank you ever so much for having me, and have fun with the rest of the night. I'm sure I'll see y'all in chat.
Excellent.
Thanks very much for having a stream. It's been a blast.
A pleasure, Vale. So that is just round 4, mind you. We're going to be back in just a bit. Round 5 will be up really, really soon. We're just going to throw through some music and to a nice little piece of art. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're just about to enter round 5 of the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. We weren't gone for long. I told you it wouldn't be long. We're just about to jump into round 5, mind you. This is an 8-round tournament just today. This is the Swiss rounds. We're playing single-sided Swiss. We're looking here at the standings, excuse me. You can find them up on aesopstables.net. And right now, things are kind of coalescing. We some clear color patterns on the left side there of the corp. Looking at that, we see a lot of HB, a lot of Wayland also, and it takes us a couple tables until we start to see some of the NBN that looks like they kind of fell through the cracks across the last round. A lot of Anarchs up there. We're just about to jump into round 5. By the way, I'm not on my own. I'm being joined by 2 new voices on the microphone. Firstly, Neuropanzer, how's it going?
Doing great. New for today, but obviously I think people have heard us before, so
Yes. They definitely have before, which is absolutely great. Otherwise, Repo Rogue 2 is joining tonight. Repo, how's it going?
I'm doing well. Excited to be casting. I haven't been following Netrunner that much for the last like 4 months because I've been super busy. So I'm really excited to see what people are doing, and yeah, just hyped to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, today has been super, super exciting. Again, we're looking for tomorrow. We'll be back around the same time to do the top cut, and we're going from 107, I think was the number, down to just 8 players. So
table 1, by the way.
Table 1's good?
Yep, table 1 is good to start.
Awesome.
We are unfortunately going to see a team kill, we're being told.
Oh no.
The top table here is looks like 2 players on the tiebreakers team, Augustus Caesar and Ruben Peters. So there will be some extra drama associated with this round, which I don't know. It is always sad for the 2 players involved in a team kill, but the extra drama also makes it a little bit sweeter. And I think the familiarity that the players have with each other's decks and play styles both adds an element to these games. You often see really high levels of play in a game.
And with that note, I'm going to mute my microphone. We're off. It's round 5. Both these players are still undefeated, of course. Well, the team is going to take an L here, unfortunately, but good luck and have fun. All y'all.
Yeah, I think
All
that's
right,
absolutely.
Repo, I guess let's go ahead and start off with how do you feel about this outfit?
Oh, sorry, my audio cut off for a
Okay,
second.
well, actually, CityWorks project immediately and does that change your answer?
I mean, honestly, as I said, I haven't been playing a ton of Netrunner lately, so I'm really have no idea what's going on, and I'm excited to see what this outfit is doing. CityWorks project to me that screams uh, uh punitive, right? That's like that looks like punitive to me, just historically, but I don't know. Maybe someone's doing something weird
Which
that I
I
missed on.
guess it's huge. I guess it's huge if that's the case that we didn't see a punitive come out that turn, because this is now 3 points in the runner's score area. Oftentimes that means there's only really one more agenda score before punitive is no longer a factor at all.
Yeah. If
See
this
a
is
data
indeed
loop
punitive.
here. That's a big res, costs 7 credits, but big for this style of deck, right?
Yeah, especially if like that makes me think this deck is trying to really force out the CityWorks project, which I respect. I think there's some punitive decks that, are struggle because they don't have like a legitimate scoring plan, and CityWorks projects behind a data loop is a pretty serious scoring plan. When you mentioned earlier that seeing 2 team members play is always a pleasure, and I totally agree. You always see some really really good play between them. I think it can also be sometimes hard to commentate those games because there are things going on at like such a high level and such a like optimized between those 2 players that they just kind of like go over one's head. But they're always fun to watch. I love like seeing how a team has like collectively decided to solve problems, and then how their different approaches to solving problems, right? The runner is trying to solve all the problems put forth by the corpse doing the opposite, and sometimes teams end up having a runner that's like really bad against their corp or vice versa, so that's interesting to see. Oh, no, you're muted, by the way. Oh, Oh, okay. It looks like we're having some network issues.
Yeah, it might be some network issues. That's okay. I'll jump in with you, Repo. All right, so we're off. This is the outfit matchup. So if I'm not mistaken, this archetype that the outfit is playing right now, the deck was called Lady Killer. And this seems very similar to the deck that came in, I believe, third at Worlds this year. So we're seeing the CityWorks project off the top. It's a deck that wants to leverage credit differentials and then damage. We're going to see things like the new Angelique. She's going to do 2 meat damage to the remote server or 1 from hand. Punitive, as y'all mentioned, is super important as much as the punitive window is closed. And this is a really interesting matchup when it comes to Audrey on the basis that you need to get cards out of your hand generally to interact with ice. And that's the same line that the Wayland does want to attack you on. Now, if you get that sound something like an imp, that's actually very interesting because you're not forced to steal agendas. You can trash them, but this is quite an exciting matchup. The question is, how quickly can you get to that bad publicity? You know, ice like this, like Valen Chow, is going to be really important. And at the end of the day, if you can get through most of this stuff with Audrey, you can face check as long as you have 1 virus counter. It's a nice spot to be in.
I can't help but wonder if Data Loop is specifically Audrey hate in this deck, because that is a lot of cards to go through with Audrey.
Yeah, it is. You're not going to see Hush or anything. You're right. It's a lot of cards to go through, which it can be very scary. Now, another cool thing, if this is very close to that Lady Killer deck that we saw at Worlds, is also running 3 Mavirus, just on the basis that this deck was teched out to deal with virus decks. But above the law there off the top deck, we might be on game point here.
Ooh.
2 bad publicity. This is slightly unfair, Augustus is calling. This is a bit of an uphill fight for Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that's like, I assume that the agenda suite's going to be 3 City Works, 1 Above the Law, and 3 SDS. Like, your agenda density is really low, and to lose 2 off R&D like that, it's always unfortunate.
So I think the agenda the agenda suite's very close to that. We're going to be on 3 copies of regulatory capture, likely, instead of the Azjefs. And that's actually a really important way that Ruben can maybe claw back into the game. That's that 6-2 agenda that lowers its advancement threshold by how much bad publicity you have, up to 4. So like the real important part here is once the corporation takes 4 bad publicity. Because once the corp has 4 bad publicity, that's a 2-2 agenda they can actually score from hand, which is quite exciting. Pivot here. We have the threat text. We're just going to pull it too big to fail, and Ruben's going to get their 3rd bad publicity up on 14 credits here. It looks like Augustus might have survived all of the punitives coming in for the rest of the game.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't make the connection, but regulatory totally makes sense. I just saw City Works, and I thought punitive, and usually those
Damage.
punitive decks want to be running 3s.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, with the SDS, excuse me.
It's interesting, but no, that totally makes sense though. I mean, you obviously want to be playing regulatory capture in the outfit, but that also makes like the deck really have very serious scoring potential. Although again, as you said, it's going to be an uphill battle, right? Losing that damage threat's a big deal.
So now runners can be very careful unless they build real multi-axis, and these host decks, these like mulch decks, don't actually have like twinning. They don't have any real big multi-axis besides potentially a conduit late game in R&D. But a lot of times the play pattern is let the corp get to 3 bad publicity, slow down a bit, build up your multi-axis, and then once you make that run where they res their 4th bad publicity ice, that's when you really have to go aggressive because you need to snipe those regulatory captures out of hand that are generally pooling in there. Outfit sometimes just has awkward accesses. We're through Data Loop. There's Daniela. Ooh, this is slightly different. This was not in the world's list. So Rashida is going to be in the remote server. Now, Daniela only deals with stealing and trashing agendas, let alone protecting themselves in the remote server. So they're going to stay there. Lago down 2 is just going to be free click compression. If Ruben's going to be jamming to remote server, Augustus is going to get that card draw to help, battle against the Data Loop. That's really quite nice.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, I mean, that does make me think they're really, leaning into the punitive game plan if they're playing Daniela. I wonder, like, what options you have really here. As you said, the regulatory. So just, try to get up to 4 bad pub, and we're almost there. So I guess I would be, as the runner, really cautious about running HQ for fear of letting them res some illicit ice there and pushing the regulatories into 2-2 territory.
This is huge. So Ruben just says, I'm going to put the CityWorks on top of the Daniela. And on that install, the Lago Trash to Steel Skin, which True Augustus now, they're on 7 cards. He's on 7 cards in hand, which now he knows if he just gets through the Data Loop and steals the CityWorks, which is 4 meat damage after that Diesel, this is game here. The Daniela is going to make an additional cost to steal. You have to pay that. And now he just has to do the math. He knows it's just a Data Loop. That's going to be 2 cards from hand. This is probably it. He just has to draw, run. Oh, like the fire. All right. You don't have to do any more math when you put light the fire down. You're just running archives. You figured it out. Well done. That's going to be a short game there. But Augustus just finding the points, getting the cards in hand. You cannot ask for better than that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was
Let's
so
get-
fast.
Welcome back, Pants. That should be game here. That is just the City Works from archives. It was just light the fire, but
Just
a
in
fast
time.
one. Yeah, just in time. You know all those times back in the
Oh.
day where you were trying to do the math and you just said, whatever, I'll play Stim Hack. This is basically the closest we have to that.
Oh, it's always the right move. You always stim hack.
All right, well, you want to pick another table? We'll swing in there, Pants. You got a whole game to commentate. No worries.
Yes, let me pull that list back up.
That is sort of the other flavor of watching a team kill happen, which is someone gets like really unlucky and you get like robbed of the opportunity to see that high level play just because like the game was over in like 3 turns.
Yeah.
If people are hungry for more outfit play, we have another one on table 13. I can check with them if they are open.
Sure. If you like, yeah.
Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, for those who are tuning in, by the way, this is round 5. That was a quick one, but we'll be right back to another game. Again, rounds are about 40 minutes. Usually you want to take up at least half that time, but that's okay. We have enough time to dive into another match, and we'll be there in just a moment. Again, we have 8 rounds today. We're almost slightly more than halfway through. Sorry, stream for the anticlimactic match. Yo, Augustus, sometimes you run hot. That's totally fine. You want to be doing that.
So going back after 4 months, the thing that surprised me the most looking through the IDs here is all the Lou. And I see that, Audrey Lou, that makes sense, but it's for a very long time, Lou failed to be better than Hoshiko or Freedom. And when Audrey came out, I was like, oh, this is a Freedom card. It's really
We are
interesting
good
to
on
see
13.
that Lou is like taken off because there's a lot of Lou today.
All right, I have table 13 is now up on the stream. I'm going to mute my microphone. That's another outfit. We have a regulatory capture. We're at 3 bad publicity, so we might have another fast one. Have fun, y'all.
Yeah, I'm loving what I see so far. We jump into this. We're already on 3 bad pub. These regulatory captures are 3 2s. They're almost 2 2s. I mean, really, we have another data loop res. Really, what else could you want?
I mean,
Another red
yeah,
cap. Look at that.
this might be a very fast game in the other direction.
It could be. Though, notably, we do have an important piece of disruption down. We have the Hermes. And with this outfit on 2-point agendas, looking like, wants to score at least 3 of these red caps, probably wants to score another 2-1 to end the game. That's a lot of disruption, especially if you can start actually getting accesses here as Sable.
Definitely. It's interesting. The fact that the red caps are gone, or 2 of them are gone. It's obviously bad for the runner to be staring down at 4 points in the corp score area. But on the other hand, those are easy points in the future that are no longer scoreable. So they're down to
Very
like 1
true.
red cap and 3 hostiles probably.
It's sort of like sniping the 2nd or 3rd Atlas. You get to disrupt the full chain potentially, which makes it much harder to actually score out for the Corp.
Yeah, that being said, at 4 points, this kind of deck is still very scary.
Yeah. Still very dangerous because this, you could just top deck 3 hostiles and the game's over and there's nothing you could do as the runner. I would imagine that Say probably wants to start getting some sort of R&D lock, but Bichet obviously makes that a little bit difficult, especially with it looks like Echelon is the breaker of choice for killers, and at the moment Echelon you have to boost twice to break a Trebuchet, which is not exactly cheap.
No, that is brutal. You hope to boomerang it, but that doesn't really help you R&D lock, at least unless you're like down to like 3 cards in your deck.
Yeah, unless you have a lot more time than I imagine this game's gonna go.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm figuring out kind of what happened with the game, kind of doing a bit of a retrospective here, and I think the the face-ups and archives kind of tell the entire story here. Two too big to fails, one Rashida Jaheim. I mean, that just tells you exactly how Ion Fox got all of the gas here and is just completely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you love the outfit being able to res 2 7 cost pieces of ice and be sitting here on 17 credits.
One of
It's
which
like
actually costs 7.
yeah.
See, the reason Trebuchet kind of costs 7, it costs 7 up front, but when you're the outfit, you get that bad pub, so it costs 4 retrospectively, but you do have to have those 7 up front. Now, I have a lot of cards installed in server 1. What do you think the outfit might have in server 1 other than potentially an agenda or an asset?
I mean, based on the last game we just saw, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but there's the Jinteki upgrade that makes you bottom 2 cards from your grip to steal
Uh,
an agenda. We saw that last game. If you're
yeah.
playing Data Loop, it seems likely that you're going to be creating some sort of horrible clown car server
Oof.
that's
Yeah.
going to stack those kinds of flags. So that's what
It
I would
it it can just
expect.
make it impossible to it could just make it impossible to steal a too big to or sorry, not a too big to fail, a City Works project, and actually, it's even worse than impossible to steal. You have to take the damage when you access.
It's true. It's great text. You love it.
Yeah. Now, I have to say, having played against Ion Fox a few times in the past, I wonder if there are some snares in this list to throw behind this data loop.
Well, you gotta get a tag somehow. You gotta make sure that that other subroutine is active. No, I'm
Now,
kidding. Of course, you
I
have
I have
spells
to
too.
imagine if you're the outfit, you absolutely love seeing the discard at the end of the turn there for Sable. Diversion of funds going in the bin. Traditionally, that's one of the best ways that Criminal has to deal with these big money Wayland decks is just take the money away. But looks like that's just not possible this game, just set up too quickly. But we have
Yeah.
a pivot coming out. Wonder what that's gonna get. Oh, pivoting, but gonna spin Doctor first. Okay.
Oh, wait. Hmm.
Okay, so gonna spin Doctor a too big to fail and a Rashida Jaheim back, and then gonna pivot to get City Works project and install a City Works project. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's that play we were just talking about. You have some you have some potentially bottom some cards to steal an agenda. You have a City Works project. You have a data loop. We got a stew going here, and
I
this is
wonder what.
also threatening game.
Yeah, that's very scary. Right, because like the best case scenario for the runner is they steal it and they've lost a ton of tempo stealing it.
Hmm.
And that probably opens up a scoring window for the court. It's a rough position to be in. That card is Daniela. That we're thinking of Daniela Jorge Inacio.
Oh
Um,
yes, yes. Now, obviously, CityWorks project on one advancement counter doesn't immediately threaten the win, but seamless launch exists. I assume that there are ways to get a win if this does, in fact, stick around for a full turn. So, I don't think that the runner can afford to actually sit around and see what happens here. We see a run on HQ. We got a Winchester here.
Interesting.
Echelon paying through a border control.
I'm kind of surprised to see the double res there. That suggests a
Oh,
pretty
finds a
juicy
hostile
EQ.
takeover.
Oh wow.
Now, that's a Hermes. Uh, CityWorks project is not resed, correct?
Yeah, but it's not unres. I mean I think at least how it used to work with uh Patel is that you couldn't bounce face up agendas because
Ah,
they're neither
okay,
res nor
okay.
unres.
Neither res nor
Um,
unresed. Okay, they're the
yeah,
the neither successful nor unsuccessful of
exactly. Yeah,
installed cards.
they're
Okay,
the
so it's
Chrysium
it's it's
brand.
not the absolute worst case scenario there for Ion Fox. You get to bounce some of those protective cards, but you don't get to bounce the CityWorks project itself. And
That's
with Dirty Laundry potentially threatening to still go into this remote. And that's yep, you see the border control there to shut that possibility off.
This is really interesting. So you kind of think that um, so the Ion had already committed to the pivot when they rezzed the spin doctor. So they probably drew the hostile off the spin doctor. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't just
Yeah.
score it, right? Like, I don't know. There might be some really nuanced thing going on here that I'm missing.
Well, I guess the question here is this game? Is there a is there a seamless in hand?
No, it's
Too big to
not.
fail. That makes me think no. Relying on this CityWorks project to hold for one more turn.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now,
I mean
here's where
that
things really get interesting because, you know, if you've got a couple more diversion of funds or uh or pinhole threadings in your hand, HQ's not that expensive now.
Yeah, I think the thing you have to worry about, like, so my read on the board state is if you're going to use the border control there, I don't know, you kind of think that there were like multiple cards in HQ if you're going to res both a Winchester and a border control to try to keep them out.
Yeah.
So you got to think there are more agendas in HQ, which is pretty soft now, especially with the second upgrade being installed in server one, just reducing the number of non-agendas in HQ. So I don't know, maybe you just run HQ here, but I don't. It seems really hard to get into that remote this turn and actually steal anything.
Even if you miss an HQ, I think it's a pretty good run because you get up to 4 strength on Amakua,
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
relevant for Data Loop.
Although the grip situation is such that there's no way you're getting in that server, right? Like not with three cards.
Yeah, you can't steal. You're right. There's just no way. I
You're just
don't
gonna die.
you've got to have like triple diesel in hand for that to even be a thing, something you can think about. So
And
instead, going to R&D, hoping that the win is in R&D.
I just want to stop for a second and appreciate the absolutely glorious art on Valentau. I mean, I think
Oh
Null
my god,
Signal
yeah.
consistently has knocked it out of the park with art, but we love Scott Umiga, and this is just a great piece.
It's such a mood.
Yeah,
Just the strength of the point. I think it's the you.
absolutely.
Yeah, fantastic piece of art. Honestly, pretty good piece of ice too. Reminds me a lot of Veritas, but with more teeth to it in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're a lot more excited to res this than Veritas, but yeah, totally.
Let's see. Okay, choosing to continue. 3 credits left. This could be bad. Another Valentine. Okay. I think that's that doesn't bode especially well for getting into R&D at any point in the future.
And I mean, you can't get past the trebuchet, right? Like, I mean, you
Right.
can, but you lose the trace. So,
Right.
oh, bankroll, that's right. Okay. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but I mean, is
Y-
that enough to get through?
You echelon it, right? Because this is
Yeah. I guess is it enough to potentially the win from happening is the real because you need to steal 2 agendas here at least to actually win this game.
well, I think, if our read is right, there's another agenda in HQ. And so, I mean, you probably just have to only shoot, or maybe you run archives. There are
Yeah.
2 cards dumped. It's
Yeah,
always
that's
possible.
true. Okay, so approaching the trebuchet. This is breakable. Break, end up with 1 credit, and that is exactly enough to break the and the run trace on Winchester for HQ. So,
Well, you get 6 bad pubs, so you'll be fine, I think.
oh, good point. Right, bad pub. Yeah, the ideability of the outfit does more than just give the outfit money. Now that is 4 cards off of R&D, so it does not look like any of them are agendas, unless this is an SDS that's being considered.
Yeah, I would be surprised if this agenda suite had an SDS in it, given what we've seen
I
so
would
far,
be
right?
too. Yeah. I'm just thinking of ways that this could potentially not be a full whiff for the runner. That is a really unfortunate top 4 nothing in it. That makes me think that HQ is potentially even more packed than we thought.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. I mean, and honestly, I think, if you get, I mean, I think you maybe want to run archives even, like unless you get, I don't know. This is gonna be rough. Like whiffing on that is bad in this situation, but hopefully we see something
Absolutely.
in HQ.
Well, that is not an agenda, but it is a trashable card, thanks to the bad pub. So only 3. That's
Ooh.
the punitive is still there. And yep, that is good game. In fact, advance, advance, advance. Game over.
That was
So
indeed a good
GG to
game.
Ion Fox.
I'm really curious where the agendas were that game. If they were in R&D, just deep. If there was one in HU, I mean, we saw the punitive at least. Or if they were in archives, like what? Where were the agendas that game?
Yeah, maybe they just were farther down in the deck. I mean, we did see a pivot to actually go grab an agenda. Now, it was grabbing a City Works, which obviously was the best agenda in that spot. So it's possible there were others in HQ, but still.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Ion Fox is telling us if stream is wondering, we'll see what the punchline is here in a second.
Sorry, I moved the camera away from the game, so you just have to narrate what the punchline is.
Ion Fox is telling us. Ion Fox is telling us he slipped R&D a Benjamin, so all the agendas were on the bottom of the deck.
That's one way to do it for sure.
Yep.
All right.
How much time is left in the round?
I'm not sure how much time is left this round. There's still a whole bunch of games that are not reported, if I'm not mistaken, so we might be able to dive into one more. I think there's probably more than 10 minutes left.
So your time for approximately 2 more outfit games?
15 minutes. Yeah, that's about 2 outfit games.
It is funny. I mean, I'm glad that in one round we were able to see the duality of outfit, like either just immediately crashing and burning or just running away with the game. It's a really fun deck to play.
Do you want to maybe check in with table 11, which is Santa on Lu versus Alpi on Mirror Morph?
Let me jump in and ask them.
Thank you kindly.
Oh, the game just ended.
Well, there you go.
So
I really want to
probably
see
not
Mirror Mark.
super fruitful. Yeah, that would have been nice.
Otherwise, there's a lot of options between like Ops and Hoshiko's. That seems to be the matchup this round for sure. So table 3 is Sokka versus Matashak. We have the I think the Pennsylvania special, Wiki versus Bendurians. We have Moomin versus Asa. I think any of those are probably worth a shot.
I can jump into Moomin versus Asa and ask if they are good with us streaming.
Cool, thank you.
Also, that Mirror Morph is undefeated. So
Oh, no way.
Really want to see that Mirror Morph. Yeah.
That's sick. I think there's been a couple like MCA Mirror Morphs floating around on RDP. They look quite good. It's a pretty fun idea too at the end of the day.
It is really fun and so unique. I'm glad it exists, and I'm really glad to see someone doing well with it in a tournament. That just makes me happy.
We are good to go on this table.
Oh, that's table 7?
Moomin versus Asa.
Thanks so much. Okay, we'll be swinging over there.
Now we are jumping into a well-advanced game. We are on 6 points versus 3. It looks like Asa pondering on an important turn here. We have pretty glaciered up. I see a lot of ice installed here. Yeah, pivotal turn, taking a second to think.
It's interesting. I mean, it is a lot of ice, but it's a lot of pretty weak ice. This kind of looks like Rush
Yeah.
Out to me. And the game's gone
Yeah,
a
it
lot.
does. And it really looks like this Hoshiko's been able to get set up. We see twinning, we see uh we see DJ Steve is out, Maw is down, Leech has multiple counters to support the Cleaver and the Carmen. I mean it looks like this game has gone pretty well economically for Hoshiko to have all of this down. Now, only 2 credits to Hoshiko's name at the moment, but certainly able to get quite a few of those back by running HQ through a 0 strength sandstone potentially.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you want to be Hoshiko here for sure, but being on game point is great. Although you kind of, I don't know, you expect the corp to be scoring out, um, like an Atlas. What do you think that is in the remote?
An Atlas would make a lot of sense because if you get an Atlas with a counter, then that sets you up to potentially install Advanced Audacity out the last Atlas to win.
Yeah,
I'm sure the corp
definitely.
wants this to be an Atlas at the very least.
I wonder what the
Oh, okay.
runners.
Cambridge gets Unity back. There were some issues with being able to break code gates. It looks like.
There we go. I was actually just about to ask that. I was like, what's the runner's code gate solution here? I guess that's the answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna scroll up and see if the Unity got trashed at some point. I see there is a Stavka res, so my guess is the answer is yes, but
Yeah, okay,
I
that makes
don't
sense.
know for sure.
And Stavka in front of the offshore, that makes a ton of sense. There we go. There's the Atlas. Wait, without a counter. Interesting.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
yeah. Sure enough, I scroll far enough up and I see Stavka trashed a Cleaver and a Unity earlier this game.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. I guess
Fascinating.
what's the significance of being on 3 credits here for Moomin?
Nothing is immediately coming to my mind. Do you have any thoughts?
I guess it's threatening to never advance whatever's in server 1 here. Rather than I guess maybe you make that play if you already have the Atlas in hand. I'm not sure. It's
Hmm.
certainly safer in the remote than it is in HQ. So, oh, not as safe as you'd like it to be, given that the Unity is now back.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the one just has like no money.
Yeah. But with a Steve and with 2 credits on Mystic Mamie, well, actually, I don't see a Dirty Laundry in the bin. So it's a little harder to get fast money than I thought than you might think. Okay, never mind. There's a Dirty Laundry in HQ. Oh no, okay. I missed the
It would,
Steve offered Dirty Laundry and Dirty Laundry. That's why there weren't any in the bin. They
yeah,
were getting Steved.
just removed from the bin.
Yeah.
It's still not a lot of money, and like that Stavka double offshore server is pretty expensive.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
there's
Oh, okay. The game is more than in archives. Wow. Wow. I mean, we talk about high level netrunner players sometimes like to hide points in archives, and a lot of games it pays off, and then some games runner wins on 10 because they ran archives.
Oh, absolutely. I have won a lot of games as a corp by dumping something in archives surreptitiously.
Yeah.
And as so many of us have, it's a classic move.
It is, and I mean, you even see there's multiple spin doctors removed from the game. A lot of times, the way that you get away with having something in archives is you just, you even spin doctor around it. Just say like, no,
Yeah,
there's nothing here. I would have removed it.
exactly. Yeah, and then you keep density down in R&D. It's great.
Yeah. Well, that is
What
another I think less quick Wayland win, but another one quick after rejoined. So
we've been playing
we're running close to the end of the round here.
Yeah, there's only a
wow.
couple minutes left in the round. So that might be it for us here at this is round 5. So we're just waiting for a couple of last results to come in. In the meantime,
Yeah.
we will be back for round 6 in just a bit. I think we're going to throw up some art and some music, but don't go anywhere. Y'all are still here for next round, right? I'm pretty sure you are.
Yes.
Yes.
Heck yeah. Okay, fantastic. So we're going to give you a couple minutes to stretch your legs, get a drink of water. We'll be back again. We're entering round 6. We have 8 rounds today. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational here on Null Signal Games Twitch. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. It's so close to saying 2023 still. We'll get through that together, don't you worry. My name is Andre. I'm generally from the Metropol grid here, but I'm excited to be on the Twitch Null Signal Games Netrunner Twitch channel. This is a Circuit Breaker Invitational. We have about 100 plus players who have over the last year been trying to get their golden tickets, their invites to this big tournament, a 2-day event starting today, 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss, culminating tomorrow with only a top 8. And we're just on the way to find out who's going to be making that top 8. You're seeing a bit of the top of the standings here on the screen. There is still 3 players that are entirely undefeated. Sokka, Solemnstorm, Augustus. They're in a very comfortable spot here. It looks like we're going to be watching again. I think we're going to see a very top table still, but an interesting one for y'all. So if you want to see the standings, mind you, you can follow at home on Aesop's tables. My name is Andre, but I'm joined by, again, 2 casters before. I said it's nice to have him on the microphone for the first time today. I've had a lot of pleasure to share microphones with Pants. Neuropantser, how's it going?
I'm doing great, honestly. It's great to be here. I think this is my second and last round of today, but I'm going to be around for a lot of tomorrow. So I am learning what's good at Netrunner right now. It's been a bit since I've been involved in the meta, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far.
Awesome. And I'm also joined by Repo Rogue. Repo, how's it going?
Hi, doing well. Much like Pants here, I have not been playing Netrunner for a while and also really enjoying seeing how diverse the meta is right now. It looks really fun. And it's been good to watch anyway.
It's going to be very exciting. We're off to 2 IDs I don't think we've seen today. One of them, the new Jinteki from the latest set, the Automata Initiative. Again, my name is Andre. I'm behind the scenes pointing the mouse at the cards so you can read them, but I'll be back on between rounds. In the meantime, the 2 of these nice guys are going to bring you through the game. Enjoy round 6.
Since this is the first time we've seen these IDs, I'd like to start by just explaining what they do. I think on the runner side, that's a pretty easy one to explain. Lat draws cards. When your turn ends, if you have the same number of cards in your grip as Corp has in HQ, you can draw a card. Notably, Atea does not have any hand size buffs, so that is always potentially achievable if you plan your turn correctly. On the Atea side, that is a new ID from the most recent cycle. Limit 2 remote servers, but the first time each turn you install a card in the root of or protecting a remote server, you can install another card into the other remote server, ignoring all costs. You can't score that second card. So it's a lot of efficiency. It can enable some interesting combos, a lot of things you can do with this deck. I am excited to see what exactly this Atea is doing.
Minor clarification. You said into the other remote server. You can also install ice protecting the other remote server.
Right.
With
I
that
should have said or
reinstall.
protecting. Good point. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really interesting ID, and it's cool to see both the combo decks that come out of this, and also sort of the efficiency oriented decks, which is not, I don't know, that's not normally the game plan out of Jinteki. That's more of like what you'd expect out of HB, where it's just like, yeah, I'm going to play a really efficient game of Netrunner and accumulate advantage and win. So yeah, really excited to see what flavor of Ateo is Germetics is playing here.
It notably contains 3 of the most potentially busted words in all of Netrunner, ignoring all costs. Now, I don't know if it necessarily is usually super busted out of this ID, but we've seen ignoring all costs do some very powerful things in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually also curious to see what flavor of lat we have here, because I haven't been playing in a while, and the last time I was really involved in the game, APOC lat was quite popular, but other flavors of lat were not very popular. Now APOC has, of course, rotated, so
It's not very popular now if you don't want to get the judge called on you.
yeah, amazing.
And honestly, this first turn from Lad, I don't think is telling us much because we see a Diesel, we see a Daily Cast, and we see a Telework contract, all of which I would say are very popular efficiency economy cards out of a shell like Lat. And of course, winning that mini game where you end on 5 cards and get to draw an additional 1. Planned it out perfectly.
Absolutely. And here we've seen the first Atea trigger. We've seen an Adrian Seiss used to install ice and then moved over into the server, which is a cool trick. Very efficiently building this scoring remote. I assume it's a scoring remote.
Yeah, one would think. Obviously, Adrian Seiss, one of the most interesting cards, I think, out of the most recent cycles. It gives you a caprice-like effect, though with a definite twist. Um, it offers you the ability to either access only Adrian Seiss or access everything other than Adrian Seiss.
It's really cool. I like the design of this card a lot, and I also like the sysop design in this cycle, where you can
Yeah,
move them around.
very cool. Now we do see an Echelon come down. I would say Echelon probably you want to see your killer very early against Shinteki because obviously one of the big threats that they have is rezzing in Anansi and absolutely ruining your day.
Y- Yeah, to be fair, if they res an Anansi even after you've installed Echelon, it's 9 credits to break at this point.
Yeah.
So it's still gonna ruin your day, but
Yeah,
slightly
talk about
different.
exchanging tempo. Now, okay, let's talk about server 1.
Well,
What's in server 1?
what isn't in server one is what I'm wondering. Um,
Genuinely though. W what does this tell you about, I don't know, d does this signal anything about what potentially the game plan of this Atea is?
I mean, I would guess it is trying to score out relatively honestly, and probably
Seems
also
like
there's
it.
like a Warroid tracker in there.
Warride
And
Tracker is oh, Warride
and
Tracker is such a good combo with Adrian Seiss, right? Because if you actually like if you lose the bid and you get to trash Adrian Seiss, or you lose the side game and you get to trash Adrian Seiss, Warride Tracker just punishes you for playing the game.
yeah, absolutely. It's really brutal. I mean, Warrior Tracker is always brutal, and definitely that's an exceptionally rough combination there.
Hmm.
And it's just like
Now
when it's a trash.
we see a propeller come out, so this is kind of the complete rig for Lat here. We have ability to break barriers, ability to break decoders, ability to break killers. Obviously, this propeller probably not sticking around forever, but man, that one install cost, hard to argue against that.
Yeah, it's gonna make an Anansi, 3 to break, which is a lot better than the 9 it was before the turbine got installed.
Yeah, the turbine obviously huge. I mean, Echelon already being up at 5 strength, that's kind of amazing. Now, Tatu Bolda, Border Control and Tatu Bolda saying, all right, this turbine's giving you 2 extra strength, but I'm resing things with 1 strength, so the joke's on you.
Yeah, and border control again, that shows me like that tells me personally that this is a very honest deck that just wants
Oh,
to,
Lacosta.
ooh, spicy.
All right. So Lacosta throwing an advancement on at the beginning of the turn, which allows a 4-2 score as a never advance. It's an off-world office, getting those credits back, ending the turn at 10 credits more than Gyrometrics started the turn with. So a very good turn of events there for the Corp.
Yeah, and
But it
moving the
looks like
Adrian
this is a
system.
free run in.
It will be quite costly to trash both of those upgrades, though. And
Yeah.
I mean, you got to worry as Vlad about like, I mean, now that Rizeki has rotated or not rotated, been banned, right? Rizeki's banned, right? That's still
Yeah.
current.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Glad.
The orb is no more.
Yeah, since the orb has been vanquished, we you have to worry about how to make money as Shaper and trashing 6 credits worth of upgrades. Ooh, okay,
choosing
so
choosing
leaving
to
Locust.
trash the Daniela but leave the Lacosta. But running
Hmm.
back. Interesting. Trashing the Lacosta. I'm wondering what that was. What the
I think
reason
maybe
behind that play was.
I don't. I'm really curious too. I wonder if maybe it was a misreading of Daniela and thinking that
That's my thought. I wonder if that's the case.
she worked like a persistent Warroid tracker, because that would
Yeah.
be very unfortunate if that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Agreed.
there's some other rationale.
Could be. Regardless, though, we're seeing Atea rebuild fairly quickly. again, with this efficiency that the Atea ability provides, just very quickly spamming out cards, drawing to keep up cards in hand, and we see a Nuka come down on the lat side. So Nuka, a good way to draw in bursts and try to have the number of cards in your hand at the end of turn that you want to draw extra cards off of lat. An overclock going into server 1. That's a good way to try to trash things that are in the root.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it does go a little bit ways to answering the question of, what are you going to do about money?
Well, Biovault goes down for effectively only 1 credit. Not the most efficient play in the world, but it does mean that that Biovault, which potentially could have cost, 10, 12 credits at some point in the future, effectively costs 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's hard to know in those situations how effective something like overclock was, because like we don't know if that prevented a costly piece of ice from being rezzed. So hard to know exactly what happened there.
Yeah, so we did see using Spin Doctor at the end of Lat's turn to deny the Lat draw. Just a nice little piece of anti-efficiency, I guess, in a sense, by Atea there. But starting with 8 credits, quite a few cards in hand, so certainly the ability to potentially make a strong play here. Needs to kind of rebuild server 1 to actually start scoring out, I think, obviously, with the Doom rig set up Lat's side to a certain extent.
Definitely. I mean, one possibility here is trying to tax out the propeller. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Like it's a tough rig to look down. I think the other option is just taxing Lat out. If you can get Lat to burn a bunch of money trashing upgrades, currently we still don't have any sustainable long-term economy for Lat. So while this
Yep.
rig is really nasty to deal with in terms of ice, there's just not a lot of money behind it at the moment.
hmm I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these upgrades, this border control get shuffled back to Spin Doctor at some point for exactly what you're talking about, more ways to tax out Lat's resources. Now, I guess the bad news if you're trying to tax out Lat's resources is there are 9 very efficient credits sitting on telework contract right now that you have to burn through. That's not even the end of the telework contracts. So I think this is a fairly difficult state for the corp to be in, but certainly not out of it. We have a Balia bands come out, so going to have a run.
Yeah, I think the thing that like what will determine whether the corp can get out of this jam, right, is can they set up a taxing enough server with enough upgrades to really force out that money? And I don't know, maybe not. Like Jinteki Ice is not amazing. Um, your Anansi is going to be taxing for 3. That's probably not worth resing. So
Yep.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure how you really tax this out. Propeller has limited counters, but we have to assume that Lat has tools to get more propellers and probably has some permanent factor. In fact, we haven't seen other than Baha'i bands. We haven't seen any or Baha'i bands. We haven't seen any influence out of Lat.
Yeah. Yeah, that just got set up so quickly. I mean, just so much money up front and all of kind of the rig it seemed like was right there in the hand. There was just I mean the as you pointed out the Anansi like only costing 3 right now. Usually there's a window in the game where those things cost 9. And there just wasn't effectively in this game.
Yeah,
Speed of
absolutely.
setup it seems like is really what is doing it for Lat this game.
Absolutely. I think like, if the Atia here is going to get out of this situation, it's going to be through, I don't know if they are running Bora Tracker, but it's going to be something like creating some horrible clown car server. And
Yeah.
it involves like, as efficient as it is to break ice here, it's not terribly efficient to be trashing the resources. Although again, as you said, there's a lot of credits sitting on resources
Yeah.
for that right now. So
Yeah, and I guess one of the important things to point out about Adrian Seiss, as good as the card is, it is not Caprice in the sense that you can't just side game your way to victory. Because that
yeah.
that used to be a legitimate out. I mean, as a longtime Polana player, there were games where you would legitimately say, my out is that my opponent never wins a Psy game, and I just luck it out. You can't quite do that with Adrian Seiss because they get to actually trash the Adrian.
Absolutely. And of course, you had the future perfect back in the day to.
Oh, yeah, to make it even worse.
I remember playing Ash Caprice as a secondary win condition out of team sponsorship San ETF, and just like occasionally getting to install a Caprice to protect my San City grid and being like, hey, you can trash this hypothetically, but do you want
Will
to?
you?
So this situation here, having this big server with some upgrades in it is what we want, but there's no risks to it now. Curious what's happening here.
Yeah, just resing a tithe.
I mean, that
Tithe
is
is
as
only
taxing
going
as
to
you can
tax
do.
out 2 credits. It's relatively taxing, I guess.
Yeah,
It didn't cost much to res.
yeah, I'd be pretty happy about that personally.
Yeah. But it's just not draining very many credits from Lat's side, which unfortunately you do really need to start draining those credits. Okay, so Adrian Seiss does deny the ability to see what the other card in server 1 is, but Adrian Seiss gets trashed. Still 11 credits on the Lat side.
Huh?
Make
Sure
that
gamble
15.
rather than
Sure
make it
gamble.
10. Interesting.
Yeah. And that is a Rashida in server 4. So that's going to be a help for this Atea, you have to think. Potentially get another install on server 4, throw another ice on the outside of server 1. I wouldn't be too shocked to see that play at some point this turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Those ignoring all cost words coming in handy here, I think, a little bit.
definitely in terms of building those really deep servers.
Yeah, and sure
I
enough.
mean, I think the question is just can Geometics here actually res that ice, and is that ice actually going to be taxing if it's res? That's like the concern here with fully rigged up lat.
That
But
is a real question. Oh, we see a Swift come down. That's some of that influence you were talking about. Makes these Valia bands even more efficient because you get to gain an extra click off of them. And obviously providing that extra MU, which could potentially become relevant. I don't know exactly what other program you're potentially looking to install if you're lat here, but the click's certainly worth it by itself.
well, you can install another turbine.
You could. That's a good point. Okay, so that is a Daniela, Jorge Ignacio, and Adrian Seiss going back into R&D. Those effects that are going to make it harder to steal, make you potentially have to make multiple runs, kind of the multiplicative effects, as it were, because you do need to drain a multiplicative number of credits at the moment. Ooh, Cider
Ooh.
Adaptive Barrier. That's pretty good with this efficient install plan from Atea, because that's 4 for a 6 strength barrier. Propella's gotta actually boost to get up to that.
Yeah, there's a symbol chip on board, so it can get renewed at instant speed, but that is a legitimate tax there. And if they can get
Yeah.
another one, if you can get another one res, that could be really effective.
Oh, finds a Lacosta in server 1. That's a very good trash. And a bacterial.
Ooh.
So we're gonna have the bacterial pause for a moment. Gerometics gets to look at the top 7 of the deck, gets to choose any number of them to add to HQ, any number of them to trash, and then the rest you get to arrange back on top of the deck. So this usually takes a moment. It's not exactly a fast card to resolve in person, but on JNet you need to, give an extra couple moments. Now, obviously the headline here for Lat is 3 points in the score area. That's very good. And with 8 credits on Lat's side and a telework contract ready to be clicked and a 4 and 5 cards in hand, which won't be going up to will almost certainly not be going up to 6, but still I have to think it's really hard to get punitive out from this position.
Yeah, I mean, I also wonder if punitive is even on the table, right? Like the rest of this deck looks like a rush deck to me, right? Like
Yeah.
there he's playing this like build up this server really quickly with like so far we've seen mostly cheap to mid cost ice. we see Off-World Office. If this was a punitive deck, I would have expected to see some, more 3-pointers. But maybe.
I agree. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I guess it's one less thing you're worried about, but I think you're right. I'm not sure you were worried about it to begin with.
but no, you're
But
100%
regardless,
right. It does matter.
yeah.
It,
Regardless, though, we do see continuing to tank on this bacterial programming. These decisions are important. These can sometimes make or break the game. So worth spending time on here as Atea. Okay, I'm
absolutely.
seeing the I think the run arrow went away, so does it not tell us what happened with the bacterial? No. I didn't see any go into archives. I think I did see a couple get drawn, and then the rest must have gotten rearranged on top of R&D.
I I think maybe one. I don't know. I'm not sure if any were drawn because there was Spin Doctor got res,
I think
and then
one
maybe one
was
got
because
drawn.
there were
Okay.
9. It was 8, and then the ninth
Okay.
got drawn for mandatory draw.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
1 to HQ reordered the remaining 6. There we go.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Well, and this is an install on server 4 and presumably another ice on the outside of server 1. That brings the satyr up to 7, which is a relevant difference for Propeller.
Yeah. Propeller
At
can't
the
break
moment,
it.
Propeller actually can't get to strength for satyr.
That's why you need to
Well,
install a
that's
second
one way
turbine.
to win. Yeah, the second turbine would be huge. You're right. Obviously, the simul chip helps, but this is basically saying like one simul chip per satyr. If this is a second satyr on the outside of server 1, suddenly this game's actually a lot harder to win if you're Lat.
Yeah, it'll really depend on if Lat has a more traditional fractor in the deck, which I would assume probably, but not necessarily. Especially if you're trying to build a deck for relatively like high speeds, you might just want to go with the simple chip propeller um, rig.
So Vovo does come out. That's going to make server 1 much cheaper to activate as a threat. I wonder that this could easily be Lacosta another 4/2 and then Vovo to potentially protect it for 1 turn.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Okay,
but a
and
legwork coming out, that's big.
what if we're going to see the border control pop?
Border control, I feel like you almost have to. Sure enough, border control ends the run here. A big investment from Gyrometrics' side, but uh, Gyrometrics knows what's in HQ, so that might be a sign about what's there.
Eh, Yeah, Geometrics is like starting to get into a good position here with this remote, but also so little money and no ice rest on either central.
And in my opinion, it is game theory optimal to send the simple smiley emoji like we see in chat. I used my
Absolutely.
border control smile.
John Nash would approve. Um,
Yeah. We did see a dirty laundry go back in, finding a spin doctor, choosing not to trash it, it looks like.
hmm. There we go. There's the
Oh, and that's a
Lacosta.
Lacosta. Lacosta advance.
But
And do
can you
we
score it?
it might have to cook because there's only 1 credit in Corp's pool right now. But slowly cooking with Lacosta if you feel that this server is actually safe, with Vovo, I imagine you think it's a little bit safer than you normally would. That can be a pretty good play.
If there's a second Satyr in there, I would say that's a pretty safe server, but
Yeah.
shapers have been known to do stranger things than break a 2 Satyr server. So we'll
Shapers
see.
will in fact shape, it's true. Yeah.
Is this gonna be a 6th piece of ice?
Oh lord, is it? It looks like it. It looks like it. Oh man. No, no, okay, it's just the install.
I that might be an overcommitment of ice, but honestly, with the satyrs there, it's hard to say.
Running through the deck
Mindscaping.
very quickly, only 14 cards left in R&D at the moment. and 8 in HQ at the end of this turn, needing to discard 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously,
centrals are
could be overdrawing and discarding agendas to spin Doctor back, but
centrals are looking pretty juicy right now. I mean, even
Mhm.
if you do shuffle them back, like if you get in can deep dive
Yeah.
a like 17 card R&D,
Yeah,
it's
asking Vovo not moved. Presumably R&D is very difficult to actually res, you would think, from
absolutely.
from the Atea side. So R&D certainly looks juicy. Running HQ first, but as you pointed out, that could easily be the sign of a deep dive to come. Fuji asset retrieval, so that is 6 points.
Oh, well,
This
now
is a
that
pinhole
does,
threading and an overclock. Running in
huh?
archives.
See, now that does make this look more like a punitive deck.
A little bit,
Boasted
yeah.
so much non-punitive influence.
But at the same time, it could also just be we did see Daniela, right? Um to so it could just be using that synergy, like just saying I have another good defensive asset or another good defensive upgrade. Tatubola on R&D. Oh, is there no ice in HQ to swap with?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Looks like we may have a JNet bug. I think they're gonna try undoing here, see if that fixes the problem.
You know, shout out to JNet. Like it still occasionally has issues, but JNet has matured so much over the years, and
Absolutely.
it it's gone from an environment where like trying to teach someone Netrunner on JNet was an absolute nightmare to it being like, no, it actually is like pretty reasonable to
A
do.
lot of things just work, yeah. Which is in a game that is as complex and difficult as Netrunner, saying that like things just work is often often hard to achieve.
Especially for like this public utility that is JNet, right? Like this
Yeah,
is like something that's maintained for free by community members who are really passionate about it, and it
absolutely.
works really well.
It does, and you know we have to give a lot of credit to the dev team that is responsible for JNet. They do a fantastic job. They listen to their users. They listen to us, the Netrunner community, and they do so much work to make sure that the site is stable for events like this. Make sure that it's stable for things like online continental championships. It just an incredible job by them.
Yeah, it's so
We're
important to the
seeing a judge
community.
call here, which is good. I mean, I think in a case like this, calling a judge just to make sure that you know what the correct thing to do, so that no one is confused. Everyone knows what should be happening. That's a very good thing to do.
Yeah, interesting though. I mean, it seems like we're for sure about to see a deep dive when this gets resolved.
It
But
certainly looks like it. Yeah, and that could. I mean, this R&D run could easily just be game.
for sure, for sure.
Presumably, we just saw two. Presumably, we just saw two agendas get shuffled back in with Spin Doctor. So density's fairly high. Could easily be in the top of R&D, but deep dive letting you look at a whole bunch of them is tough to come out of that unscathed. R&D has to really hold out.
Yeah, so if we assume that this deck is on all 3 pointers and one off-world office, I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
reasonable assumption at all, but that's like the most generous assumption we can make as far as density goes. And one of them is in the remote, then yeah, there's three
There are
unaccounted
still
for.
3 in R&D, and I would be
Or in
surprised if
HQ.
that's the actual suite because of La Costa.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I think that
Yeah.
that is like the situation is likely worse. There's probably one more
Yeah.
agenda in.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, stranger things have happened in games of Netrunner. I have
Oh, absolutely.
seen much lower percentage wins, but it is gonna take some heart of the cards magic Jackson Howard himself is going to have to intervene here.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because I think, that remote is very, very nasty, potentially, especially
Mhm.
if that ice is res more or less for free. But unfortunately, Geometrics just doesn't have money, and of course, the
Yeah.
runner's on 6 points, and both of those are pretty bad. Oh no, it looks like
Yeah,
we're
thankfully,
having.
this is something that I think is doable manually. It's good that we have the judge around to make sure that kind of the manual fix is done correctly and everyone ends up with the correct amount of clicks and credits and all of that left at the end of this.
Absolutely. And also to provide them with extra time because,
Yeah.
dealing with something like
Yeah.
this is time consuming.
It is, absolutely. This is a tough position to be in as a player. Obviously, this is a this is a high stress environment to play Netrunner in. This is a big tournament, an important tournament. This is table 5. They're doing well. Uh, this is also just as the corp a tough position to be in. So having to additionally deal with JNet created stress, which is rare. It's something that doesn't happen very often. It's a tough position to be in. So enough. Adding some clicks, adding some credits. So that's 2 to. Yeah, okay, so ending with 6 credits, that's the correct amount. Because you would gain 4 from Tattoo Bulba.
And that's
Goes
the
well
nice
as
thing is
well.
when,
This should be the correct game state.
at least when things break with JNet, you can just fix them manually most of the time. That's
Yes.
something for which I'm eternally grateful.
It's huge. Yeah. So 6 credits here going into the final ice on R&D. I mean, 23 credits here on the lat side. I'm not sure there's much unless this is a border control.
Oh, no reds.
There's not much you can do to actually stop this deep dive if there is a deep dive. Yep, and here we see the deep dive. 2G asset
There we
retrieval. That's
go.
game.
That
2G
is
asset
game.
retrieval. Wow. Oh. Well, I think we were getting to a game state where this might have been winnable for Atea, but unfortunately, just the strength of pounding the centrals and then diving deep into R&D. Lat takes this. Very well played, both players, but GG to Alpi for the win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think to some extent the part of the problem there was in order to build up this enormous server, you had to draw through, like Geometrics had to draw
Yeah.
through a lot of the deck, and that just inherently creates central density problems for you.
Absolutely. How much time is left in the round? Do we have time to jump into another game?
That is a good question.
I believe it's just about less than 10 minutes. It should be at 15 past the hour. So I don't think we have time for another game, unfortunately. It's just like I'm
Okay.
right at the spot where we just have a bit too little.
Yeah, no, that makes. I mean, we're probably going to jump into a game and it'll be
Yeah.
just about at the end anyway. So we got to see one good game this round. I think ideas that I was definitely not necessarily expecting to see this round. I was really excited to see that Atea. That's great.
Yeah, it's great to see Shaper doing well too. I mean, I know that you're not a big fan of Shaper. I'm not a big fan of Shaper personally, but I
I
think
mean,
it's good.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any segments about that on my podcast.
Yeah, no very specific claims about Shaper. Anyway, I'm always just happy to see, a good diversity at the top tables. Like
Oh,
I'm glad.
absolutely. Yeah.
I don't like Shaper metas, but I'm always glad to see Shaper being viable. And it was really cool to see Atea. It's such a unique ID doing something really different for Jinteki, and it's great to see someone
Yeah.
succeeding with it.
Well, and my opinions about the faction aside, I will say, I mean, that lat was running. That lat was making runs. That lat was acting aggressive, and closed out with a power card. I mean, like this is not this is a far cry from the a far cry from the days of green control, where as far as the eye could see, all you had was uh just like install my rig, have my Faust, install NAPD, and there's nothing you can do, or New Angeles City Hall rather, and there's nothing you can even think of doing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's not the sort of Rozeki, I have a billion
Yeah.
credits. It's like a deck that like has real weaknesses. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem like that deck really has any permanent economy. Like when that deck is out of money,
Mhm.
it's out of money. So you have to play smart. You
Well,
have to
and
oh,
despite the shaper tricks, we were about to, I think, run it to the point where that like just that remote was not breakable.
yeah. Propeller just was not going to be able to get you in that remote at a certain point.
Yeah. So
Which
yeah,
is sort of
well played by both players.
yeah, absolutely. A pleasure to see both of those IDs and good to see both of them piloted very well.
Mhm.
Awesome. Well, hey, that's going to take us to the end of round 6. We have 2 more rounds today. Again, we are still 80 players strong. We're definitely going to see some drops throughout the day. A lot of players just want to play a couple rounds, get that participation prize. Some time zones are harder than others, but huge shout out to the folks who are still grinding it out. This is such a tough a team, again, an invitational only tournament. You know, it's
Mhm.
going to be quite difficult, and jumping from 100 down to 8, that's going to be a pretty tight cut. But hey, we got more Netrunner coming. Firstly, Pants and Repo, I believe that's all we're going to hear from you today. Pants, you're back tomorrow if I'm not mistaken, huh?
For today, yeah, I'm here for almost all the day tomorrow, so y'all will hear more of me whether you want to or not.
He wields that as a threat. Repo, otherwise, thanks so much for joining as well.
Yeah, of course, it was a pleasure to be here. So fun casting with you all, and I haven't gotten to cast with Pants before. I have cast with you a few times, and it's always great. So thank you so much for having me.
Agreed, a
Cheers.
lot of fun.
And on that note, thanks y'all for joining us. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes. We're going to throw to a piece of art and some music. We have 2 more nice rounds of Netrunner. This is the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational here on the Twitch Null Signal Games channel. We'll be back in just a bit.
Consortium. Builder of nations.
Welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre, usually from the Metropole grid, but I'm here with you tonight to put on quite a show we have. We're just about to enter our 7th round, and you can see here as the standings start to stratify. Currently still undefeated, Sokka, 2-time world champion. If anyone was going to have that score at this point, that's probably the person to do it. But we still have a lot of players, mind you, 8 players. The top 8 today will be returning tomorrow to duke it out for that Circuit Breaker Invitational Championship title. Mind you, you get a commission, an art likeness, and an upcoming card, which genuinely is just like the best Netrunner prize. I don't need a playmat. I just want to put my face on a thing that everyone has to have forever. I'm not vain. I'm joined by Orbital Tangent. Josh, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing well.
Oh, yeah, doing fantastic. I don't have to think twice. That CBI Hot Spice is looking nice.
Thanks for joining us. We got a couple rounds with you on mic today. We're also rejoined by, from earlier today, he's a Sunday man at this point. Vale, how's it going?
Fantastic. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. We're about to dive into this round. So we're looking at the standings right here. In terms of what we've seen a whole bunch of these players already on stream. So we're kind of going to get a repeat at some point that is unavoidable. But do you know if there's a certain player, a certain matchup you're really itching to see as round 7?
Ooh, if they are into being streamed, I wouldn't mind checking out Solemn Storm's match.
Sure. Yeah, we haven't seen Hams before. We saw Solemn play PD before. It was quite a good game, just a very, run-of-the-mill PD efficiency. You know how it is, but Essa's always quite exciting. If you want to take a second and pop in and ask them if they're good to go, I think we can definitely swing the camera there.
All right, checking it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, we saw a super clutch win from Solemn Storm before in a match that looked hopeless, with no ice on any centrals against Sable with twinning online, but managed to get there. Credit perfect.
Yeah, that was a really exciting game. There was so many opportunities, whether it was that diversion to open HQ on perfectly 5 credits. I think Solemn clicked to 5 credits with an agenda to the remote server. So there was a couple, different upsets there, but the digs on R&D, the dig on HQ didn't get anything. It was a very exciting game. So we're going to see if we're going to see that repeat come back. Mind you, Hams, I believe, got the buy round 1, if I'm not mistaken. That's kind of wild in a tournament of this size to get that buy. That's just a free win, so you kind of get in there. Oh, folks in chat are also asking about Miramorph and LP versus that's no man. That also might be an interesting thing to watch.
That's table 3.
Yeah.
Miramorph is
I didn't realize there was a Miramorph there.
Definitely a spicy one.
Yeah. Miramorph, mind you.
We could do that as well. I just got into the Solemn Storm and Hams game. I can ask them or we can go to the other one.
Tell them we're not interested. Tell them they're old news. Yeah, actually, maybe a Miramorph would be pretty cool to see. I don't think we've seen Miramorph at all in a long time on an NSG stream.
I can jump in and ask if they're cool with it.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. For those who don't know, Miramorph, if you do 3 different actions in a row, you get a click back on your turn. You can spend that click to do something else or just gain a credit. And it gives a lot of interesting problems for you to solve. I think we're going to see things like MCA austerity policy. That's a really fun one. The runner loses clicks, you gain clicks, and then you can do some fast advancing with it. Maybe we'll even see Calvin Bailey and friends. Those are always really nice to sneak into a deck, some nano etchings.
Okay, depending on how table 3 reacts, table 4 is okay with it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I will let them know that they may be a backup table here.
All right, so we're in on table 3. It looks like the game has just about started. We're gonna throw the camera over there. It looks like we are off. Just real quick, so we know. It looks like both players have kept their hand, so we're gonna go in for quite a good game. Red level clearance at the top. I'm gonna mute my microphone, y'all. Have some fun out there, huh?
Looking forward to seeing what shenanigans we can see from the Miramorph player. Red level clearance, a staple of Miramorph, to get as many opportunities to take 3 different actions in your first 3 clicks to trigger your Miramorph ID. MCA austerity policy, MCA austerity policy, another staple from Miramorph decks, although not usually on the table uniced. So we'll see. No, getting a credit, last click. So not potentially Is this a mulligan or a keep? Is this what the deck wants to do with its game plan, or if we just got into a no ice situation? It was a keep, so I like to look at this hand.
Yeah, it's quite an
Make it is,
interesting
Josh.
play, not having that MCI iced. Potentially daring the runner to come look at it, though, with the spin doctor on the table. Maybe, thinking that the waste of 2 clicks is, sufficient enough to pay for that thing's use and on ice nature.
And if the runner's not running rich, the trash costs add up over time, for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Heads I win, tails you lose, that sort of thing.
We have seen the Banhar come down, so servers protected by a single ice are about as vulnerable as they were before most of the time.
Absolutely. Seen a
Seen
little
the
bit of
price come
build up
down
on
here.
both sides.
Daily cast, the install.
Mm-hmm.
See if this Rashida firing is going to smooth out this board state somewhat, shuffling back red level and MCA with that spin doctor.
Yep. Just a nice build up on both sides here. Neither side really threatening a whole lot. So, if nobody's presenting lethal, everybody's just kind of getting ready.
Yeah, yet more build up from this Hoshiko. Bahia Band's so far the only influence, so the specifics of the build could still be as yet unknown.
Yeah. Ooh, Ansel with Manhar. That's not really what you want to see. It's going to wipe out that whole hand. Unless we have some clicks spent on breaking.
Yeah, interesting. I don't think we've seen this deck yet today. Possible ganked Ansel shenanigans, but we'll see what comes of the clicking through to only take 1 net here. Rashida and Tranquility Home Grid.
Mm-hmm. Choosing not to trash. Interesting.
Very interesting. Potentially concerned about some sort of trash punish.
Ooh, we're seeing some remote stacking here. So yeah, gank shenanigans is not a bad call. That could be a possibility for sure. Tranquility already doing work.
Yeah, sort of the backbone of these HB remote deck economy, sort of keeping everything going and working. No value out of Miramorph that turn, but these decks usually manage to find a way. He's cutting Echelon from the grip. So very likely having access to a different way to break draft as one would have thought.
Double ice on that remote, protecting something.
Yeah, greasing the palm usually another great way to get your Miramorph value out of an install heavy turn, but not this time.
Mm-hmm.
No spicy influence in the Gachapon, just more rock solid HP Anarch cards.
Yeah, and we're sort of seeing the standard breaker suite that Anarch has landed on these days with Echelon and Cleaver. Those are both in the bin right now.
Yeah, tricky though. They've got their work cut out for them because now it's turn 5 and Miramorph has fired all 3 Rashidas, which is a hell of a way to start a game of Netrunner.
Yeah, that corpse
Queen
sitting on
come down.
20 credits.
Winning with 2 companions gonna accelerate the rate at which the runner can start trying to get some of these accesses. But Miramorph not too bad a position. Install
absolutely.
operation.
Yeah, we're seeing an advance in server 3. Vitruvius possibly? What are we thinking?
Yeah, it's a good question. These days, you'll more commonly see probably Off-World Office and ADT in your HP decks, but this being Miramorph, there's every chance we're looking at a sort of like it could be a restore base type situation. So until we actually see some agendas or more influence, it could be difficult to tell exactly what the Miramorph deck is up to and why it wants to be Miramorph instead of something like Precision Design. But there's the Vitruvius score.
Yep. Interestingly, going for an install in that remote and not a counter, looks like they're trying to force the runner to find a way to get in.
Slowly building up the rig with K2CP turbine. So once these breakers are online, these remotes are going to become these servers will become very cheap to run, but that can be quite a big win depending on how much ice comes down to deal with this Banha sort of trivializing these accesses.
Oh, we're seeing an Echelon now.
Echelon to answer that drafter. It's got Banha on it, so may not have to break it. Chooses to anyway. Or strength Echelon's so nice into Ansel.
Seeing a Skunk Works.
Another Vitruvius and a Maverus. So at the moment, it is looking like sort of PD in Miramorph, but we have not yet seen any spicy influence, just the one Maverus.
All right, and they got to be feeling the pressure at this point. It looks like because the Anarch rig is getting pretty set up here. It has Banhar to fill the gaps. That turbine's down, and we have a fully charged, overcharged twinning. So that's no moon. Is really going to be able to hammer centrals here soon. If he would like to do that.
It definitely makes things trickier. The Corp recognizing they don't have that much time before the runners got the borderline invincible rig set up, so having to push while they can.
Yeah, that install advance in the remote, possibly an Ikola, possibly a Vitruvius, or could be a play masquerading as the Ikola.
It could be until we get to see more of the decks. You can never be too sure whether there is or isn't NGOs, for example, especially in a deck like Miramorph that can install advance and NGO to get a reasonably long way towards the Miramorph 3 actions requirement.
Yep. Now there is a strong possibility if this is one of those PDs in Miramorph kind of decks that third ice on the remote could be something like a border control, which would make an Ikawa or a double advanced Vitruvius unstealable at this point.
Yeah, certainly. We have seen the Cleaver, so something like a Hagen is not going to be as threatening as it would have been, but with no decoder, something like a Magnet, there we go.
Oh.
It is a Banha, a juicy Banha, and you can get in once here. But once the Corp gets another piece of ice, that'll threaten an actual end the run.
Oh, credit perfect on an Ikawa.
Tricky. And a Fermenter last click just to get some of that money going back next turn. So Mamie is going to go away here, unable to pay. Crash one random card from your grip. So unwilling to keep the Mamie around when there's no operations to sink into it. Tranquility greasing. Yeah.
It's possible that we see a shift over into Centrals to close out the game here.
Definitely possible. The runner in a fairly commanding position, so probably taking the time to sort of build up a bit of economy over this turn or the next, just to get enough credits to be confident that the twinning can close it out on those central accesses, given how vulnerable those centrals look right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have a bit of a take back here. Undoing your credit. Putting a buzzsaw down.
Things are looking pretty good for the runner. The rig is assembled. They're fairly. Oh, there we go. That's what you want to see as the corp.
Absolutely.
Luminal scored. The remote's not looking nearly safe enough to just push out an Ikawa and try and win the game next turn. But with the MCAAP sort of annoying the runner, possibly you can push something out in the something else out in the remote, make them come and check it. We haven't seen any seamless launches so far through about half the deck. We'd have to imagine there are some, but then again, we haven't seen any 4-2s, which would be a fairly. But the 4-2s have such good synergy with the MCAAP. You would have to imagine there's at least some in the picture.
Yep. That is still certainly a possibility. We have not seen all of the agenda suite yet, so looks like we had the corp thinking how to trigger their ability best and get all that done. Yeah, so play's going to pass back over to the runner here. 3 credits. Sort of a commanding board, but they are not very rich.
Not very rich, and choosing no server with Banha, sort of indicating they're not really thinking about pressuring a central this turn. Just getting rid of MCAP and clicking up.
Oh, and you have an MCA in the remote.
Now that's a hell of a mirror morph turn. Stall, click MCA, subliminal messaging. What you want to see?
Absolutely. Just trying to throw the pressure back on the runner while they're low on credits, because if they can get back up on credits, they will have command of the board again. And there we go. It took a whole turn to do it, but the runner looking really good to get in at least once anywhere they want.
And they're certainly going to have to. The interaction between MCAAP and Mirrormorph being that you can score a 5-3 from hand on the turn that you click up your MCAAP is the sort of niche interaction there. So being on 4 points already, Mirrormorph will threaten to score an Ikawa from HQ next turn if given the chance.
We're seeing an install advance in server 5.
Intriguing. It looks like it screams NGO, but is it an absolute stone-faced like mega gamble? I'd be surprised. But stranger things have happened.
You have to go check it, right?
Oh, I don't know. At this stage in the game, every click matters. Especially presumably once they pick their Banha server, they're going to lose a click here to the MCAP. So do you spend a click checking what surely must be an NGO? But then again, NGO, not the most common inclusion.
Yeah,
it
was the NGO. And looks like they're coming down
Investing
the
the
server
credits.
for that. Yep.
Makes sense if you're not going to do the central run. Chewing through a lot of the credits that just built up.
Choosing to leave that tranquility, saying you already have a ton of money. I don't really care if you get more.
Another
We're seeing-
install. No resin click just
Yeah.
yet.
Another ice.
There's one more MCA in the game so far.
Seeing an advance possibly going for the win here.
Yeah, intriguing. We now know there are NGOs in the list, so it could be a bluff. But as the runner, it'd be a hell of a bluff to call. It was installed.
Yeah, it looks like the
From
runner
HQ,
might be
right?
trying to win off
Ice.
centrals here.
Yeah, so that was installed from HQ, and red level installed the ice. Gotcha.
Yeah.
MIC on R&D.
Not really what you want to see from the runner side. Double MIC. So that twinning is probably
Let's
not
go to the
landing.
2 credits. Looks like it'll land, but they won't be able to steal the Nikua if they get the access.
Yeah. They
Probably
do
not
only
Nikua. If
need
there's
2
Nikua and a
points.
remote, yeah, unlikely to be Nikua. More just not wanting them to get another go, I would imagine. Have a Nikua score from the remote.
Wow,
Send a message.
wow.
Interesting. Miramorph getting there despite being one of the less popular shells for this sort of HB core. It looked pretty alright in this one. Well, I suppose triple Rashida in the first 5 turns does help. It does help. But yeah, Miramorph getting there.
I'm gonna be honest here. There were a couple of points in that game where I thought Miramorph was out, and the runner had a pretty commanding lead on board. But this just goes to show that good old fashioned fundamentals in Netrunner, just keeping those credits up and targeting your runs can be all the difference there. Runner still putting up a good fight, but Miramorph taking the right ducks and dips and dives and dodges there to score out where they needed to.
Yeah, I suppose one of the potential pitfalls of these expensive K2CP rigs, where you suddenly start breaking all the ice on the board for a couple of credits at most, but getting them all down and then finding yourself sort of stranded on 3 credits for the rest of the match. If you aren't able to sort of get back up and build a reasonable credit total, that's how you can fall behind, and that's sort of what we saw here.
All right, I think we have at least 50 minutes left of the round. Is there another table we want to jump to? What was the first table that we checked in on?
That was table
Is it
4, and
Solemn?
it does look like they are wrapped up.
Yeah, that is a win there for Hams on ESSA. Okay. So other options we have maybe we'll see what Man of the Moon's op deck eventually does. It's still been winning games. We just haven't seen it do its thing yet. But table 2 is Zoom Rat versus Man of the Moon. We just see that's a possibility for sure. Otherwise, is there anything that jumps out to y'all?
These all look like fantastic matches. So if anything catches your eye, Josh, I'm happy to defer.
Actually, maybe potentially also table 8, Have Her Fun's playing Agony Fusion versus Lockmanos on Kit. That's always good fun.
That sounds good.
Have her fun,
let's
fellow
give
Australian.
Let's give that a try.
Yeah, if you could kindly see if that's good to go. Yes, it looks like we have 20 minutes in the round, so we should be able to see a fair bit of another game.
And it actually just wrapped up.
Beans. Okay. Well. How about table 5? It's Asa on Op versus Tuno on Hoshiko.
Sounds like a plan.
Wait, let me see actually. Yeah, that might be an option.
All right, just one moment.
Thank you kindly. So I heard this in chat. I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but Sokka might have conceded the first round game to Wiki.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Which is
You're allowed to do that.
interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, so Sokka currently is undefeated. So Sokka loses round 7 and loses round 8. I think it's confirmed. Yeah, he told me directly, so he conceded. So that's, I don't think I've seen that before, but Sokka's going to be making the top cut regardless of what happens. So he just, yeah, that's neat. They're in the same testing team. Oh, well, there you go. That'll do it. That's better than an ID.
And it's nice to sort of have the option if you just head into the last round completely undefeated and you can just concede to one of your teammates and still make the cut. It's a luxury most players will never experience.
Yeah. So normally, like, you see the ID, which both players get 1 point, but now if getting the 3 points is the best possible outcome there. That's awesome. That's really cool.
Asa and Tuno are okay with us looking at their game. There is a lot of agendas scored, however. So, not sure how much more time we will have on this game.
Awesome. All right, we're up on the stream. I'm just going to catch up there on this chat. It's all y'all.
Yeah, Tuno has itself a commanding lead here.
Yeah, and this is looking like an ob deck that really wants to be scoring agendas, unlike the ones we've seen in the previous rounds, where there was only a couple of points scored and that really suited the ob deck. This one, calibration testings, Tucana, this wants to be on 6 points, not against a runner that's on 6 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Critically, we're seeing 2 of possibly 3 Atlases out of the game. We are also seeing a slash and burn agriculture out of the game. So not having that sort of audacity play available. Depending on how many of those they're running, I've commonly seen 2 in these lists. However, some lists you will see 3. Just really depends on the build.
Yeah, definitely an archetype that has a lot of sort of breathing space for slightly different builds.
Oh yeah, that is
this
definitely
is
one of the
brutal
things
situation
about these ops is they have so many ways that they can reach into their own deck and grab things. There's that makes it so that they're a good toolbox to build with. We're seeing a conduit run here into a 9-card
This
R&D.
is smelling like the end of the game.
Absolutely, and it is.
And there we go. Chalk up a win for Augustina Ivanovskaya. Not a card you usually see in these decks, but if it comes down in the first couple turns, you'll get a lot of value out of it. But yeah, just looking like a brutal match.
All right. Looks like we still have 20 minutes left.
Another game.
We still mostly have 20 minutes left. Yes, that's correct. Let's find another game for sure. All right, we're getting our results in. So there are going to be less and less options for sure. We can definitely go, to just about any table. Let's see what we got.
Alrighty then. We have plenty of mid tables, so to speak. Let me see here.
So 2 players who aren't on stream. Dave C is playing Built to Last. That might be an option table 18. That's against Scorpy, Patrick of the Metropolitan Grade playing some Zaya. We haven't seen them at all. That is 18, table 18. It is, a mid table, but it could be good fun.
That one has a score on Aesops, but maybe that's not.
Oh, accurate. I didn't refresh. Excuse me, that might be on me.
It looks like that one
is
finished. Currently finished.
Yeah, there's a lot fewer tables than I think that there is. We could maybe do table 15, which is Moomin on Op versus Iron Fox on Lou. Iron Fox is definitely a Lou grinder. They definitely should be putting on a show on that match.
All right, let me
Sounds
hop
good.
in there
We saw
and
Ion
see
Fox
if they
playing
are.
the outfit in previous round.
Yeah, I think we saw both of the
So
players
good to
already at
catch
least
the
once.
runner.
Those who are tuning in again, this is round 7. This is the penultimate round. So we're going to have one final round today. It's getting a bit late depending on your time zone, but it's not too bad at all. And then we will be returning tomorrow with just 8 players still standing. We'll be able to tell you by the end of the stream which top 8 will be making it in. And again, we've been saying this before, it's going to be quite the cut. I think 2 losses, you still not guaranteed to make it. Strength of schedule, that's basically how difficult your opponents were on the day. That's going to matter a heck of a lot. But it's going to be some close games round 8.
Okay, it looks like Ion Fox and Moomin are good.
Awesome, thank you.
Does anybody know how much time they have left in the round?
It's probably about 15 minutes, give or take. Looks like we just saw an archer fire. That's always a good time. Botcha's going to save some part of that, but I'm going to throw myself on mute. Have fun, y'all.
Oh, we should not stream this match. They have private information on.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Interesting. Haven't seen that in a bit. Okay, cool. So they
right.
had spectator views.
Let's find a
so
fresh.
That's okay. We'll find another game.
Okay, it looks like we have 13 tables still running. What about table 16? That is looks like an ag infusion.
We synced chromatically
versus...
twice.
Yeah, we have.
Or no, that is.
But that's okay.
Sorry, I'm looking at their profile pictures. Wow.
The Asmari Hashiko. I don't know if we seen chromatically as Asmari.
No, we haven't seen chromatically play Asmari, so we could do that. Definitely, that would be table 16.
Okay, we could do that one.
All right, going in now.
Yeah, this is always the hard bit at the end of the round. You just walk into a table, you spend so much effort figuring out how to get there, and then once you're there, the party's already over. So be a bit patient with us on this. This part always gets a bit awkward, but we only have a bit more time left.
They are okay with us switching over into that one.
Fantastic.
Critical to note here that R&D is at 10 cards, and there's 6 points over on the runner's side, though.
We wouldn't have it any other way. This is a full Asmari Glacier. You can still
very good.
maybe climb back. You might need a couple more credits, but we'll see if chromatically can do it. I'm gonna throw myself on mute.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if the Corp can find A, money, B, scoring windows, and C, 2 of them. But never say never.
Those servers are looking nasty, though. That is a 5 deep server, server 1 with a border control on it. Even though 2 of those ice are not rezzed, one of them is a Hydra, so that's not exactly cheap.
Attitude adjustment. It's shuffle back 2 agendas, get some money, and prolong the game a little bit longer. We don't yet see any card on the runner side to increase the strength of the static breakers, or air quotes static. So possibly just running without. We see 2 Miss Bones, 2 Diesel, 2 Echelon, 2 Unity. Yeah. Like a fairly good position for the runner.
Yeah, absolutely. On 25 credits as well. So those ice on R&D are expensive, but they're not going to be taking up the majority of that fortune to get through. So 8 cards. We know there's 2 send a messages in there, so R&D looking pretty rich. So that all that money for a poke on the top of R&D, not looking too bad.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this is some expensive service. As long as if the runner's careful and doesn't get flatlined by Banha or Hydra,
We're likely going to see the
quite a
twinning,
commanding
though.
position. Yeah, very true. This is going to be an 8-card R&D that has at least 2 agendas in it that we saw off the attitude adjustment, and the runner is going to see almost half of R&D.
Absolutely.
I would love to
really
be this
good odd
runner.
heads. Yeah. And there it is.
And there it is. The most expensive possible set of agendas to steal for the runner with the triple Bologna, but if you've still got 18 credits afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Those ice towers looking spectacular, though. Looking real nasty. So likely this runner spent a lot of time just building up money, and looking at their heap here, well, which is all of their deck actually.
Very true, very true.
All right, I believe that is going to take us to the end of round 7. We have just one more round for you tonight, or maybe this afternoon, depending where you are when you are watching this. But we're almost here again. We started today with about, I think it's 107 players. We're at a slightly smaller number here, but we're still vying for that top cut. Now, don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the final round today. We're going to throw it to some music and a little piece of art for the next 5 minutes, but we'll be right back. Hey, welcome back for the final round. This is 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre, and we've been streaming for a while today. I'm joined by two nice folks. Firstly, Josh, how's it going, Orbital Tangent?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, and Vale as well. Vale, say hi.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing well. So this is our final round, and our standings are fascinating. So I think some of the standing mathematicians thinks X and 2 is a score that you want to bring in to make it to the following day. So if I'm not mistaken, 24, that's the top possible score you can get at the end of this day. So having, what is it, 18? That's good enough, right? Yeah, that's 6 times 3. I figured it out. So a lot of the folks you're seeing on the screen from, what is it, from hams upwards, they're in the lower score there is actually, there's a bit of contention possibly where things like strength of schedule are going to kick in. So all these players here at 15 points, they're going to have to really play their heart out. They're obviously going to have to win their matchup and hope that their strength of schedule will take them to that top cut. So it's really, really difficult here. I think we're going to see some players maybe go for that potential ID. Mind you, if we look at the standings, currently at 19 points is Wiki. She is the highest here by a clear margin. So I think Sokka herself and probably Duma and Augustus are likely very safe because they have very good strength of schedule, but a bunch of players still are going to have to play it out. Very exciting for the final round, mind you. This is where the fatigue sets in. It looks like we can confirm that Tuno, Alpi, and Doomrat Wiki have both gone for the ID. So the top tables here are Hams on R+ versus Lat on Etienne playing Lat, or Sokka versus Man of the Moon. Do you either want to go? We haven't seen Hams at all, I don't think.
We can definitely go R+ and Lat. I don't know if we've seen much of either of them today.
I think we might have seen Etienne a bit.
Sounds good to me.
Have they confirmed that they're okay to be on stream?
Do you want to have a look, Josh?
Looking for the game.
Thank you kindly.
Just a second here.
For those who are watching, who've been with us maybe for most of the evening, again, we'll be back tomorrow, but hopefully you've had a great time. We've had some really exciting games. Shout out in chat if you've been enjoying the stream. But yeah, again, huge thank you to all the players today, to all the organizers, to the judge team. There's a lot of effort that makes a tournament like this work, especially something that's so international with people, playing all these tournaments across the planet. I'm so stoked that so many people can come together and cash in their invites to make this one very prestigious, very, very difficult tournament. So well played to all. I also want to take a shout out. If you're watching on stream, you might see some nice embellishments that you might not be familiar with on Jinteki.net. Things like card labels. I think the arrows that have the animations of resin, stuff like that. Some of those embellishments actually come through the Cyberfeeder plugin, which is something that you can get as a plugin on Firefox. Rocky made it. She actually played in this tournament. She played a couple of the earlier rounds, but I'm a huge fan of it. So I'm glad that we have something that helps Netrunner be more approachable when watching on stream.
It looks like Sokka and Man in the Moon are putting up a game here. Did they ID? Are they playing this for fun, or
I think
this
I think they're playing.
Okay. Do we want to see the two-time world championship champion?
Sure.
Then?
That's table 3, right?
That is table 3.
Perfect. Are they good to go? We can swing in.
Checking right now.
Thank you.
And yeah, brutal for Sokka to find himself in a situation where he has to play the final round, given going undefeated into round 6.
Yeah.
But this is a brutal cut. This is not going to be clean by any means. There are going to be plenty of players who are 6 and 2 who don't make it in. So
they are good with spectation on that game.
Thank you. All right, we're in. Yeah, I think there's a chance that even if Sokka doesn't make this, it comes down to strength of schedule. Obviously, you'd like to clinch this. Obviously, for Man of the Moon, it's also very, very important. And we saw Sokka earlier today. This is Hyper Glacier Asmari. So we're going to see some of the biggest ice defensive upgrades or border control. I don't think we pinned that down. And then, of course, we're going to see Man of the Moon rip some aggressive imps. I'm going to throw myself on mute for the game, but best of luck. Have fun, all y'all. See you in a bit.
Excellent. Thank you for that lead in, Andre. One thing that we didn't touch on before we get into the game here that I did want to point out with tournament math is actually by conceding in the previous round, Sokka actually set his strength of schedule rather high. That could have been a tactical move. It could have just been Sokka not wanting to play. No way to really tell. But that was an interesting side effect that I wanted to point out with his move there.
Yeah, it's tricky. Potentially, Man in the Moon picking up an unintentional draw earlier in the tournament, and potentially feeling not confident in getting another draw here, but possibly as to why they're playing it out in this situation. Soccer should be completely fine. Should have been completely safe on an ID. Possibly playing it out for seeding to try and come out top of the standings.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
we shall
Or
see.
it could have been Man in the Moon not being confident on their tiebreaker there. Wanting to maybe try to solidify the win and get into the cut themselves.
But at any rate, I feel we're in for a hell of a match. Man in the Moon, I believe, our reigning Intercontinental Champion up against Soccer, who is a 2-time Intercontinental Champion or just 1-time?
Sokka
2-time World
has
Champion.
yeah, Sokka has won several of the Continental Championships, and he has also won Intercontinentals twice. Yes.
Yeah, thought so. Seeing the Daily Quest opener, fairly ideal program on the Asmari name. Knowing a thing or two about these Ludex and how badly they want to start the first turn of the game with something like a fermenter.
Absolutely. Oh, we're seeing a burger control. It's gonna keep Lou out, at least for now.
Yeah, very interesting. Down to 0, but if the Daily Quest sticks around, Asmari certainly will not be low on credits for very long.
Absolutely. Asmari on program currently, probably going to stick on program until programs start to come down. One of the classic strategies for Asmari is really not switching what you've called until those things start to be played, as they tend to build up in your opponent's hand. And we're actually seeing an int come down. Looks like Man in the Moon is
start imping
smelling
things out of HQ.
Absolutely. It looks like it's juicy, so Man in the Moon just says, I don't think the 2 credits are going to be worth what I trash from your hand.
Getting the fermenter down on a turn where Asmari had already triggered. So possibly we may see a different name.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Switching
switched to
over to
event.
events now. Yep.
Not a bad start for either player here.
Absolutely. Unfortunately,
Undefended R&D, a little bit scary.
absolutely, but since it's thick right now, you're not as scared because you're only running 6 agendas, so the density is pretty low for those single access rips. Certainly, if one gets pulled, you're not very happy about that. But sometimes you just pray that R&D holds up, and it can be a good strategy.
Imping non-equiv for the Lou trigger. Let's see if Man in the Moon can avoid it triggering. Oh, there we go. Just clicking for credits, not giving the Asmari proc. Daily Quest continuing to tick up, seeing more and more of this Asmari economy.
Yeah, Daily Quest doing work. Interestingly enough, Daily Quest was Sokka's reigning champion card when he won Intercontinentals for the first year that that was done as a prize by NSG. Unfortunately, the viewers at home, you don't get to see that beautiful alt art with Sokka's face on it. But Sokka might be taking the dare here. Maybe going, can I win CBI with something that has my face on it?
And not a totally Yeah, not a massively different deck. Obviously, that was Acme Glacier
Yep.
with the daily quests. We're continuing to play Hydra. We'll see if any of these expensive HBIs get rezzed in the next few turns.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Definitely looking good to power a Hydra here if that daily quest continues to stay on the board. Definitely can be put down on server 1 pretty soon here. Generally, your scoring remote is going to be where you want a big fat piece of ice like that, but um, there can be a case made for putting it in other areas as well. We're seeing a Botulus giving the border control money or forcing you to crack it. I'm guessing that Sokka doesn't crack here. He just lets the daily quest die. Yep.
Makes sense. We do know there are magnets. Or I think from previous match, maybe we don't know there are. But it wouldn't be a stretch to include magnets in a deck like this when you want to move cards like Botulus away from your expensive ice that the runner has to pay a fortune to break otherwise, and it's only a single
Yeah.
influence, so fairly
Yeah.
trivial to splash.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and Sokka probably very okay with letting that daily quest go to save the border control. Not only because Man in the Moon can come back for it, but because it's already given ton of value. So it's probably time to throw something in that remote, start using it for Rashidas or scores or echo chambers, things of that nature.
Yeah. That border control will be valuable just to make Man in the Moon later in the game pay for a Hydra twice, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Nobkuri
Even with the
down, so
Botulus
Nobkuri
on
Imp
it.
is online.
Oh, Infinite Imp.
Which are certainly not the cheapest centrals to make use of that one trash per turn, trigger the loop.
Yeah, so Sokka basically telling Man in the Moon, I'm not going to let you have free value with your Infinite Imp. You're going to have to run somewhere.
Picking up the Equit's free run for the Nobkuri.
Yep, yep. Powering up Audrey, not Imp.
Thinking hard at the end of this turn. If you're Soccer, I feel like you have to be fairly content with how the game has progressed thus far. Getting into sort of out of the first 5 turns with no points in either player's score area, decent credit total on your half. Got to be reasonably pleased.
Well defended servers at this point. Obviously, that money doesn't last very long once you have to start rezzing ice, but you know, if the runner's not going to poke, then Sokka has the ability to gather up those funds even more, as he's doing right now, and then search for his scoring plan here. Probably looking for additional ice to put on server 1 before he starts the score out. And that's probably why we're
Discarding 2
seeing the
cards at the end of
naked
turn
Spin
there.
Doctor.
Yeah, Spin Doctor discard 2 cards is a fairly good way to get agendas out of your hand.
Yeah.
And then straight into R&D afterwards. Seeing the F2P.
Absolutely.
Not the cheapest thing for these decks to get through, but 4 credits isn't too backbreaking at this stage of the game, at least.
Yeah,
To
definitely
use
not
the
gonna.
Audrey for it with the shenanigans.
Yeah, we're seeing Knob Curie put on Imp. Yeah, F2P definitely not going to be a gotcha card at this point, but yeah, for sure. Not an ideal number of credits to spend. Oh, and we're seeing a Bologna
Just going
scored
for
off
the
the top.
Bologna.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So, notably not imped. So there is no free counter back on the Audrey, as the way the Knob Curry imp Audrey usually dynamic usually works out, but not a terrible exchange.
Yep. Either
Taking the
side
opportunity to pick up a Bologna.
Either side probably not unhappy with that. As the corp, you don't really want the runner to be scoring any points, but hey, if they're going to score something, they might as well pay 5 credits for it. And Sokka, it looks like he's digging here, so he's putting down another spin doctor. He's drawing more cards. Probably looking for some ice to put on server 1, if I had to guess.
Ice and money, you would imagine at this stage of the game, given the deck is largely ice, money, and ways to tax the runner and agendas, probably hoping for things like government subsidy that we saw in previous matches.
Yeah, we're seeing him slow down to think here, so drawing up more cards. And we're going to see a bunch of cards dumped in archives here, so probably telling the runner, I don't care about this spin doctor, come and get it. We both know that I'm going to shuffle some things back in. Yeah, we are seeing server 1 built up here. So it does look like he is trying to get ready for that scoring plan, possibly trying to put something in that remote before the runner can build up their credit totals to a high number again.
Yeah, and Audrey letting the runner get into servers for quite cheap when it has those virus counters on it, which we would expect to see if the runner's able to pick up an access somewhere, get a trash with the imp, trigger the Audrey, get the Knob Curry going, build up that way, and prove surprisingly slippery on low credit totals.
So we're seeing Spin Doctor cracked to put a hedge fund and 1 unseen card into R&D, likely an agenda, possibly one of those send a messages. Not really one of the agendas that you want to have hanging around if you can help it. But also pretty good if you can get one of those scored. Yeah, we're seeing
definitely.
We're seeing Sokka's plan
go
kind of
ahead.
come together here on Centrals a little bit with the ice up, trying to shut out those Audrey counters, but Man in the Moon has a counter to that with another Botulus.
Picking up a tag here. Likely reasonably happy to float that tag. There's no resources to trash, and these decks probably aren't usually going to be playing things like dedicated tag punishment.
Yeah. And Rashida was getting the engine going. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Solidarity badge can also remove that tag clicklessly and without credits if needed, if Man in the Moon decides that that is necessary. More likely going to be using it for draw.
Yeah, we'll see what line Man in the Moon decides to take. If you are tagged, you do have to be a bit more wary of Hydra than you were before. So
absolutely,
we'll see where Man in the Moon's priorities are and how he intends to navigate the rest of the next few turns on 1 credits.
Nope,
But these
tax
servers
coming off.
are getting built up.
Yep. Yeah, we're seeing something in server 1, possibly a Rashida, although several of those are down and out right now. No, actually only one. The other one was an NGO. I apologize. So it could be Rashida, could be an Echo Chamber. Sokka could be going for that first score with an Echo Chamber. Yeah, the Echo Chamber is really the one you want to get out of the way if you can, since it takes your whole turn.
Brutal toll booth sucking away Man in the Moon's credits. Looks like we might be seeing an access. We'll see if the border control is spent or not.
And it looks like it is.
Makes a lot of sense. You keep them out of the Knobkerry engine getting re-established. And on 0 credits, it seems very unlikely that Lou can get back in past that toll booth with 1 click left.
And if it does happen to be the Echo Chamber here, that's an easy res and score, and Sokka can wait to build up the rest of what he needs in his hand after that score. So the runner giving Sokka quite a bit of time here. We'll see if there's a res on. There is. It's a magnet pulling up Botulus. That's pretty huge.
Not too bad. The runner can get through this if they so choose. Looks like they do so choose to get the Knobkerry Imp Audrey Solidarity badge. Ooh,
Yeah,
send a
and they're
message.
Send a message, yeah.
The Man in the Moon's got to be sorely tempted just to steal that, but it is your one chance, not one chance. Certainly there'll be more chances in future. A chance to get the Imp thing situation back online, but looks like we are going for the steal. And Sokka probably,
Hydra on
rezzing
HQ.
a 10 cost piece of ice.
Yeah.
So a very delicate situation now, where
Oh,
Sokka's
it's a Rashida.
situation on the board was not too bad, but suddenly the runner's on 6 points.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see there if you're in Sokka's shoes. The runner is pretty broke here, though, so if you have another agenda, if you can find another agenda, you might have some scoring windows here. The servers are also looking good as far as defenses go, not getting back in for more of that engine. So Sokka certainly has some outs here. He's not done. Even though the runner's on 6, this game is not over. All right, we're seeing Man in the Moon draw up here. I'm not sure what they're looking for here. Possibly looking for a strike fund. Possibly looking for an I've had worse, or excuse me, steel skin scarring.
Yeah, certainly any way to sort of get more money happening, I'm sure a fermenter would not go awry.
Sokka building up. Seeing something in server 1.
I'm sure, yeah, Sokka's just hoping to build up more expensive ice, more money, create those scoring opportunities, and try and leverage the fact that he can win the game off of 2 scores versus 3 steals. But of course, Man in the Moon, having done 2 of those 3 steals already,
third ice.
Might be able to slip through these servers. Third ice.
So this tells me that oh, it looks like we're gonna have an undo here. Maybe a misclick or a rethink here. But this tells me that this might be the echo chamber in server one. Might finally be time for that. Could be another bluff. Trying to get the runner to waste some resources, but the runner already being pretty down on resources makes it kind of a 50-50 in this commentator's eyes. I'm guessing it's going to be that echo chamber.
Would be. I think Man in the Moon would be fairly happy if soccer is committing to that kind of play. Soccer's got to be conscious of timing the round, given how far behind he is on points and how slow these decks can sometimes be. But if pace of play is a concern for a lot of Asmari players, but soccer has more than enough reps and know-how to keep things moving along.
Absolutely. Yeah, also 17 cards in R&D. That is notable. Sokka's scoring plan is going to have to come online here pretty soon as his deck is getting thinner and thinner. R&D is pretty safe right now. So if there is a place for agendas to be, it is pretty good to have them right there. We are seeing a cookbook and a symbol chip on Man in the Moon's
There's a
side.
symbol chip. That's big. Given that Man in the Moon opted to steal the center message instead of imping it, sort of engine, ground to a halt again with the Audrey on no counters.
Yeah.
But now Cookbook symbol chip represents a counter on Audrey, so that sort of slippery, cheap run behavior can return to play and become a factor again.
We're seeing a triple advance.
Very interesting. Triple advance means it's very unlikely to be a Biovault. So we could be seeing, or I imagine we probably are seeing, an attempt to score a 5-3 and put an Echo Chamber in server 1 afterwards, or put potentially a Rashida, just something that you want with just one turn. Interesting. Tranquilizer coming down.
Not what you like to see in Sokka's shoes, but Sokka sitting on 17 credits here, so potentially could still make that remote super taxing. So taxing that the runner might not be able to get in and steal, especially if that's a Bologna.
Definitely. With only one Audrey counter, it would make things difficult. So we may see just the archives run, as long as there's no Maverick in archives. Yeah. Possibly we'll see the archives run to put one more counter into play. So we end up in the situation where if the outermost is something like a border control again, you can still get past the re-raised toll booth. Though that would require still that card that escapes your strike fund to get the money to pay for encountering toll booth. Board set we found ourselves in.
All right, so the players discussing possibly a issue with how Jinteki is handling some triggers here. So Man in the Moon mapping out their turn, looking like they're going to go after server 1. Probably see what's in there. Or not. Might be, bluffing a poke on HQ here. Maybe trying to get Sokka to res.
Yeah, just trying to find an access somewhere to keep this machine moving.
Yeah.
But we have got the Audrey to get past the magnet. We will be able to imp
Mhm.
something out of HQ and get things chugging along again.
So now I'm
FUP, that'll go
curious.
down to the imp.
So now we have 2 Audrey counters.
Man in the Moon will be thinking hard about if it's possible to get into that remote this turn, because there's probably a decent chance the game ends. If he does, unlikely
Oh.
at this stage with double toll booth. Well, you can't. I mean, only one can be rezzed, but
Yeah.
it's the one that doesn't have a tranquilizer on it. So probably having a good think about if there's some sort of way past, but yeah, time is
Looks like
slipping
that.
away from soccer with
Yep.
all of these decision trees.
Absolutely. It looks like Toll Booth is going to end the run here.
So now we get to see, is this send a message? Is this Bologna? For soccer's sake, he probably hopes it's Bologna. Send a message. So all the ice is res, but the financial recovery may be questionable.
Yep. Notably, if Man on the Moon goes for a install of Fermenter here, oh, they're going with a tranquilizer on that toll booth. But Sokka is getting some additional credits, it looks like.
Looks like it. So we know that soccer can't res either of those pieces of ice. So whatever's been reinstalled here is not likely to be especially
Rashida.
crazy. But it does then keep the Nobcree Imp Solidarity Badgeroo machine ticking along. I'm wanting to trash it for a credit rather than with the imp.
Yeah, keeping that imp for possibly a Bologna so that can be trashed if it can't be stolen.
And this is looking like a tricky situation. Soccer really needs one more score before every possible install starts to threaten the end of the match. But this tranquilizer is being quite the thorn in his financial side. Yeah, opting to just install over it. He doesn't want any part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to solidify that server again.
This 3-counter Audrey is such a threat. We're possibly looking at a situation where Sokka wants to purge, but again, the time in the round must be eking away with each turn where the game state doesn't really progress. Only on 8 credits, it's not looking like Sokka's going to have a scoring window for at least another couple turns.
We're seeing the price.
An enviable position. Interesting to see what the install is here. Presumably, Simulchip just adds so much to the deck when you have access to it. Potentially, if the game's going to go for quite a bit longer, just the install on the Simulchip makes a lot of sense. The buffer drive is nice, but not nearly as impactful to the overall game plan and game state as the Simulchip is.
And then we see a purge. Yep. You called it.
Tricky situation for Soccer to be in. If the mandatory isn't drawing into economy of some sort, I'm sure ideally the Mavericks would come in the form. Sorry, the Purge would come in the form of Mavericks if there is some in the deck. I'm sure there probably would be, but at this stage in the game has not come into play. So just purging the old-fashioned way.
All right, and we're doing
This tithe is proving to
here.
be quite the knob curry enabler.
Sokka looks like pausing to think here. Probably mathing out things, figuring out what he wants to do.
Yeah, tricky. It's navigating your way out of this without presenting the runner an opportunity to skateboard trick their way past your remote ice and just take the agenda that you're trying to push. It's going to be really tricky without, 17 credits to fall back on.
Absolutely. All right, we're seeing a non-equivalent exchange here, giving the runner a couple of credits, sticking something in the remote. Looks like Sokka is expecting to be able to keep Man in the Moon out, at least for another turn. Even with that additional amount of credits.
Man in the Moon
Or
does have the
perhaps-
luxury here of... Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, or perhaps presenting a bluff.
Could be.
Yep.
Yeah, Man in the Moon has the luxury here of only needing to run advanced cards, because the only things that are going to be worth any points to the runner have to be advanced beforehand. But as you say, especially with the value of just the sheer value of getting a successful run for this deck, we very possibly
we're
might
seeing
see
a border control.
Yeah, as we see here, a run on the remote. If the runner can get to the bottom of this remote without investing too many resources, it's such a boon to get that the imp trash going.
All right, and we are. It looks like waiting to see how this is being broken.
Yeah, you've got to feel that Sokka's not favoured to come out of this position with time in the round being a concern. If Sokka can
absolutely.
get 3 more points into this agenda area, then fantastic. But Man in the Moon definitely in a commanding lead here, heading into time trouble. Certainly made much trickier by these decks being so trick heavy and decision tree spawning that even playing out some of these runner turns in a fairly optimal and reasonable rate will still add more time to a round than something like a more linear runner will.
Oh, Sokka probably setting up for. Well, I don't know. Does this deck play a Your Daily Life?
We'll have to see what the plan is. Money install potentially the dream, but we'll have to see.
He was able to use that Spin Doctor as a bit of a bluff, sucking up some of those Audrey counters through that border control, letting the runner in. So we'll see what he does now here. Attitude adjustment. It looks like he is going to be
They
shuffling some
potentially
things
just
back
full
in the
up with
deck.
agendas. Situation Soccer wants to find himself in, that's for sure. But like we've mentioned, these decks, Simul chip heavy Audrey decks, are just so good at getting into servers on low resources that you have to be sure before you try and push an agenda in one of these remote servers that you can actually keep them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, both players having tough decision trees here. Man in the Moon looking for opportunities to increase that Audrey, make it a real threat, and then Sokka trying real hard to not allow any of those openings before he pushes an agenda. And we're seeing
Especially
the
further
Tranquilizer come
complicated by
down.
the fact that Gachapon looks at half the deck at this point. So Man in the Moon has a very solid idea of what might pop up in a Gachapon and what might increase the threshold of accesses or credits at his disposal. No res on the Tranquilized Dice. Heading into the Magnet, we'll see the Audrey break. We see the Gachapon activation.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Possibly Fermenter coming down here.
You'd imagine it's Fermenter. Possibly, yeah, more time in the round on the thinking on the Gachapon. The Fermenter coming down, it'll come in with that extra cookbook counter, so Man in the Moon's going to have a fairly healthy credit total next turn.
Okay. And we're seeing
Presumably
I think
something
we're seeing
crashed
Magnet
from
get
HQ.
broken.
Well, there is no imp in play now, so your sort of machine that was ticking along before will not, if you access a card that cannot be trashed from HQ, just innately. The Audrey will run out. We saw the successful run previously in the turn, I think. There's an Echo Chamber, trashable.
Oh, wow.
So 2 counters
Good pull
with the
there.
Knob Curry.
Good pull
Difficult
there
to
for
see your
Man in
way
the
out
Moon.
for soccer at this point.
It does look like it's time in the round. So that does mean that
That looks
it
like
looks
that's
like
gonna be
Man in
it.
the Moon, yeah, is going to take this on a timed victory there.
Yeah, very tricky. Very, very tricky. The for
Still looking
I'm
for
sure
the
soccer will
actual win
be
here.
hoping that the strong strength of schedule is enough to get through as one of the 1 or 2 6-2s who might get in. That will be further complicated by natural draws that happened previously in the tournament, such as the one that Man in the Moon already has. But yeah, looking unlikely to flatline or score 3 on this particular turn, though I would love to be proven wrong.
It looks like GG's go up. It looks like Sokka is going to be conceding to Man in the Moon.
All right, and that takes us to
Yeah,
the
difficult game there. Difficult
end
game.
of our final round. Yeah, that is going to be a timed win. So the player, when time is called, the active player finishes a turn. Then the other player has one final turn. At the end of all that, still up 6 points. That is a full win. So Man in the Moon will take it there. Now the standings are going to be quite interesting. We'll see those slowly populate and we'll be able to figure out who our top 8 going into the next day is. I'm pretty sure Sokka is in an okay spot there, but Man of the Moon definitely needed that win to have a chance of making the cut. So bear with us. We're going to get confirmation from the organized play team once we know that the final scores are in. They're going to, take some time to make sure everything is inputted properly. We still have a couple tables that have the results coming in, but we should have that top 8 real soon.
Yeah, excellent. Exciting.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic Netrunner today.
Yes, it's been quite a day of Netrunner. We've got to see some really, really high skill play. Again, we've said this before, top 8 cut is a heck of a narrow cut. So I think a lot of players right now are just hoping their strength of schedule is exactly going to take them there. That X and 2 bracket is pretty mean. We got response, still a few games finishing. Jeff wants to do validation. We should be up in the next 5 minutes. So we're going to hang out here for about the next 5 minutes until we get that final top 8.
Yeah, fantastic. And it's looking like, as we a fairly different sort of meta landscape that we saw at the last large event, which was Worlds, given that we headed into Worlds in a fairly fresh format, and now we have several months of innovation and maturing of those strategies, what's good, what's not. And the decks we're seeing today, not too similar to the ones we saw back in Barcelona.
It's wild how how volatile the meta can be. Maybe volatile isn't the right word, but like you can even just month to month, week to week, one big tournament changes the following big tournament, and you see these big swings. We're only a couple months away from Worlds. It does feel like longer than that sometimes, but it's definitely refreshing the way things keep moving forward.
I think the interesting thing about this particular meta is that going into Worlds, what you were seeing was a lot of Essa and Hoshiko on some fairly reg breakers and sort of just value Anarch. And what it seems like Anarch has shifted to is this, it is called mulch style of deck with Audrey and the buffer drives and the trashable events.
Yeah, I think every once in a while we still see like big reg
definitely.
Hosh with, you get those turbines and you get those sort of, we kind of say
Yep.
fixed strength breakers. They're not exactly that, but yeah, the mulch
Yep.
iterations of the list are so fun to watch with that flexibility of what's going to be installed and trash and how you push yourself forward. It's always really fun.
Yeah, that deck being relatively unknown going into Barcelona and then just having quite a showing here. It's just very, very interesting. But it has proven that it can get in to servers in a lot of tricksy ways. So yeah, it is super, super fun to watch.
And especially seeing it boil down to quite a variety of decks. You've still got the ones who are quite all in on the strategy. A lot of these Lu decks that we're seeing versus what we see with some of these Hashiko decks now, where they have access to those lines of play, but also backed up with like a more traditional Reg Anarch sort of approach. But it certainly adds an interesting dynamic to not only the options available to the decks, but also the lines that the corps have to think about before enacting their game plans.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a real interesting way to play Anarch. I really, really enjoy that Knob Curie engine myself. The get in and smash things aspect, certainly one of the classic Anarch ways to put your opponent on the back foot. So it's just really cool to see.
And yeah, definitely it's still evolving over time. We saw the lists from Worlds, I think were all in Hashiko, unless I'm mistaken. I apologize. But seeing that sort of being honed, some of moving into Lu, some of these adaptations and innovations on that sort of archetype over time, in the same way that we've seen with, or that you often see with these sorts of decks that we saw with Hive Mind Max, which is one of the natural decks that you point to in history with the like triple symbol chip, one tranquilizer type Anarch decks. But it's really cool to see it doing so well and played not only in the numbers that it's being played, like that sort of strategy being
Mhm.
included in as many decks as it is in this event,
Mhm.
but even across the sort of more geographical locations and testing groups and clicks than just what we were seeing come Worlds back in October.
Mhm.
So I think a big question is going to come down
Absolutely.
to right now is what is a good enough strength of schedule to make the top cut? We see Soccer here at a 2.0. I think that's the highest you're going to see across the whole day. That is an absurd number. That's really, really high. And then you see 1.8, 1.7s because I think we're going to have a lot of players now at 21 points. A bunch of the 19 and 18s, they've ID'd. They'll be at 19 points. So we'll have a bunch of players at 19 plus points. And so I think some 18s might just sneak in. A bunch of these 15s. Mind you, Man of the Moon also now we know he is on a 19. So I think there might be only a handful of players on 15. So your strength of schedule will change from the final round, but you definitely want to be on the top half, and you definitely, obviously, you need to win that last game there. This is tricky. These are really high
It
numbers.
wouldn't shock me.
1.9, 1.85,
It wouldn't shock
1.8.
me if soccer was the only. If soccer was the only X2 to get in, it wouldn't shock me with what we're seeing now. I'd be surprised if he didn't make it, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was the only one that made it, which is a
You're right.
real cutthroat cut.
Yeah, you're right. It might come down to that because we have a
Absolutely.
whole bunch of 19s plus, and then Sokka will be definitely an 18 with a 2.04. Even I'd assume higher, I think, or somewhere around that. But yeah, it might actually be the last there on the bubble. That's going to be fascinating. Again, I'm not sure what the maths are. Sometimes, with different player counts, it's always a recommendation of how many rounds and how many. But this nearly 100 players to top 8. That's quite tight. That's you have to play as cleanly and perfectly for the whole day.
Yeah. You do. But it is one of those things where there is a line in the OPP, and I do believe it's somewhere around 128.
I think we just got the results right in. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this has now been posted. Yeah, so we have our top 8, and there you go at 18 points. Sokka, the only 18 to make it at 2.04, followed just slightly by Matachak, That's No Man, Tradon, and Izzy. But that is going to be the 18 to take it, and then above that, Alpi on that mirror morph we saw 19 points. Tuno, it's on 19 points as well, followed by Doomrat and Man of the Moon. That is the Op Anarch cluster there, all on 19. Then Wiki, she has 20 points. Hams, we didn't see on stream, started the day with the bye, which is a great start, and just didn't really lose much games since then on NBN Reality Plus, one of the few, and ESSA. And finally, top of Swiss, Augustus Caesar, who's had an absolute massive competitive season these last 6 or so months on Ag Infusion and undefeated on Hoshiko. Well played to all players. We're going to have such a loaded top cut tomorrow. Looking at that too, that's only one HB deck that made the cut, and it's Mirror Morph, which isn't exactly what things look like if you, you looked at how much HB we saw there floating around the top for a long time. That's wild.
Yeah, it's totally. Man in the Moon's Circuit Opener was one of the largest events in the lead up to this one, and I think the top 4 all playing Precision Design. Nowhere to be seen.
Speaking about nowhere to be seen, we haven't seen any criminals break the cut almost entirely. Just Eric's, just Eza, Hashika, and Lou, different flavors for sure. And then one lat Alpi is there playing that. So that's going to be fantastic. So buckle up. We're going to see tomorrow. It'll be starting again around the same time it started today. That's 5 p.m. Eastern, mind you, Eastern Standard Time. But if you want to hit a follow button, the notify button, mind you, on Twitch, you'll get a little notification when we go live tomorrow afternoon. And we're in for double elimination cuts tomorrow. It's always, again, quite exciting. Huge shout out again while we wrap up the stream to all the players today. We've had so many players. This is one of the biggest online tournaments last year, technically this year already so far, which is absolutely fantastic. So many players going and participating in organized play just to get that ticket, just to be able to be on their way here. It's absolutely fantastic to put on a show for hopefully everyone to enjoy. We also have to give a huge shout out again to all the folks at NSG to make this happen. So much goes on behind the scenes when it comes to tournament organization, with judging, with rules, OP, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of people behind the scene. I'm going to give a huge shout out quickly to Radiant off the top, who's been the person I've been communicating with the most, but we know so many judges we see popping into rooms behind the scenes on Discord, making sure everything runs smoothly, and it would not happen without them. I think next up, to everybody watching, hopefully you're watching this either on Twitch or maybe later on YouTube. Thanks so much for participating and enjoying Netrunner. It's really exciting. And then, of course, to all the folks who I had the pleasure of sharing a microphone with today, thank you to Vale and Josh, to Orbital. Thanks so much for joining us today, eh?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Andre, for... Oh, you ahead?
It was very, very fun, and I just want everybody to always be running.
Hey, cheers. In chat, they're also pointing out there was some other prize support. We didn't really mention what the prize support was today, but the top half gets some prize support. They're full art unities. Hopefully we'll be able to show those tomorrow, but they're the full art unity league arts. They're gorgeous. And then also we're going to see top 4 of every corp faction, including the neutral faction, which I don't think anybody rocked up playing Ampere. They also get their pins, and it looks like some of those are going to be decided. Mostly Jinteki seems to be decided. NBN seems to be decided. HB seems to be decided. But I guess they're all decided. Yeah, no, we kind of know where they stand here. We don't have 4 of the same faction. So some players are going to be leaving with some really nice shiny faction pins, which is sick. But on that note, we'll be back tomorrow with some more Netrunner. Hopefully you had some good time watching the Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational, and we'll just see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back in just a bit. Ciao.